This story began in the village of Chong in Shanxi province, where the Song family had extensive holdings. The Song family was the head of a noble sect that had lived in a small village in this province for over 100 years. For their great merits, this clan was glorified with a white jade sword. This family was considered a pride in the village due to their meticulous approach to training their fighters. This process was always personally supervised by the head of the Song family, who earned this status for a reason. This nobleman's name was Song Bu Qian. Besides the responsibility for the entire family, he had another reason to worry. Of course, we were talking about his second son, whose name was Song Bek. Despite his young age, he was already mastering the art of ball control on par with the others. Clear from his hair that the man was very unhappy about something, which alarmed the child. Song Bek already understood what was going on and tried to justify himself before he was scolded. The child was very sorry that during that training he made a mistake again, and this upset his father. Song family should have said such words. The frightened boy immediately fell silent so as not to anger his father any further. Other students watched everything that was happening from the side. One of them believed that the head of the clan was too strict with his son, who was only 7 years old. However, not everyone stopped their training. The first son of the Song clan, whose name was Song Yan, was not distracted for a moment and was completely focused on his work. Despite his young age, the guy already skillfully wielded a sword and was able to fill the weapon with his energy. The next moment, Song Yan began to quickly practice the sword strikes that were the famous technique of their clan. The other students, looking at this, thought that the younger master was invincible, because at such a young age, he had already mastered the technique of the 4 traits of the Song family. Besides, this guy had already read the 3 books and books on war tactics. It was because Song Bek was so inferior to his older brother that Song Bujong was at odds with him. After this, one of the students suggested that they should intervene, but quickly discarded this idea when he saw someone approaching the training ground. At this time, Song Buqian continued to criticize his youngest son and point out his mistakes. No matter how hard Song Bek tried, he could not earn his father's praise. The man was very angry about this and was about to yell at his son again, but suddenly he was stopped by someone's voice, which loudly ordered him to stop all this. Song Bujong looked to the side in surprise and saw his wife with a terrible aura emanating from her. Song Bek immediately ran to his mother in the hope that she would protect him from his demanding father. At this time, the head of the clan stood silently to the side, already anticipating what would happen next. The man turned to his wife and said that because she continued to take care of her youngest son, he grew up too soft. Song Bujong was very scared when he saw the displeased look of the woman who was about to tell him everything she thought right now. She did not understand what her husband expected from a child who was only 7 years old and was unhappy that the man did not praise the child at all for his efforts. Song Bujong tried to timidly explain that Song Bek was born into a family of warriors and therefore he needed to be a little stricter with him. The woman categorically disagreed with this and spoke openly about it, which greatly frightened the head of the Song clan. She then pointed her finger at Song Yan and asked if the man really wanted to make Song Bek the same way. She really didn't like the fact that the child, who was only 13 years old, didn't smile at all and didn't pay attention to his mother, but instead spent his days training with a sword. It seemed that Song Yan heard these words and therefore stopped his training while bringing his breathing back to normal. The boy looked to the side to understand what was going on and why there was so much noise around. He saw his parents as his younger brother, who were arguing with each other. Song Yan immediately understood what was going on and therefore was not at all surprised by this. The woman continued to tell her husband with discontent that he had already pushed through the older child, but she would never let him raise Song Bek in this way. All this was closely watched by Song Yan, who nevertheless remained cold and indifferent. Suddenly, the boy smiled slightly because in fact he was amused by his parents' arguments. After this, the boy looked at the son with a satisfied expression, believing that their family could be called happy. Some time passed. All training was completed because night had already fallen. Suddenly, a bright lightning strike pierced the dark sky. After this, a heavy rain began, which was observed by Song Buqian. The man was very surprised because the weather had deteriorated too suddenly, and there shouldn't have been any rain today. The clan leader then suggested that this rain would not end quickly, and therefore all training would have to be postponed until tomorrow and allow his students to rest. This decision could not help but be influenced by the thought that Song Buchun's wife would be very worried about her youngest son catching a cold due to bad weather. The clan leader suddenly glanced at his jade sword, which was lying on the rack nearby. Looking at his weapon, the man assumed that he really shouldn't have scolded Song Bek, since he himself had neglected his affairs in the estate. After that, the head of the Song clan took his sword in his hand because he himself should not forget about training. The next moment, Song Bujong suddenly pulled out his sword from its sheath and prepared to do something he was very familiar with. To begin with, the head of the clan began to concentrate, from which a mysterious aura appeared around his weapon and himself. Immediately after this, the man launched a sharp blow into the air, as if he imagined that his enemy was standing in front of him. The single blow was so powerful that it raised a cloud of dust around. Along the way, all this was accompanied by bright bursts of energy. Song Bujong didn't intend to stop at just this. His weapon was still filled with energy, and the man himself had already taken a fighting stance. For the next action, the man also needed some time to concentrate, because he was not going to practice only regular punches. The next moment, Song Bujong suddenly jumped up and launched a series of powerful attacks at the imaginary enemy. These attacks would certainly leave no one with a chance to survive. Someone was watching everything that was happening from the side. This person, who was hiding from the rain under an umbrella, was very lucky to see the training of the head of the Song clan. That man was Song Yon, who, watching his father train, thought that the roots of a tree that grew deep into the ground were not afraid of frost. However, in order to maintain green leaves all year round, it was necessary to get rid of hurricane winds and winter cold. Song Bujong didn't notice that he was being watched, and so he continued his training to the delight of his only spectator. Suddenly, the man made a sweeping swing of his sword and then quickly rushed forward towards his imaginary opponent. After this, Song Bujong turned back sharply, because he was already ready to repel a blow to the back. All these movements took the man only a few moments. Song Yan was amazed by the level of skill his father possessed and could not take his eyes off him for a second. At the same time, the boy thought that his father had reached the 8th line of the family technique, dream, and therefore it could be confidently said that his tree was evergreen. After that, Song Bujong put his jade sword back in its sheath because the training was already over. The head of the Song clan breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he only made a few swings of his weapon, this required incredible strength and skill. Then the man turned to his son and asked why he had come here so late. It seemed that Song Buqian had noticed the boy's presence from the very beginning, and therefore was not at all surprised. Song Yan came closer to his father and said that he came here to report that the general was looking for the head of the clan. The man was surprised by this. The boy continued to tell that some elderly woman asked to be allowed into the clan's territory to wait out the rain. Song Buqian, hearing this, began to wonder what the old woman was doing here at such a late hour. Song Yan knew that outsiders were not allowed in here, but the old woman's situation seemed hopeless, so he decided to ask his father for permission first. Song Buqian felt that his son didn't need to worry about it because he would go and check it out himself. The head of the clan was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned to the boy to ask him something. Suddenly, the man asked Song Yan what her father's path was in her opinion. His father in silence for a while, not knowing what to answer. Song Bujong didn't get an answer and thought that he was too greedy because no matter how gifted Song Yan was, asking him about the 8 traits was already too much. Suddenly, Song Yan calmly replied that his father's path was green. Song Bujong was shocked by this because he did not expect to receive an answer. Meanwhile, the boy continued to say that his father's path was like the roots of a tree firmly rooted in the ground to withstand the winds. Sun Yan became convinced that this was why the tree remained evergreen. Sun Bucheon, hearing all this, suddenly began to laugh loudly because he was very happy that his son answered the question. The man, of course, knew that his son was capable, but he never expected that at that age he would already be discussing family techniques with him. Song Yan was very surprised by this reaction and did not understand what his father meant. Suddenly, Song Bucheon placed his jade sword in the boy's hands and told him to take it for himself. The man also said that from tomorrow, Song Yan would begin to practice the path of white jade. The boy was surprised by this because he knew that only the head of the clan could use white jade. To this, Song Bucheon said that it was simply a good sword that should be owned by someone who could use it properly. After that, the head of the Song clan laughed again and said that his mood had improved so much that he was almost ready to give his bedroom to the old woman. After some time, Song Bujong already met an elderly woman who needed help, and after asking her about everything, he was surprised to learn that she was heading to the Huazhong Temple. Explained in her tired voice that she was heading to this temple because she wanted to offer respect to Buddha. The reason for this was her son, who was taken to war but returned without a head. She wanted to pray for the negligent mother who could not protect her son in order to receive forgiveness and meet him in heaven. Song Bucheon, hearing this, thought about something for a while. He probably felt sorry for this old woman. That is why he allowed her to enter and promised that they would provide her with a room for the night, and in the morning he would order the temple to send someone to escort the old woman there. The old woman was very grateful to the head of the Song clan and said that with such merits, his fame would spread throughout the entire Shanxi province. The old woman followed Song Bucheon and continued to say that she believed in his good name. At that moment, the man began to be overcome by some strange sensations. Suddenly, the old woman said that with such a character, a man would easily show his back to the unfortunate old woman, after which she shot at him from a small nightstand. The next moment, a loud scream from Song Bucheon, caused by intense pain, echoed throughout the area. Surely no one heard it because the thunder in the sky was much louder. The head of the Song clan sank to the ground and, holding his hand to his neck, angrily asked what the old woman was doing. The old woman began to say that she had prepared well. She knew that the Song clan was only a village sect, but it was one of the top 3 in Shanxi province, so it would be a problem if the man exceeded her expectations. The old woman continued to say that it was too early for her to die, but suddenly Song Bucheon drew his sword and mercilessly cut off her head with one blow. Blood and particles of mysterious energy in all directions. Song Bucheon didn't notice that something was wrong, because now he was overcome by severe pain, and the poison that had already penetrated his body provoked a bloody cough. Despite this, the man continued to fight for his life with all his might. He was helped in this by the furious anger he felt towards the hypocritical old woman. Suddenly, an ominous voice addressed the man, asking him not to overwork himself so much. The head of the Song clan was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. The ear that came from the old woman's body continued to say that the man was poisoned by sand, 7 steps in pursuit of the soul, and therefore the more he moves, the more pain he will have. The next moment, a completely different short man began to emerge from the elderly woman's body. Song Bucheon was amazed by this sight because it was really hard to believe and it looked scary. Seeing a small, ugly man in front of him, the head of the Song clan was surprised and asked who he was. The stranger was in no hurry to answer this question because he believed that it was not the most important thing right now. He suddenly declared that the Song family would be destroyed today anyway, after which a crazy smile appeared on his face. Song Bucheon did not tolerate this impudence and, despite his lack of strength, rushed towards his enemy, simultaneously ordering him to shut up. To this, the stranger only smiled slyly and asked the man not to rush. Along the way, the villain decided to demonstrate to his opponent his weapon, which was his own sharp claws, capable of lengthening at his command. Opponent despite everything, but the latter managed to stop the iron sword with his claws. No matter how hard Song Bucheon tried to press, the stranger's claws did not give in and seemed to be even better than an iron weapon. As it turned out, the harder the head of the Sun clan pressed his weapon, the deeper the stranger's claws penetrated the metal. Song Bucheon was shocked to see this, as he did not understand how this could be possible. The man immediately stepped back, admitting that this opponent was much stronger than it initially seemed. Song Bucheon immediately realized that his sword had become corroded, but this realization did not lessen his surprise. The man knew that there was no metal that could corrode steel, which meant that it was definitely a technique that belonged to the Blood Demon Shai tribe. The stranger admitted that Song Bucheon was indeed an amazing person, but warned that if he continued to move, he would be severely poisoned. The head of the Song clan looked at his opponent with horror, not understanding what could have brought the minion of the leader of the demonic cult here. Suddenly, the stranger said that having something that could not be controlled was a reason to get angry. Song Bucheon did not understand what this meant. Then the demon, with a smile on his face, explained that he was led to the white jade sword that belonged to the head of the Song clan. He continued to say that the old man was very impressed by the power of the white jade sword and wanted it for himself, which meant that this weapon would become the first trophy of the Central Plains. Then the demon, unable to contain his joy, said that the first honor from the Society of True Demons would be given to the Blood Demons. Hearing this, Song Bucheon immediately realized that the demonic cult had started operating again, which he didn't like at all. The man suggested that perhaps it was an advance guard and they would attack soon. In that case, as the demon had said, the extermination of the Song family was inevitable. Then Song Bucheon thought that it was good that he gave the jade sword to Song Yan. The man also thought that now his family needed to leave before reinforcements arrived. That was why the head of the Song clan rose to his feet and grabbed his sword more tightly. The demon, seeing this, asked if the man really wanted to start his final battle. Responded to this, but only looked back. In the distance, he saw Song Yan. The boy, who had been watching what was happening in the yard from the very beginning, was very worried and did not understand what he should do now. Suddenly, Song Buchian gripped his sword tighter and spoke loudly to the children of the Song family, saying that they had to survive no matter what. After this, the head of the Song clan fearlessly rushed at his opponent, already understanding that this would be his last battle. Sun Yan, seeing this, was shocked by what was happening and was already about to run forward in order to help his father defeat the uninvited guest. Suddenly, someone grabbed the boy's hand tightly, thereby stopping him and not allowing him to do what he had planned. It was Sun Yan's mother who, without letting her son go, said that he shouldn't have gone there. Sun Yan loudly asked his mother to let him go because he wanted to go and help his father. Suddenly, the woman looked at her son with a stern gaze and said that it was an order from the head of the Song clan, after which she asked if the boy really dared to disobey him. Song Yan was shocked by these words and no longer knew what to do. Meanwhile, Song Bujong had already entered into battle with a representative of the Shuri blood demon tribe in order to delay him and buy as much time as possible for his family. Song Yan still decided to obey the order and, looking at his father through tears, mentally asked him to definitely stay alive. After this, the boy ran into the room where his mother and younger brother were. Soon, Song Yan was already waiting for his mother to prepare Song Baek to escape from their home. The boy was trembling with excitement but did not let go of the jade sword. Song Baek didn't understand what was happening and asked why his mother was dressing him at such a late hour. The woman tried not to show her excitement and explained with a smile that he and his older brother were going on a trip. Song Baek was surprised by this and then asked why Song Yan turned away from them. Turning towards the woman, she saw that Song Yan was indeed standing with his back to them and was trembling all over. At this time, the boy was thinking whether it was right to save and throw himself here. He also thought that it was best to send his brother and mother to a safe place and go to help himself. Sun Yan was interrupted from these thoughts by his mother's voice, who spoke to him. Turning to his mother, the boy saw her taking the pendant off her neck, which surprised him greatly. Then the woman handed her decoration to her son and asked him to take it. It was the sign of the Sun clan, which depicted ascending dragons. It served as proof that the brothers belonged to the Sun clan. Sun Yan took the decoration but kept looking at his mother with a shocked look. Then the boy clenched his teeth tightly from the realization and regret that his mother was also going to stay here. Sun Yan was about to object to this, but he didn't have time because the woman hugged him tightly goodbye, said with a smile that her eldest son was already quite grown up, and she did not understand how she had not noticed this before. Sun Yan could no longer hold back his tears because he understood that today was the last time he saw not only his father, but also his mother. An unexpected woman turned to the bewildered Song Baek and asked him to come over to them. She hugged her sons and asked the youngest of them to obey his older brother in everything. The woman went on to say that from that day on, they were both one and therefore should never have been separated. She continued to say that brothers were friends who were sent to each other by heaven, and therefore their friendship was not a duty but a privilege. The woman asked that Song Baek follow his brother like a father, and that Song Yan guide his younger brother to the true path. Song Yan, through tears, promised that this would be so. After this, the brothers went down through a hatch in the floor into a secret passage, which was intended for just such cases. Song Baek asked his mother if she would go with them. The woman, in order to calm her youngest son, said that the brothers would go ahead and she and her father would follow them, but a little later. Song Baek, hearing this, immediately began to smile, because he thought that all this was like a game of hide-and-seek. The woman continued to smile and confirmed that it was a game of hide-and-seek, but her eyes at that time expressed regret because it was a very long game of hide-and-seek. After that, she closed the hatch in the floor, thinking along the way that without knowledge of martial arts, she would only be a burden to her sons. She then moved the bed to hide the entrance to the secret tunnel, believing that this was the best way to save her children. At this time, Song Yan was determined to fulfill his mother's request and therefore began to take his younger brother to a safe place. The woman mentally asked her children to survive and be happy, after which she sighed with relief. Then she sat down on the floor and began to humbly await her fate, while rejoicing that she had fulfilled her duty and saved the children. At this time, the loud voice of the general of the Song clan was heard in the corridor, who, seeing unfamiliar people in the house, asked who they were. At that very moment, an unknown man in black clothes mercilessly pierced the man's body with his sword. Another minute later, a real massacre began in the corridor, which was accompanied by the swinging of swords and the screams of people. The wife of the head of the clan remained sitting on the floor, unable to influence anything. Meanwhile, outside, Song Buchian's bloody sword was thrust with a loud noise into the stone tiles that paved the courtyard of the estate. The head of the Song clan leaned on his sword, breathing heavily from fatigue and the effects of the poison. Despite this, He did not even think of taking his stern gaze off his enemy. The demon laughed cheerfully and said that it was the first time he had fought a person who was able to last so long in a battle with a member of the Shi blood demon tribe. However, the demon was already getting bored, so he asked Song Buqian to give him the white jade sword, promising that then he would kill him painlessly. In response to this, the head of the Song clan, leaning on his sword, began to rise to his feet while thinking about whether his children were able to get to a safe place. The man then suggested that fortunately today the heavens did not wish for the fall of the Song family. The next moment, Song Bujong looked at his opponent with a stern gaze and suggested that he end this battle right now. The demon laughed again and said that no matter what, it should have looked like the Song clan was destroyed by another sect. Song Bujong did not listen to his opponent and was preparing to use the very technique that belonged to his clan, and for this he had to concentrate. A moment later, the man was ready, so his gaze was calm and completely focused on the enemy. The demon saw this and was very scared, which caused him to open his eyes wide, because he did not expect that Song Buqian still had the strength for such a strong attack. The next moment, the head of the Song clan quickly approached his opponent, and while he was confused, he dealt 7 crushing blows. After that, the man rushed forward with lightning speed, attacking the demon with the 8th blow, which was the last one. The demon was shocked by what happened and did not understand how Song Bujong managed to do all this, despite numerous wounds and the effects of 2 strong poisons at once. The bloody demon was not destined to find out the answer to this riddle, because just moments later his body was literally torn to pieces. After this, the head of the clan thought that the 2 poisons that the demon had poisoned him with did not go well together, and so he managed to stabilize them. However, Song Bujong knew that his time was coming to an end anyway. Suddenly, the man heard an ominous voice that said that the Song clan's technique did not gain its fame for nothing. This shocked Song Buqian. The head of the clan immediately turned back to see who the voice belonged to. On the roof of his house, he saw several dark silhouettes, one of which praised the man for managing to deal with the bloody demon. However, the unknown person was interested in what Song Bujong would do if the 12 balls of the True Demon Society fought against him. One of the true demons told Song Bujong that after the defeat in the war, the demon cult was in a humiliating position for 40 years. The True Demon Society had always been at the forefront of promoting martial arts, which was why they were ordered to bring back the Song family's jade sword as their first trophy. The demon leader explained that the destruction of the Song family would mark the end of their era of humiliation, so all members of the clan and the entire village had to be destroyed. This was the order of the man who, sitting on the throne, hid his identity under a black cloak. No one present in the hall began to argue. Song Bujong frowned as he looked at his suddenly appearing opponents and thought that now only they were left. The head of the clan decided that he had to hold out a little longer at any cost in order to be sure to hold off the true demons. That is why the man, ignoring his fatigue and numerous wounds, grabbed his sword more tightly, realizing that it would not be possible to simply come to an agreement. Suddenly, he loudly turned to his opponents and angrily asked what the dogs of the demonic cult were doing here. No one reacted to this insult, and instead one of the demons calmly told his colleagues that they needed to sort this out completely before the head arrived. The next moment, all the representatives of the True Demon Society suddenly jumped up from their seats and headed towards the head of the Song clan. 4 opponents at once intended to mercilessly kill Song Bucheon right now, for which they had already prepared their weapons. At this time, someone's quick steps were heard in the tunnel that was located under the Song clan's estate. Song Yan and Song Baek, as their mother asked, quickly ran through the tunnel, trying to get to a safe place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, already tired, Song Baek turned to his older brother and asked him to run more slowly. Song Yan also quickly suggested, saying in passing that Song Baek should have been patient a little longer. No matter how hard the child tried, his strength still left him, which is why every new step brought him severe pain. However, Song Baek could not stand it and stopped, falling to the ground to rest. Sun Yan, seeing this, immediately asked his brother what he was doing. Sun Baek suddenly declared that he would not go any further. Song Yan was dissatisfied with these words and asked his brother to get up and invite them since they did not have time to rest. Said with regret that he no longer had the strength and didn't want to go anywhere. Instead, he wanted to stay here and wait for their mother to catch up with them. Song Yan couldn't tell his younger brother the whole truth, but Song Baek's behavior had already begun to anger him. Still, the boy grabbed his younger brother by the hand and, dragging him along, asked him to go faster despite the child's fatigue and objections. It was at this moment that a loud sound was heard throughout the tunnel, and the shaking of the earth indicated that the cause was outside. Song Yan was very surprised by this and wondered what could have happened outside. Suddenly, Songbek spoke loudly to him in order to attract his older brother's attention to his discovery. A small child pointed his finger at the wall of the tunnel, which had collapsed slightly, allowing a small beam of light to penetrate into the dark room. At this time, someone's thick blood was flowing like a stream on the street and slowly spreading across the ground. It turned out that it belonged to one of the demons of the True Demon Society, who, judging by his appearance, no longer posed any danger to Song Buqian. In addition, another demon was eliminated, who will never again be able to raise his weapon against the Song clan. The largest of the true demons was very unhappy with the fact that Song Bujong had killed his comrades, and so he intended to take revenge on him right now for this. The demon, who used a huge iron ball on a chain as a weapon, was getting closer and closer, and sincerely wished the man death. Despite this, the head of the Song clan did not even think of running away, but instead, he made one precise strike with his sword, which hit the iron ball straight. At that very moment, the demon's weapon began to crack and emit a mysterious aura that could not help but surprise him. What was happening in surprise, not understanding how this was even possible? Song Bujong quickly took advantage of his opponent's loss of concentration and launched another powerful attack, this time hitting the demon straight on. It turned out that the man managed to cut off his opponent's arm with just one blow, causing splashes of demonic blood to fly around and loud cries of pain to echo. The girl from the True Demon Society was very unhappy that her colleague had taken so long to deal with Song Bucheon, who was already almost a corpse. She already understood that she would have to finish this fight, so she fearlessly rushed to meet the head of the Song clan, who stood in place and waited for her attack. Having chosen the right moment, the girl pushed off the ground sharply in order to more effectively use both of her swords at once. The unexpected demon enthusiast suddenly disappeared when she saw what was happening ahead. This sight shocked her. The girl immediately stopped her attack and stopped at a safe distance from her opponent in order to observe what was happening. It turned out that the girl was very alarmed by the mysterious aura that suddenly began to envelop Song Bucheon. She didn't understand what it was and was in no hurry to attack the head of the Song clan. The girl was also amazed that Song Bujong was still able to use any techniques because it was believed that he was about to die. Continuing to look at the head of the Song clan longer and longer, she felt that the overwhelming feeling of fear was taking hold of her more and more. Suddenly, the girl heard someone's voice calling her and her colleagues idiots because they wouldn't take the words that Song Bujong was a difficult opponent seriously. She immediately recognized this voice and therefore turned sharply to the side. The girl saw a dark silhouette of a man on the roof of the house, realized with horror that it was the head of the demons, who had already arrived despite the fact that his subordinates had not yet completed his task. The mysterious man with scars on his face did not scold his subordinates, but instead ordered the true demon warriors to attack Song Bucheon. At that very moment, several people rushed past him, quickly heading forward to carry out the leader's order. About 10 warriors in black clothes intended to attack the head of the Song clan at the same time. To do this, they first launched their throwing weapon, which was an iron chain with a sharp tip. However, despite the approaching danger, Song Bujong remained standing as if he already knew that his opponents would not succeed. The man then calmly stated that this place would become the grave of the demons who invaded his land. The next moment, the man was consumed by rage, which seemed to give him new strength to continue the battle. To begin with, the head of the Song clan began to sharply swing his sword and deflect the dangerous projectiles that were flying straight at him. After this, it was the turn of the true demon warriors themselves, the number of which no longer had any meaning. The man gritted his teeth in rage and threatened that he would not leave a single one of his opponents alive. After this, the man began to strike many blows with his sword, some of which seriously maimed the warriors and some killed them instantly. The girl from the True Demon Society watched what was happening and couldn't believe that Song Bucheon's martial arts were so strong. She knew about the rumors, but didn't think that they were really true. Suddenly, the head of the demons, who was also watching the fight, smirked and said that the head of the Song clan was just playing with them. The girl was very surprised to hear this. After that, she asked the head to give her a little more time in order to fully understand, but the man decided to check for himself whether Song Bujong was already ready for a serious battle. After that, the demon leader suddenly called Song Bucheon his old friend. The girl was very surprised by this and did not understand what the leader meant by this. Meanwhile, Song Bujong continued to fight the warriors of the True Demon Society, making his threat come true. At the same time, the man was only thinking about the fact that he needed to hold out a little longer. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice saying that Song Bujong had finished on the 8th line as expected. This surprised the man greatly. Turning to the side, the head of the Song clan saw that another enemy was already approaching him at great speed, who was much stronger than all the previous ones. Despite this, Song Bujong had no choice but to accept this fight. First, he defended himself from the enemy's sudden attack. The head of the demons greeted his old friend with a smile and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Song Bucheon was shocked to see this man in front of him, and so he asked why he was here. The head of the demons did not want to talk about all the reasons, and therefore, continuing to smile, he only said that this matter was not connected with personal hostility. After that, the man attacked the head of the Song clan again, and I was surprised that he had not lost his strength yet. Song Bujong did not react to these words in any way, because he was completely focused on the battle, thanks to which, despite his condition, he was able to repel the enemy's attacks. The demons from the True Demon Society stood to the side at this time and were amazed at what they saw in front of them. They watched intently as the demon leader and Song Bujong fought each other equally. It was hard to tell which of them looked more confident and had a better chance of winning. In addition, the girl noticed that both opponents used the same martial art and did not understand why this was so. It really was like that. The fighting stance, hand position, and weapons were really identical. Only the expressions on the opponent's faces were different. Despite this, Song Bujong still tried to find his opponent's weak point, so he continued to attack him. The Demon Lord praised his opponent with a satisfied expression and said that his Song family techniques were still excellent. At the same time, Song Bujong was very angry and asked the man not to disgrace himself, because the fugitive did not dare to mention the Song family's techniques. Confirmed with a smile that he was indeed a fugitive, but he believed that even a healthy pine tree could be destroyed. The next moment, the man's sword began to cut through Song Bujong's weapon, causing it to break at any moment. The head of the Song clan was shocked by this, but immediately realized that his opponents had used the corroded area to damage his weapon. Suddenly, the demon leader asked if the man knew that without the jade sword, the Song clan's techniques only had half their power. Without waiting for an answer, he swung his sword sharply, thereby finally breaking Song Bujong's weapon and simultaneously seriously wounding him. Song Baek, who was watching the incident with tears in his eyes, screamed loudly in grief when he saw that his father was injured. The head of the demons, hearing this, immediately turned to the side, trying to understand where this scream was coming from. The man looked around carefully but saw nothing but the dead bodies of his subordinates and the consequences of a long battle. The only thing that attracted the attention of the head of the demons was the stone fence covered with cracks, but the presence of such damage was not surprising. As it turned out, the man should have looked a little lower, because as a result of the battle, the underground tunnel in which the children of the Sun clan were hiding collapsed a little. Sun Yon, not tearing away all his tears, watched what was happening on the street while simultaneously covering his younger brother's mouth so that he would not make any more noise. Suddenly, someone addressed the head of the demons, causing him to immediately forget about the strange scream he had heard just recently. As it turned out, the warriors of the true demons found and brought to their master the wife of Song Bucheon. The head of the Song clan was shocked when he saw the woman, because he could not believe that she was really here now. However, the man realized that she had not run away, which caused his eyes to fill with horror. He immediately began to loudly ask why his wife was here and what happened to their children. The woman did not answer. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the demon leader. The woman was also familiar with him, so she greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Replied regretfully that he did not want to meet her under such circumstances. At this, the woman said that the head of the demons was still as stupid as before. She continued to say that she thought that in the past the man realized that he would not achieve anything this way, but she was wrong, and therefore warned him that in the future everything would be the same. The demon leader was in no hurry to answer, as he was carefully considering what Song Bujong's wife had said. Still, the man thought that the woman's last words were very boring. The head of the Song clan was horrified upon hearing this, because he immediately understood what his opponent intended to do. Suddenly, the woman turned to her husband to talk to him one last time because she herself knew what would happen next. Looking at Song Bucheon, she couldn't hold back her tears and sincerely said that she was happy to meet him. The woman did not have time to say everything she wanted, because the sharp sword of the demon leader ended her life in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Song Bucheon screamed loudly in grief and cried from the impossibility of fixing what had happened. Meanwhile, blood began to spurt from the huge wound on the body of the head of the Song clan's wife. Song Bujong could not remain meekly in place and therefore rushed towards the woman. The man understood that his wife would never hear his words again, but he wanted to at least take a closer look at her face one last time. Finally, he hugged the lifeless body of the woman while addressing the head of the demons. Song Bujong, who was trying his best to contain his emotions, asked why the man killed his wife, since she had nothing to do with them. The head of the demon was surprised by this question because he had already explained everything to his opponent not so long ago. He recalled that he had no personal animosity and did not come here to sort things out. The man continued to say that the head of the Song clan was guilty only of possessing something that was not suitable for him and of not having the strength to protect it. Song Bucheon, after hearing these words, understood what his opponent was talking about and asked if this was really the only reason he had arranged all this. At the same time, the man concentrated energies, which was accompanied by the appearance of a mysterious aura. This indicated that the battle was not yet over. The demon leader was very surprised when he saw this and could not believe that Song Bujong intended to continue the fight despite his condition. Next, the head of the Song clan extended his hand towards the broken sword that was lying nearby. Due to the influence of mysterious forces, the weapon began to tremble slightly. The next moment, the iron sword quickly flew straight into Song Bucheon's hand, who had long been ready to grab it. Now, from the man's appearance, one could say with certainty that he was completely ready to continue the battle with the head of the demons and take revenge on him for everything he had done. The demon lord looked at his opponent and thought that he had used the Great Void technique, which was the Song clan's ultimate technique. It could only be achieved by reaching the 9th line. The man was very surprised by this and assumed that Song Bujong was able to surpass his limit due to anger. However, the head of the demons was not at all worried that the man would be stronger than him. He directly told his opponent that his technique would not be able to reach him. Consumed with anger, Song Bujong was not going to listen to the head of the demons who killed his wife, and therefore demanded that he shut up while already attacking him with his sword. The next moment, there was a huge explosion which raised clouds of dust into the air and caused a blast wave. Song Bujong's hand was shaking heavily from fatigue and was barely listening to the man, which made him barely able to hold his sword. It turned out that the blade of the man's sword would never be able to catch up with the head of the demons. This is exactly what he had literally just warned Song Bucheon about. It turned out that the reason for this was the warriors of the True Demon Society, who had tightly bound the body of the head of the Song clan with iron chains. Song Bujong understood that this was the end for him, but the rage that filled him did not allow fear to take hold of the man. In the end, he threatened that it would come when the head of the demons was killed by the children of the Song family. The man replied that he would look forward to this moment, after which he swung his sword sharply. The next moment, the demon leader, with an unperturbed expression, dealt a fatal blow to his opponent, taking his life. The man's lifeless body immediately fell to the ground, spraying bloody streams around. After this, the head of the demons breathed a sigh of relief, but his face seemed to show regret for what had happened. The man quietly said that he did not want to pay for the wound he received in this way. Suddenly, one of the warriors of the True Demon Society appeared behind the man and turned to him to tell him something. The head of the demon immediately asked what had happened because he noticed that his subordinate was somehow worried. The next moment he heard that his subordinates had managed to discover a secret passage. This information surprised the man. He immediately remembered the children he had seen recently and assumed that they were the heirs of Song Bucheon. Suddenly, the head of the demons began to smile slyly, while thinking that otherwise it would be completely boring for him to collect the debt in this way. Still, the man briefly ordered his subordinates to leave here, which could not help but surprise everyone present. The shocked girl from the True Demon Society immediately asked what the clan leader meant when he gave this order. She was sure that the white jade sword had definitely been taken away by the children of the Song family, and was afraid that their elders would find out that they had let them go so easily. The man suddenly asked if his subordinates still didn't understand that the Song family's technique and jade sword were just an excuse to attack. The demon chief continued to say that he originally had no intention of indulging the wishes of the old men who intended to collect items. The girl was afraid that their bosses would not leave it that easily. The man just laughed at this and said that for fun, once every 10 years, it was possible to suffer punishment. After this, the head of the clan, together with his subordinates, began to leave, feeling the girl's uncomprehending gaze on him. She was shocked by the man's words and wondered what he was planning. Some time passed. From the high hill on which stood a small building, it was clearly visible how the fire was devouring the family estate of the Song clan. The children had already managed to get out of the tunnel and were safe. However, Songbek was unhappy and asked his brother why they had left instead of helping their wounded father. Song Yan couldn't tell his younger brother everything, and so he silently endured his complacency, although it was very hard for him now. Song Baek continued to cry for some time and said that his brother was strong and could help their parents. In the end, the little child fell to the floor from helplessness. He still looked silently at his brother, without a doubt feeling guilty. Suddenly, Song Baek, through tears, loudly called his older brother a coward and said that he would never forgive him for this. The next moment, the child felt Song Yan hug him tightly. This amazed Song Baek, who really needed this more than any excuses right now. It seemed that now the youngest of the heirs of the 7 sons began to calm down little by little, feeling that he was not alone in such a difficult moment. However, this was a mistaken opinion, because Song Baek began to break free from the embrace, simultaneously demanding to let him go and again calling his brother a coward. To this, Song Yan, without saying anything, hugged Song Baek even tighter, pressing him to himself in order to calm him down. Then, the eldest son of the Song clan, through tears and anger, promised his brother that he would definitely take revenge on those who killed their parents and deprived them of their home. These words did not calm the little child at all, because they could not fix everything and bring the dead back from the other world. That was why Song Baek felt that there was no point in his brother's desire for revenge. Instead, the child, continuing to cry loudly, suggested that Song Yan simply go to their mom and dad. For some time, the brothers cried silently, trying to cope with the pain that had so suddenly overtaken them. Several days passed. Our heroes, having traveled a long way, arrived in a large city called Beijing. This city was quite famous, and that is why people from all over the country came here. And where there were people, there were also traders with their goods. Among all the people, 2 children clearly stood out, hiding their identities under long cloaks. However, no one paid attention to them anyway. Song Baek seemed to be very tired from this long journey, which is why he was breathing heavily as he took steps forward. Despite this, he did not complain. Song Yan also walked forward silently, only occasionally glancing at his younger brother and making sure he didn't fall behind. Suddenly he saw Song Baek looking at the food counter with regret. He was clearly hungry, but he didn't say anything about it. Song Yan saw this and decided to ask first if his younger brother was hungry. Song Baek was taken aback by this question. However, the boy did not answer and, turning away from his brother, moved to the side so that he would not follow him anymore. Sun Yan silently looked at his younger brother, not understanding what was happening to him and why he was behaving like that. The boy thought about the fact that since that day, Song Baek had not spoken to him at all, so he assumed that his brother still had not recovered from what happened. Then Song Yan sighed heavily and asked the little child not to go anywhere and not to wait for him here. Song Baek became very worried when he heard these words, but he continued to stand silently in place, turning away from his older brother. Song Yan explained that he was going to leave for a while to look for food for them. After this, the boy left, hoping that his brother would listen to him. Song Baek was very scared that Song Yan was leaving him alone. The little boy tried to object to this, but he could not say anything at all. Song Baek mentally begged his brother not to abandon him. He was even ready not to eat just so as not to be alone. Since the boy was unable to say these words, Song Yan soon disappeared into the crowd of people, making him completely invisible. At that moment, Song Baek, who was almost crying from fear, remembered the words of his older brother who had recently said that he would not abandon him. This memory calmed the child a little, so he resigned himself to the fact that he would have to be here alone for some time. Finally, Song Baek asked out loud for his brother to come back quickly, but Song Yan, of course, no longer heard him. After some time, Song Yan once again received cruel responses from people to his request for help. The man who poured water on the child began to say with displeasure that it was bad luck to meet beggars in the morning, after which he threatened to beat the boy the next time he saw him. After that, Song Yan continued walking, thinking along the way that the people in the city were heartless, but he hoped that among so many people, at least someone could help them. That is why the boy continued to walk forward to find these people. But in doing so, he was only able to attract the attention of suspicious individuals. Several people immediately noticed the lonely child and then began whispering about something among themselves. Soon a whole group was following on Song Yan's heels, clearly with bad intentions, since some of these people were armed. The boy almost immediately realized that he was being followed, but instead of running away quickly to a crowded place, he stopped. He then fearlessly turned to the suspicious strangers and asked what they wanted from him and why they were following him. The pursuers immediately stopped on the spot, and I am surprised that the lonely child was not at all afraid of them. The bald man with a beard asked the boy not to worry because they had seen him being chased away several times and realized that he was hungry here, so they wanted to treat him to food. The man asked Song Yan to go with them, but suddenly he was taken aback because he saw something. He couldn't take his eyes off the suspicious bundle that Song Yan was carrying on his back. The boy immediately noticed this look and realized that these people wanted to take away his white jade sword. He also assumed that these men were local bandits. The heir of the Song clan might have been able to deal with these scoundrels, who certainly did not have martial arts, but there were too many of them, so the child began to run with all his might. The bandits, seeing this, also jumped up and started running after the child because they really wanted to take his valuable sword away from him. Song Yan continued to run forward, thinking along the way that he had been too self-confident and that he and his brother would be safe if they left Shanxi province. The boy now understood that it wasn't only people who mastered martial arts who were dangerous to them, so he had to quickly take Song Bek and go to Liaodong. At this time, a cart pulled by 2 strong horses was slowly moving along the city streets. Such transport testified to you the high status of the one who was in the cart. Suddenly, a little girl leaned out of the carriage window and began to look around and be surprised at everything, as if she had never seen anything like this before. She saw happy residents of a big city walking down the street and enjoying life. She was also impressed by the large number of merchants who offered their goods to people. An elderly man who was riding with the girl in the carriage warned Su Ryung that if she continued to lean out of the window like that, she would fall. Su Ryung replied with a smile that this would definitely not happen because she was a student of a great master. One of the 4 heads of the Marima schools, whose name was Damo, suggested that the girl was simply nervous because she was going out into the city for the first time in a long time. After that, he thought that even in the spacious Marima school, the child would sooner or later become bored, so sometimes it was worth taking her out for a walk in the city. These thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected loud sound which did not bode well. What the old man had warned the girl about happened. She looked at the beauty of the city surrounding her and fell out of the carriage. By an unfortunate coincidence, Su Ryung was currently flying head-on into a sharp rock, which guaranteed she would receive a serious injury. The girl was very afraid of what would happen to her next, so she closed her eyes, already anticipating feeling severe pain. After a few moments, Su Ryun finally opened her eyes, but she didn't feel that anything had happened to her. The girl realized with great surprise that she was, as if by magic, hanging in the air without falling onto the sharp stone. It turned out that Damo contributed to this, who with the help of his skills was able to save the child in time. Then the elderly man asked if the man who fell out of the strip and almost died from hitting a rock was really his student. Su Ryung, despite what had happened, confirmed this with a smile, adding that she was the student of a caring person who would not leave his beloved student to die. The old man was surprised by this answer, but was clearly not very pleased that his student did not admit her guilt. Still, he praised her for her eloquence, after which he finished using his ability. Because of this, Su Ryung could no longer hover in the air, and so she fell to the ground with a crash, asking her teacher for forgiveness along the way. The girl thought that this was too serious a punishment, and believed that even though she had done something wrong, the older man should not have abandoned her like that. After that, Su Ryun began to wonder why the carriage had stopped and looked around to find out. The girl was truly shocked when she saw something so unusual in front of her. On the road, right in front of the cart, there was a boy lying, tightly clutching something with his hands. It was Song Yan. He fell to work without any more strength and could no longer continue to run away from his pursuers, so he could only tightly grip the priceless jade sword. The worried Su Ryong immediately approached the boy and, I don't know what she was supposed to do, asked him to wake up and get up on his feet, but he didn't react at all. Still, Song Yan managed to find the strength to raise his head and look at the girl who was addressing him. Su Ryun blushed with embarrassment while thinking that the boy, fortunately, was alive. She also noticed that this guy's face was very red, so she wondered what could have happened to him. Suddenly, Song Yan lost consciousness again and fell to the ground, which greatly frightened Su Ryung. At this time, Damo had already approached her and said that she would already be dead, because she had looked at the stranger for a very long time and intently. Su Ryun tried to explain that everything was wrong, but the old man did not listen to her and said that since his student was in love with this guy, he had to save him. The girls really didn't like such statements, but teacher Damo didn't pay attention to it and checked the pulse of the child who had lost consciousness. The old man realized that fortunately, the boy had simply passed out from exhaustion. He also assumed that, judging by his build, he looked like a trained child from a warrior family. The elderly man was very interested in what could have happened to him, but the next moment he instantly forgot about everything he was thinking about because he saw something shocking. Damo stared at the sword that Song Yan, despite his condition, was clutching tightly in his hands. It seemed that the old man immediately understood what kind of weapon it was. Meanwhile, the same pursuers appeared on the street, Rejoicing that they were finally able to catch up with the child, the chief of them turned to the old man and with a smile asked him to give him the sword, since it supposedly belonged to him. Teacher Damo was in no hurry to fulfill the suspicious stranger's request and looked again at the child and the weapon, which he clearly did not want to part with. The elderly man then asked the stranger if the sword really belonged to him. The bandit confidently confirmed this, after which he threatened that if the old man interfered with them, he would definitely not leave here in one piece. Despite the threats, the elderly man did not even think of fulfilling the stranger's demands, but instead picked up Song Yan in his arms. After this, the old man, demonstrating his strength to the scoundrels, menacingly asked how the bandit dared to appropriate the sword that had cut off the heads of countless followers of the demonic cult. The bandits were very frightened by this. Some time passed, the sun had already set behind the horizon, and so people began to quickly return home. But Songbek, as his brother had asked, remained in the same place. The little child held a medallion in his hand and remembered what had happened to them just recently. A few days ago, he and Song Yan stopped in the forest to rest. The eldest child immediately started doing something. Songbek looked at his brother with confusion and was a little dissatisfied with the fact that he was making a lot of noise. The child thought that it was time for them to sleep, but it was too noisy here, despite the fact that Song Yan himself said that they should behave quietly because of the pursuers. Finally, the noise made by Song Yan died down. Songbek was surprised by this and prepared to find out what all these manipulations were for. Sun Yan began to return to the fire. His younger brother, seeing this, immediately turned his back on him, not even wanting to see him. At the same time, Songbek thought that his older brother was a coward and he would never forgive him. Song Yan saw that his younger brother did not want to talk to him, so he did not try to start a dialogue. Suddenly, Songbek heard his brother place something on the log next to him. Turning to the side, the little child saw that on the log lay half of a medallion with the image of the sign of the Sun clan. Song Yan explained that now if they split up, his brother would only have this half of the medallion with the rising dragon. After this, the guy sat down next to his brother, no longer expecting to hear any words from him. Sun Yan, looking at the night sky, only promised that he would not abandon Songbek. The little boy was very surprised by these words and therefore, for the first time in a long time, decided to look at his brother's face. Song Yan also looked with a smile at the only person in this world he could completely trust. Suddenly, tears began to drip onto the half of the medallion that Songbek was clutching tightly in his hand. A small child sat at night on the street of an unfamiliar city and cried, remembering his brother's promise that he would not abandon him. Still, Songbek began to wipe away his tears, realizing that this would not help him at all. After this, the child stood up on his feet because he was no longer going to just sit here and wait. A little boy decided to wander alone through the dark streets of the city. Soon he saw in front of him the bright lights of a carriage that was quickly driving in his direction. However, she had no intention of stopping, giving Songbek the opportunity to continue on his way alone, to think about something for a moment, but still did not attach much importance to these thoughts. Songbek had no idea that his older brother was currently in the very same carriage that had just passed by him. Songbek walked in the right direction, while regretfully thinking about how Song Yan had abandoned him despite his promise. Teacher Damo was the head of one of the 4 strongest cults. This title referred to the 4 strongest martial artists who participated in the Great War against the demonic cult 40 years ago. After that Great War, these masters retired and founded their own cults. These 4 cults constituted the Murima School, sacred to all cultists. It was to the Murima School Hospital that the elderly man brought Song Yan, who clearly had no plans to stay there for long and was soon demanding to be released. The boy spoke loudly about how he needed to leave because his younger brother was waiting for him. The hospital workers tried to calm Song Yan down. Damo said that he was sorry because he didn't know that the guy had a brother there, but the old man asked him not to worry because he had already sent a man to look for him. Despite this, Song Yan continued to loudly insist on his own and say that he had to go. Everyone was very surprised by this behavior. Song Yan couldn't hold back his tears because he knew that somewhere out there in the darkness his younger brother was still waiting for him. Teacher Damo again asked the boy not to worry and promised that they would definitely find the child and bring him here. I wish the man swore this in the name of one of the 4 heads of the Murim school. Su Ryan also asked the guy to calm down and trust her teacher. Sun Yan didn't respond to this and continued to cry, realizing that they wouldn't let him leave here. Soon it was deep night and there was no light in the windows of the estate. This meant that its inhabitants had long since slept. However, there was one person who not only was not in his bed, but also decided to take a walk at this late time of day. It was Song Yan, who, taking his sword with him, deftly climbed over the stone wall, intending to do what he had planned. Before finally leaving Marima Hill, the guy turned back and thought. He understood that the promise of one of the 4 chapters was absolute. However, Song Yeon also understood that he didn't have time to wait, because right now his younger brother could be in danger. That was why the guy, without further ado, quickly headed forward, intending to find Song Baek at any cost. Some time passed. Sun Yeon ran through the forest and thought about how deep he was in the mountains, because he had already run for quite a long time. But the mountains still did not end. Now the guy understood why the location of Murim's school was known to few people. Suddenly, Song Yeon saw a man in the distance, humming a melody under his breath and calmly walking towards him. This man looked very strange and paid no attention at all to the child who was wandering through the forest at such a time of day. His appearance greatly impressed Song Yeon, who did not even try to hide his surprise. It was very strange to see what the man was carrying on his back. There were 3 balls at once. In addition to this, there were 3 more swords on the man's belt, which means that he had a total of 6 paths. As he got closer, Song Yeon also noticed the stranger's clothes, which looked very unusual. We'll see all this. The guy suggested that he might have once heard about this man. It was obvious that it was one of the martial arts masters, so Song Yeon decided to act naturally, hoping that there would be no bad people near the Marima school. 2 travelers who were moving in opposite directions were getting closer and closer, but completely ignoring each other. Soon they passed by silently without exchanging a single word. It seemed that now Song Yeon could calmly continue on his way. Suddenly the stranger smiled slightly and praised the guy's sword, which he couldn't help but notice. The next moment, Song Yeon pulled out his sword from its sheath and swung it sharply, intending to use it to defend himself against the suspicious man. The guy stopped his weapon a few millimeters from the stranger's neck, who seemed completely unsurprised by what was happening. The man looked at the guy and asked what he was thinking of doing, since he had only praised his path. Song Yeon replied that everyone who said that ultimately wanted to get his sword. He then asked the man to stand still, promising that, in that case, he would quietly leave. Hearing this, the stranger assumed that the guy had misunderstood something, since he already had a lot of swords, but Song Yeon continued to ask the man to remain silent and stand still. Despite the danger, the man had already said that the guy was too hasty with conclusions. Along the way, she did not get acquainted with this. She was already bringing her hand to the white jade sword. The next moment, he lightly swiped his finger at the blade of the sword, but the force was enough to send Song Yeon flying far back. The guy still managed to stay on his feet, but what happened couldn't help but surprise him. Song Yeon now understood that the man really wanted to fight him and was willing to give him the opportunity. However, there was something that really bothered the guy. He had a feeling that something was wrong with his sword. Looking to the side, he saw that the blade of his weapon was shaking. He could not believe that the stranger had such power, capable of provoking such a reaction with just one touch of his hand. Meanwhile, the stranger laughed and said that he really wasn't mistaken, because in the guy's hands there really was a very expensive white jade sword. Song Yeon was shocked that the man recognized this sword, which caused him to have some thoughts. Baron remembered how his father told him and his brother that their grandfather was a hero of the Great War, which caused genuine surprise in the children. Song Bu-jung continued to tell that their grandfather saved Murim along with the 4 heads of the Murim school. Song Yeon guessed that this was why their grandfather was given a white jade sword that exterminated countless demons. The head of the Song clan confirmed this and added that the sword had been through a lot when it belonged to Han Hyul. It was said about this warrior that his strength was unmatched among the 4 heads. Hearing this, the delighted Song Baek guessed that it was Han Hyul who was the strongest among the 4 heads of the Murim school back then. Song Bu-jung confirmed this and added that after the Great War, there was even an expression that described the strength of this warrior. 3 swords and 3 paths. If you meet Han Hyul, run. Remember all this, Sun Yeon was very surprised that he did not understand everything at once, because it was not often possible to meet a person who carried 3 swords with him. If the guy's guess was correct, then that same strongest Han Hyul was standing in front of him now. Suddenly, the man stated that there were only a few people who had put a sword to his throat and survived. Song Yeon was very nervous and thought that the stranger looked young, but it was definitely Han Hyul, so running away from him was pointless. Still, the guy decided to defend himself, but he was not accepted into a fighting stance, which surprised the man very much. Han Hyul looked at the guy and thought that he probably understood who he was, but despite this, a fighting spirit was burning in his eyes. For the first time in a long time, the man saw something interesting, so he offered Song Yeon a small bet. He promised the guy that he would let him go unharmed if he made him pull out at least 1 sword within 20 seconds of the fight. However, if Song-yeon cannot do this, he will become his disciple. The guy was very surprised by this condition. It was hard for him to believe this, so he didn't answer, continuing to stand in a fighting stance and expecting some kind of trick. Han Hyul assumed that the guy was dumbfounded because he was very happy that he could become his student, after which he promised that he would make him the strongest warrior after himself. Unexpectedly, Song-yeon asked the man to keep his word. Han Hyul was surprised by this because he did not understand what exactly the guy was talking about. Song-yeon gripped his sword tightly with both hands and prepared to fight. The next moment, he loudly asked the man to let him go if he forced him to draw one of his swords during the fight. Han Hyul was truly shocked by these words because he expected the guy to beg to become his disciple. 2 years have passed since these events. The city continued to live its life, and merchants continued to attract customers and tell them about their goods. In addition to small shops, there were also full-fledged stores along the street, which had a much richer selection. In one of these stores, a satisfied customer has already placed a heavy bag of money on the table to pay for the goods. The seller was not very pleased with his regular customer, because he always gave the money before checking the goods. The man knew without this that the goods of the blacksmith were always perfect. Hearing this, the old man resigned himself and loudly called out to Song-baek, who was standing on the street, asking him to bring the goods. The blacksmith's young assistant soon brought a large bundle of iron tools into the shop. The main character didn't go into detail and briefly asked where he should put this product. The regular customer looked at the guy and was surprised at how quickly time had flown by. He then asked if it had really been 2 years since the blacksmith had picked up this boy. The elderly man recalled that he had been worried at the time because the child had been too weak. The man continued to say that despite this, the boy grew up quickly, but then and now he was still silent. The old man agreed with this. Soon the day was already drawing to an end, which meant that the blacksmith and his assistant had to go home. Song-baek walked silently forward along the now familiar road, leading an ox that was pulling a small cart. The elderly man also silently looked at the guy while thinking about something meticulously. The old man believed that Song-yeon was very different from ordinary children, and judging by his physique, he once studied martial arts, but the boy himself never told his story. Suddenly, the blacksmith turned to his assistant to talk to him. The old man directly asked the silent boy if he wanted to return to his home. Song-baek did not expect to hear this question. However, the main character looked down and briefly answered the question in the negative. Approaching a large building which was already visible from afar, the guy confidently said that his home was here. Continuing to look forward, Song-baek was very surprised by something because she never expected to see something like this. It turned out that there were several dozen armed soldiers standing near the blacksmith's house, who were clearly accompanying someone. Suddenly, an elderly man in armor appeared behind them, who stood out strongly from the other men. Blacksmith was not at all surprised to see this man, because he had not expected to see such an important guest at such a time. The old man and his assistant quickly headed towards the soldiers, asking along the way what had happened and why they hadn't warned about their arrival. Elderly man, adjusting his headdress, greeted the blacksmith, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. It turned out that this old man in bright armor with a red cloak was a general of the Eastern Army. Blacksmith and Song-baek immediately fell to their knees and bowed deeply to their suddenly appeared guest, thus showing their respect and reverence. Suddenly, a little girl approached the old man, greeted him with a smile, and said that she was there too. Song-baek was very surprised to see her, and for some time he couldn't take his eyes off her. The girl was also surprised to see the main character here, and therefore immediately asked who it was. Song-baek sat alone away from home and waited for the adults to discuss their affairs. He was clearly not very happy that so many people had come to their house. The guy looked closely at the horse, which was stamping its feet in order to stretch its legs because it had been standing there for a very long time. This horse was here to pull a cart with important beloved ones. Armed soldiers humbly stood in one place and guarded the valuable transport. Song-baek watched all this from afar and recalled his past before that fateful night. The guy thought that his family once had such a cart and much more, but all this remained in the past. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice addressed the boy and asked him what he was doing there. Song-baek was very scared from the surprise. Looking back, he saw the same girl who had arrived with the general. She was accompanied everywhere by a formidable soldier. The girl greeted the guy with a smile and said that her name was Tonbani. After that, she asked the silent stranger his name. Song-baek hadn't interacted with other children for a long time, so now he was discouraged and didn't know what he should answer. The guy could only look at the girl and think about how she had recently arrived here with the general and his soldiers. Suddenly, the man who accompanied Tonbani turned to the protagonist and said with displeasure that he should have answered when he was addressed. The man's menacing face quickly changed to excitement as he saw his mistress heading towards the blacksmith's assistant. Tonbani just wanted to sit next to Songbek and talk, but it scared him so much that the guy quickly jumped aside. Among other things, this embarrassed the main character, which made him blush. At the same time, he asked in an excited voice what the girl wanted from him. Tonbani once again stated her name and added that she was 9 years old, after which she expected the guy to also introduce himself. But he could only think that the girls seemed even more beautiful up close. Finally, the embarrassed boy looked away and briefly answered that his name was Songbek, and he was 11 years old. Tonbani was very surprised by this and felt that the main character was like an older brother to her in terms of age. This comparison greatly disturbed Songbek. However, the girl with a good-natured smile on her face continued to say that in that case the guy could call her Lime, which meant little sister. Songbek was very surprised that a girl he barely knew so easily allowed him to call her his little sister. Tonbani happily confirmed that the guy could indeed call her that, after which she called Songbek brother, which again greatly surprised him. Then Tonbani saw that the guy's face turned red and therefore asked if he was sick. Songbek immediately began to deny it. The soldier watched all this with displeasure. The man was very angry at the main character and thought only about how he dared to talk to his mistress like that. The soldier assumed that the guy did not understand at all who he was talking to now, because if he knew who Tonbani was, he would not have dared to even look at her. This girl was the daughter of the one who stood at the very top of the million-strong army and, with the exception of His Majesty the Emperor, had the greatest power. Tonbani was the precious unmarried daughter of the Minister of War and an army general. That is why the soldier was very angry that this village boy dared to behave like that with her, showing absolutely no respect. Suddenly the man calmed down when he heard Tonbani's loud laughter. This surprised him very much. The girl laughed good-naturedly at the fact that Songbek's cheeks turned red, not feeling any awkwardness at all. The man who was watching this from the side suddenly changed his mind about the main character and was no longer angry with him. He was amazed because he couldn't even remember the last time the girl smiled so sincerely, and in general, the soldier was seeing her smile for the first time since the death of the elder lady. Initially, the man was afraid that this trip would be too difficult for Tonbani, but now he was glad that the girl had come here and met the main character. It was soon time for forgiveness. Tonbani waved her hand cheerfully to her new acquaintance. The girl leaned out of the carriage window and continued waving her hand, suggesting that Songbek have some fun next time. The main character silently watched the carriage and could now only think about Tonbani. He thought this girl was strange, but from the small smile on his face, you could tell that he definitely liked it. Suddenly, the blacksmith O appeared next to the guy and said he was surprised that the main character could have such an expression on his face. Songbek immediately began to answer with a sideways glance and deny any of the old man's assumptions. Despite this, the elderly man understood everything perfectly well and therefore said that in a month, Songbek and Tonbani would meet again. The guy was very surprised by this. The old man will continue to say that it is precisely because of the reason for this meeting that from tomorrow onwards, he and the guy will have to do a lot of work. After this, the blacksmith O called his assistant into the house because it was already getting chilly outside. Son Beck happily ran after the old man, thinking along the way that in a month he would meet that girl again. The next day arrived. The sun had just appeared on the horizon, but fruitful work was already in full swing in the forge. The elderly man skillfully hit the hot metal with a heavy hammer, giving it the desired shape. There was quite a lot of work, so the blacksmith O did not stop for a moment in order to have time to carry out the general's order. Suddenly something caught the elderly man's attention, causing him to momentarily look away from his duties. It turned out that it was Song Beck, who brought a bucket of water. The old man, seeing the boy, asked him to come closer because he wanted to show him something. Blacksmith O began to tell him that from today on, the boy would help him repair weapons, despite the fact that it was the first time he had seen anything other than agricultural tools. Songbek answered briefly, but with obvious displeasure, that he knew what the sword looked like and what it was used for. The old man was surprised by this, because for these 2 years the boy had only looked at tools, but at first glance he determined that it was a sword and certainly knew about the path. Now the old man was absolutely sure that this child was definitely from a family of warriors. After that, he noticed that Songbek was clenching his fist as if he was dissatisfied with something. At this time, the main character was thinking that as a child he did not understand everything, but now he knew exactly why his clan became like this. The guy clenched his teeth in anger, believing that all the troubles he had to endure happened because of a piece of metal. Suddenly, the old man, seeing the guy's reaction, said that the sword was just a sword. These words greatly surprised the main character. Songbek didn't understand what the old man meant, and so he prepared to listen to him carefully. The old man, waving his hammer, explained that if a bad person used a weapon, it only brought evil, but in the hands of a knight, it became a righteous weapon. The old man continued to say that the sword in his hands, which he tried so hard to fix, belonged to a man who led millions. This sword helped the general defend the country from enemies from the north. Then the blacksmith fell silent and lowered the hot metal into the cold water, which caused a loud hissing sound and water vapor to rise high up. After this, the old man said in a calm voice that it was impossible to live in hatred, and therefore the main character had to live looking to the future. Some time passed. Songbek was again carrying water to the workshop, thinking along the way that his grandfather had been repairing the general's sword for many days. However, the main character still did not understand what the elderly man meant. The guy had been thinking for several days about what it meant to live looking into the future, but he still couldn't find an explanation. However, Songbek felt that the old man genuinely cared about him. There were very few people left who treated him sincerely. The boy believed that these people were his mom and dad, who always looked after him and worried about him. In addition, one of these people was that strange girl whom the main character recently met. Remembering Tonbani, the guy began to smile and his cheeks turned red from embarrassment. He was very happy that in just a few days he would meet this girl again. Meanwhile, Songbek was already approaching the workshop, noticeably improved from thinking about Tonbani. So when he entered the room, he said with a smile that he had already returned. Suddenly, the bucket of water was torn from the protagonist's suddenly weakened hands and fell to the floor with a crash. Songbek was very scared because he saw that the elderly man was unconscious and lying on the floor. The guy was already beginning to anticipate the worst. After some time, a doctor arrived at the blacksmith's house, examined the old man, and made him bed. Suddenly, the man began to cover the body of the blacksmith as if he had already died. Seeing this, Songbek was very scared and hoped to get an explanation from the doctor as soon as possible. The man simply handed the boy a small bag and told him to give it to the old man twice a day starting from today. Taking the medicine, Songbek asked if it would definitely help the old man recover. The next moment, the doctor briefly stated that this remedy would only help reduce the pain. These words shocked the main character because he understood what the man meant. Finally, the doctor said that this old man was a good man, so the boy should bury him in a good place. Songbek could no longer hold back his tears. Some time passed, and then loud ringing sounds began to be heard, which even the elderly man could hear through his deep sleep. These sounds did not stop, so the old man began to wake up and breathe heavily from pain. Blacksmith O was already able to sit on the bed and began to come to his senses while listening to his surroundings, but just at that moment the sound stopped. It took the old man some time to remember what had happened to him. He finally understood why he was in bed in the middle of the workday. The old man exhaled heavily and thought that the heavens were heartless because they still didn't want to give him a little time to finish the sword. Besides this, the old man was worried about something else that was unfortunately inevitable. He felt very sorry for Songbek, who would be left all alone after his death. These sad thoughts were suddenly interrupted by loud sounds coming from somewhere in the next room. The elderly man still found the strength to get up in bed and find out who was working in his workshop at such an hour. The old man was very surprised when he saw what was happening in his forge. It turned out that Songbek decided to finish the old man's work himself, and taking a hammer in his hands, began to strike the hot metal with force. The main character had already started working a long time ago, which is why bright sparks were flying all over the workshop. It seemed that Songbek was very angry and took out these negative emotions on a piece of hot metal. During this work, the guy thought that he would be left alone again, and all this was because of his helplessness. He remembered his mother and father, whom he would never be able to see again. Songbek also never forgot about her older brother, who broke his promise and disappeared. Now the grandfather who had taken care of him for these 2 years could also leave at any moment. The guy repeated again that all this was because of his helplessness. However, the main character felt that he could not allow this. These thoughts made him angry and gave him strength. That's why the guy could continue to hit the metal hard and get the job done. The main character was completely focused and already knew exactly what he wanted. Songbek's greatest wish was to never lose anyone again and never be alone. The elderly man quietly entered the workshop and began to watch as his assistant diligently tried to repair the general's sword. The old man's eyes almost welled up when he looked at the child, because he remembered something. Several years ago, a doctor sadly informed an elderly man that it would be difficult for him to live even 1 more year. Therefore, he advised the old man to put aside all his affairs and spend this time calmly. Of course, such news could not please the Forjo. As soon as the old man found himself alone, he began to think about the fact that he had 1 year left. The old man had no regrets about his life, but there was one thing that still bothered him. At that moment, the old man suddenly heard quiet steps behind him, which was quite strange considering the late time of day. Turning back, Blacksmith O saw a small child who looked like an orphan. The eyes of Song Bek, who was wandering around alone, were too sad so they couldn't leave the old man indifferent. The elderly man understood that this was just his little whim before death, but he still offered the little protagonist something to eat. Blacksmith O brought the child to his house and fed him, thinking that after that he would leave. However, Song Bek, since he had nowhere to go, stayed and began to help the old man in his work. So some time passed. The child grew up but still remained with the blacksmith, not telling him about his past at all. The old man was very sorry that in the end, he would have to leave and leave this child alone. Suddenly, Song Bek heard a familiar voice behind him saying that if he continued to hit the sword so hard, it would only break. Turning back, the main character saw his grandfather heading towards him. He was very surprised by this because he had assumed the worst. The old man continued to say that the guy screamed so much while he was working that he scared him to death. Song Bek asked hesitantly if everything was okay with the elderly man, since the doctor was saying completely different things. Blacksmith O called this doctor a charlatan, who 2 years ago predicted his imminent death. That's why the old man was smiling now and asking the protagonist not to worry about it. Song Bek was so happy to hear this that he didn't believe it at first. Suddenly, the old man began to scold the guy and ask how he dared to smile when he almost broke such a precious sword. The main character had already begun to make excuses. However, he shouldn't have done this because it was just a joke. In fact, the old man thought that this time the sound of the blow was very good. Song Bek was very happy to hear this and also assumed that his grandfather's condition had improved. Suddenly, the old man asked the main character to finish working with this sword himself. This request surprised the guy very much. Song Bek couldn't believe it, so he asked if his grandfather really wasn't joking and was serious about it. The old man believed that the main character had had enough of doing empty errands, because now he could do real work. From these words, Song Bek began to become very worried, which was evident in his trembling hands. Nevertheless, the main character smiled sincerely, because he was entrusted with serious work. He was very happy that he was finally recognized, so he happily agreed to carry out the order of the Blacksmith O. Soon the main character returned to work. He knew well that the basis of working with steel was high temperature. That's why Song Bek endured the unbearable heat in the workshop just to heat the metal properly. After this, the guy began to hit the product with powerful blows with a hammer, causing loud sounds to echo throughout the room. An elderly man silently watched all this from the side and made sure that all processes were carried out correctly. In his mind, he told the protagonist that forging a sword was a continuous and difficult process, just like life itself. The old man was confident that by going through hard and tiring times, Song Bek would one day be able to achieve happiness. Suddenly, the Blacksmith O began to close his eyes and smoothly lower his head down, unable to resist because of this. To the sound of the hammer, the elderly man took his last breath and then seemed to freeze in place. Meanwhile, Song Bek continued his work and was so focused on it that he didn't notice what was happening right behind him. After another blow with the hammer, the main character suddenly stopped and looked in surprise at the sword he was forging. The guy was very happy because he had just heard the same sound that was heard when iron was stuck, which was a good sign for him. The main character immediately decided to share his joy with his grandfather and therefore turned to him loudly saying that he had succeeded. The joy on Song Bek's face quickly turned to horror as he finally saw what had happened to the old man. The main character completely forgot about his work and therefore dropped the sword from his hands due to strong excitement. For a while, the guy just looked at the old man, hoping that he had simply fallen asleep sitting on the bench. However, there was little hope because the elderly man did not move at all and did not even breathe. Finally, Song Bek dared to come closer to check on his grandfather's condition. The guy turned to the old man and happily informed him that he had managed to make that perfect sound. Blacksmith O did not answer this at all, which caused the boy great anxiety. He began to wake the old man, but he did not prostrate himself. The boy loudly asked his grandfather to open his eyes and continued to say that he had made the right sword. Despite this, the main character saw only a frozen smile on the old man's face. Song Bek realized that the inevitable had happened, and he began to cry loudly and scream furiously from grief. The death of the Blacksmith O caused the main character more than just sadness. The guy screamed because of the realization that everyone who loved him was gone. Soon a new day dawned. The carriage with people of high status inside slowly moved forward, accompanied by several soldiers. A joyful Tonbani, despite her subordinates' worry, leaned out of the carriage and, looking ahead, asked how much longer they had left to go. The general, who was also riding in this carriage, was surprised and asked if the girl really wanted to see her brother Songbek so much. Tonbani only smiled sincerely at this, but her cheeks, flushed with embarrassment, indicated that the general's assumption was absolutely correct. Seeing this reaction, the elderly man realized that his precious daughter really liked the main character. Soon Tonbani saw the same blacksmith's house in the distance and was very happy, because now it became clear to her that she was about to meet Songbek. After some time, the joyful girl, as always accompanied by a soldier, approached the blacksmith's house and loudly announced that she had arrived. She really wanted to find the main character as soon as possible, but when it happened, Tonbani felt very anxious about what she saw. Songbek sat alone in a dimly lit room among scattered tools, holding in his hands the very sword for which the general had come such a long way. The guy noticed the arrival of the guests, but even the appearance of the girl he so wanted to meet again could not cure his sadness. Soon the main character told the general about what happened and showed him the place where he buried the old man. At this place, a small child even managed to install a small tombstone in memory of the person who showed him kindness. Tonbani, seeing this, could no longer contain her emotions. The girl began to cry loudly because, in addition to pity for Songbek, all this reminded her of her own loss. Seeing this, the soldier turned to his mistress and said that it was cold outside and therefore she should return to the carriage. Tonbani didn't want to leave because she understood how hard it was for the main character, and she wanted to support him, but she still had to leave him alone with his father. The general was also very saddened to learn about what had happened, which made him sigh heavily. The elderly man was very sorry that he had not managed to arrive earlier and repay his debt to the blacksmith for his good work. After that, the old man began to think about Songbek, who said that he himself had finished working on his sword, which undoubtedly surprised the general. Based on this, the old man assumed that the main character knew how to read and write, since he was able to make an inscription on the tombstone himself. Suddenly, the general turned to the guy and asked if his name was Songbek. The protagonist confirmed this. After this, the elderly man said that if the guy had nowhere to go, he could go with him. Songbek, upon hearing the general's offer to go with him, was at first very surprised by this, and therefore did not rush to answer. However, soon the guy was overcome with sadness, and he began to think that everyone who cared about him sooner or later left. The main character was very, very worried about this thought. Vitya, these separations were always painful for him. That's why the guy didn't want it to happen again. He then thanked the general for his offer, but felt that it would have been better for him to refuse it. The elderly man was very surprised by this decision, which is why he now didn't even know what to say. He felt sorry that the boy refused, because the old man didn't want such talent to go to waste. Nevertheless, the general resigned himself to this decision and, leaving, asked the main character to take care of himself. Songbek bowed respectfully after him, saying goodbye to the elderly man. Suddenly, the general saw his daughter quickly rush past him and run towards the guy. Tonbani really didn't want to part with the main character, so she grabbed his hand. Songbek was very surprised by this and did not understand what the girl wanted to tell him. Tonbani, almost crying, loudly asked for her brother Songbek to go with them. Soon after, the carriage in which the general was riding with his daughter arrived at the high stone walls of the palace. The soldiers followed the cart meekly and maintained absolute silence. Instead of making empty conversation, they carefully monitored their surroundings. The main character, who nevertheless accepted Tonbani's offer, was riding on horseback with one of the soldiers. However, it was clear that Songbek was not particularly looking forward to the beginning of his new life, since each such change did not bode well for him. Along the way, the guy remembered Tonbani, who asked him to go with them and believed that she suggested it only out of sympathy. The main character didn't need any sympathy at all, but the warmth of her hands was exactly what the guy had been missing for a long time. This touch reminded Songbek of his kind mother, who always tried to protect him from anyone. The main character continued to think that even though he went with the general because of Tonbani's stubbornness, he didn't want to be here at all. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by the voice of one of the soldiers, who reported that they had already arrived. After this, the man turned to the surprised Songbek and told him to get off his horse already. The guy performed this action without further ado, not even realizing where he was. Then the main character began to look around and was soon very surprised by what he saw. It was hard for him to believe that this huge palace with its vast surrounding area was the house in which Tonbani lived with her father. The maids learned of their master's arrival and immediately came out to greet him. Tonbani, seeing the woman, quickly rushed towards her, rejoicing along the way that she had finally returned to her nanny. The woman was also glad to see the girl and therefore hugged her tenderly as if she were her own daughter. At this time, General Wok himself came out of the carriage. Only numerous servants and subordinates saw him and immediately greeted him in chorus. Songbek continued to be amazed at how huge the general's house was and guessed that it was even bigger than the Song clan's house. Nanny Tunbani immediately noticed the unknown boy who arrived with her master and was surprised by this. Then the woman asked the general who this child was. At first, Tonbani didn't even understand who her nanny was asking about. Still, the girl answered that it was brother's son. The woman was simply shocked to hear when Tonbani called this boy a bronze. Meanwhile, the general confidently declared that he had brought this boy with him. It seemed that these were not just words. All the elderly man's subordinates and servants were very surprised when they heard this, as if they could not believe these words. Songbek was also surprised, but the reason for this was the people's reaction. He did not understand what was going on. The protagonist saw how, soon after the general's statement, some of the servants began to whisper among themselves, discussing what had been said. Meanwhile, the old man turned to the same soldier whose name was Mo Yon. The man immediately began to listen attentively to his master's order. The general, heading towards his house, calmly declared that from now on, it would be Mo Yon who would take care of this child, which could not help but surprise the soldier. The old man heard the doubt in the man's voice, and so he asked him directly if he really didn't want to do this. Mo Yan immediately began to deny it so as not to anger his general. Then he sighed heavily, realizing that he definitely could not refuse this job. After this, Mo Yan turned to the protagonist with displeasure and ordered him to follow him. At the same time, he thought that he already had a lot to do, but now he also had to take care of this child. Songbek seemed to feel that his appearance here no longer made anyone particularly happy, but now he had no choice but to obey. The boy meekly followed the soldier with his head down, so as not to see the intent gaze of the servants, who continued to whisper among themselves, discussing the latest news. At that moment, the main character did not understand why people were so surprised and passed this news on to each other. However, in the East, bringing a child into a family where there was no man first requires the appearance of an heir. That is why, after some time, all the servants began to treat the main character with respect and call him master. Now, Songbek, in his new status, felt much more confident and was not afraid of a repetition of his sad past. The general's estate had everything necessary for life and even more. Right now, the boy was heading to the training ground where his teacher was already waiting for him. It was Mo Yan, who was not very happy that the protagonist was late for training. Songbek apologized for this and explained that he was late because he was accompanying the lady. Now the guy was ready to start training with Mo Yan, who had already risen to the rank of general over the past few years. The man was unhappy that the boy called him general instead of senior, so he was already preparing to teach his student a lesson. Songbek was ready and therefore took a fighting stance, simultaneously asking for forgiveness again and saying that he understood little, so it was difficult for him to remember the man's words. Mo Yan then asked if the main character had already prepared for his exam. Answer to this guy is that he trained every day like an officer. His determined look said that he was ready for anything. Mo Yan praised the protagonist for this and suggested checking how much his skills had improved. The next moment, the man suddenly jumped up and rushed towards his student, intending to attack him. At this time, Songbek had already prepared to repel this blow. Finally, the opponents clashed in battle. Mo Yan attacked his student, but he managed to repel this strong attack. The man had no intention of giving the boy time to rest, so he immediately swung the training stick again to try to block this blow. To Mo Yan's surprise, the main character was able to defend himself from this attack as well. So the man began to believe that he really did have the skills of an officer. Observing the movements of his student, the man assumed that Songbek had improved the basic technique of the four-way spear based on training fights. However, Mo Yan was a little tired of all this. So once again attacking the main character, he simultaneously asked how much longer he would defend himself instead of attacking. Songbek, hearing this, smiled slyly, because he assumed that his teacher was already a little angry, which meant it was time for him to act. After some time and several attacks, Mo Yan was quite tired and was now breathing heavily, while saying that the main character had really become much stronger. That's why the man took the training spear in his other hand, believing that he had no other choice. Songbek, hearing this, became slightly alarmed because he realized that now his exam would become much more difficult. The next moment, Mo Yan, with renewed vigor, rushed to attack the protagonist, loudly asking him to try to parry his next attack. Mo Yan's powerful attack on the training ground caused a huge explosion, which raised thick clouds of dust in the air. After this, the man began to laugh at his student and ask where all his confidence had gone. Songbek was truly shocked by his teacher's antics and asked if he hadn't used special techniques against which it was clearly too early for him to defend himself. Mo Yan, in response to the guy's question, stopped twirling the training cap in his hands and placed it on the ground. Then he said with a serious look that it would not be defenseless hares fighting against the guy on the battlefield. The man's sudden change in mood really surprised the main character. Mo Yan continued to say that mastering special techniques was just a step towards passing the exam. Besides, there was no enemy who would fight the guy in the manner practiced in training, so Songbek should remember this well. After this, the man swung his spear again and rushed to attack the main character, not even thinking of giving in to him. Songbek tried to defend himself from the strong blows as best he could, but it was obvious that it was difficult for him to do so. At the same time, the guy thought about how strong his teacher's blows were and was afraid that at this rate, his training weapon would not withstand and break. The next moment, what Songbek had been so afraid of happened. Mo Yan's next attack literally cut the protagonist's wooden stick in half. From this powerful blow, the guy began to lean back and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, Mo Yan did not attack him at that moment. Still, he managed to stay on his feet, noticing along the way that his teacher had used a real combat spear against him in the fight, which made everything even more difficult. However, the enraged Mo Yan did not even think of stopping, and therefore again ran towards the main character in order to continue attacking him. Despite the approaching danger, Songbek threw away the other half of the broken spear, while acknowledging that his teacher was strong. But martial arts on the battlefield should have been more effective. Mo Yan was very surprised that the main character had no intention of defending himself at all. The guy just stood there meekly, allowing his subscriber to approach him without hindrance. Mo Yan was very afraid that at this rate his student would suffer greatly. The man was approaching so quickly that he could no longer stop, so he only asked the guy to quickly dodge. The next moment, another loud explosion occurred, the sound of which echoed throughout the area. Only after that did everything on the training ground become quiet. The man silently looked at the clouds of dust, waiting for them to clear in order to see what had happened to his student. Finally, General Mo Yan could see everything, and he could not contain his surprise. It turned out that despite the powerful attack and the strong explosion after it, the main character was still standing firmly on his feet. Songbek was able to successfully block Mo Yan's strike despite the fact that Mo Yan had never taught him such techniques. That's why the man was truly shocked by this. After training, Songbek had some time to think while he waited for someone. The boy was twirling in his hand half of a medallion with the image of the Song clan crest, which his older brother had given him. Looking at him, he remembered his past and what had happened to him over the years. In fact, the guy didn't want to return to these memories, but during today's training he had to do it in order to repeat the technique he learned back in the Song clan. The past only caused sadness in the main character, so he always tried not to think about it and especially not to tell anyone about who he really was. Suddenly, not far from the guy, someone's voice was heard, who was surprised that the guy was looking at this clown because usually he only hid it. It turned out that this voice belonged to Ton Bani, whom the main character had not seen for a long time due to constant employment. Songbek hid the pendant, greeted his mistress and asked if she had already finished everything. Suddenly, the girl began to get very angry, which was reflected in her entire body. The main character was surprised because he did not understand what the reason was for this, and therefore waited for the girl to explain everything herself. However, Ton Bani only continued to be angry at the guy without giving any explanation, hoping that he himself would realize his guilt. After that, she turned around and started to leave, assuming that perhaps she was mistaken. Songbek did not understand what was happening and was afraid that he had done something wrong. The girl remained just as unhappy, but still decided to give the guy a little hint. She asked if the main character really didn't understand what the problem was, while calling him young master. After that, she sighed heavily and said that she had not gone out for a walk for a long time, and therefore the person she expected to see probably did not keep his promise and did not come. Finally, Songbek understood what was going on, and so he called the girl by name, which immediately made her stand still. She was pleased to hear that the guy addressed her not as his mistress, but as his friend, which made the girl begin to smile. However, Tanbani pretended that she had not heard well and therefore asked the guy to repeat what he had said. Songbek was unhappy with this and asked him to stop bullying him. After this, the main character asked the girl to be more careful because they both knew that her nanny could get angry if he called her that. Tanbani didn't respond to this and only suddenly took the guy's arm. Songbek was very embarrassed by this. and immediately asked what the girl was doing. Tonbani did not see any problem with this and remembered that the guy had even given her piggyback rides before. This made the main character's face even redder, so he quickly freed his hand from the girl's mouth and replied that they were just children back then. Unexpectedly, Tonbani asked who they were now. This question confused the main character, causing absolute silence to reign around. The girl looked attentively at the guy, and with her whole appearance showed that she wanted to get an answer to her question from him. Songbek also looked at the girl without looking away, while remembering the past. Once upon a time, Tonbani's nanny hit the protagonist hard in the face and asked him not to be mistaken. The woman said that the others might think that the guy was brought here as an adopted son, but in fact, for the lady, he was nothing more than a toy. That is why the main character had to behave accordingly. Then the woman asked if Songbek understood everything well. The upset protagonist remained silent for a while, trying to come to terms with his participation. Still, he quietly replied that he would remember the woman's words and would behave well. Having not received an answer to her question, Tonbani turned to the guy and again asked who they were to each other now. To this, Songbek again did not respond to anything, as if he was still thinking about something. Suddenly, the main character dropped to the ground and invited the girl to climb on his back. Tonbani was very surprised by this. The girl expected to get a completely different answer, so she asked what the guy was doing at all. To this, the main character smiled and replied that he thought that this was exactly what the girl had just asked him. The guy continued to say that he considered the girl still a child, so nothing terrible should happen if he carried her on his back. Tonbani got very angry about this and asked the guy to stop it and said that she would go alone. Songbek was aiming for exactly this result, as evidenced by the barely noticeable smile on his face. After that, the guy ran after the girl and again offered to carry her on his back. Tonbani continued to be angry and did not appreciate it at all. The main character admitted that he was guilty and asked for forgiveness for this, but the girl still demanded that the young gentleman not follow her. Someone was watching everything that was happening from a secluded place. It turned out that it was Nanny Tonbani, who simply could not help but keep an eye on her charge. Seeing everything that happened, she thought that fortunately Songbek was well aware of his situation. However, the woman believed that the main problem was in her mistress's heart. After some time, our heroes found themselves on a bridge from which one could observe the movement of small boats. Besides this, Tonbani was delighted by the sunset, which was clearly visible from this place. She asked her brother Songbek to also enjoy this view. Hearing this proposal, the main character breathed a sigh of relief, because now he could definitely say that the girl had calmed down and was no longer angry with him. The guy continued to think that judging by the fact that Tonbani's mood changed literally in a second, she really was still a child. Still, the main character didn't think it was bad. He enjoyed spending time with this girl, as evidenced by the smile on his face. The guy continued to look at the happy girl and think that only two people were kind to him for no reason. One of them was, of course, Tonbani, and the second was the blacksmith O, whom Songbek was unable to protect in any way, which is why he was now very sad. Nevertheless, the main character has already firmly decided that he will definitely protect the girl at any cost and will not allow the misfortune to repeat itself. Songbek was absolutely serious, as evidenced by his determined gaze directed at the sunset. The guy was not going to make empty promises. At this time, a man who was sailing along the water channel in a large boat turned his attention to our heroes standing on the bridge. Of course, this man was interested in Tonbani. He didn't remember that there was such a girl in the area. Suddenly, one of his formidable subordinates turned to the man and briefly asked if his master wanted them to bring this girl to him. Offer for a while, but still refused. He was sure that with such a beauty as she, simple entertainment would not be enough for him. Besides, he assumed that this girl was from a noble family. That is why the man, disgustingly licking his lips, ordered his subordinates to first find out where this girl lived. It was cloudy that day. The whole sky was covered with black clouds, and somewhere in the distance, the rumble of thunder could be heard. This whole atmosphere only added to the ominousness of the already gloomy imperial palace. Right on the square in front of the palace, a general was kneeling and humbly waiting for something. Next to him was Mo Yan. The elderly man was clearly not happy with his situation, but he did not express any thoughts about it. At the same time, Mo Yan was outraged that the old man had to do this, so he asked if this was not enough already. To this, the general replied that disobedience to the emperor's decree was considered treason, and if it was so difficult for the man to wait, then he could return home. Mo Yan was very angry and could hardly contain his emotions from the fact that his master found himself in a humiliating position. The next moment, the man loudly declared that he would go to the palace right now, but the old man did not respond to this. The man continued to say emotionally that the emperor was probably at a banquet hosted by Chang Maso, which is why he didn't come out, and there was no certainty that it was the emperor who was sitting on the throne. The elderly man really didn't like what his subordinate said, so he sternly asked him to watch what he said. The old man continued to say that this Chan Maso was just waiting for a reason to destroy him, so he would use even the most insignificant reason to deprive him of power. Besides this, the general was sure that the emperor was a wise man, and no matter how much Chang Maso tempted him with sweet words, his eyes could not be deceived. Perhaps the man hoped that the emperor would soon understand everything himself, and until then he would humbly wait near the palace. As much as Mo Yan felt sorry for his master, he did not dare to object to his words, so he remained standing silently next to him. At this time, one of the many servants approached the man sitting on the throne and informed him that the governor-general was still waiting for an order, and they no longer had any excuse to refuse him. At this, the mysterious man was surprised by the old general's persistence, but still considered him ignorant. This man was the head of the agency, whose name was Chang Maso. He asked his subordinate if it was time for them to stop already. After this, the man was given a scroll with the text of the order, next to which he put his seal. When all preparations were completed, one of the subordinates began to deliver the decree to the right person. The military official named Samek Jun looked on in surprise as the man left the throne room. Then the worried official turned to Chang Maso and said that they should not have provoked the governor-general, because if he found out that the emperor was seriously ill, his entire army would march on the imperial palace. Despite this threat, Chang Maso remained absolutely calm and believed that his subordinate was overly worried. The man said that without the Liaodong army, their country would fall into the hands of the barbarians from the north. The governor-general knew this better than anyone else, so he should not have sent his troops to the capital of the state. After this, Chang Maso asked his surprised subordinate if he knew what the general's greatest weakness was. Without waiting for an answer, the man with a sly smile on his face said that he was too worried about his family, and by doing so, he would be trapping himself. On this day, cloudy weather reached the general's palace, where the main character lived. Very soon, the first drops of rain began to fall rapidly, hitting hard on the tender leaves of young plants. At this time, the young girl was practicing her sewing skills when she suddenly stopped cutting because she heard some sounds on the street. Tonbani looked to the side in surprise, trying to understand what was happening there. The girl didn't expect it to rain today and seemed a little upset about it. Despite the bad weather, the soldiers who guarded the entrance to the palace grounds still remained in place and continued their work. They saw a man approaching the gate. Having stepped into another puddle, he was very unhappy and swore. He really didn't like the fact that it started raining just at the moment when he went to get his new bride. To this, one of his formidable subordinates asked whether his master wished to have new shoes prepared for him. Surprisingly, the man refused this with a smile, although he had just been very dissatisfied. He thought that this way he would look more sincere, which would have a greater effect on the girl. At this time, the soldiers, seeing the uninvited guests, immediately prepared their spears and asked who the strangers were, since it was not allowed for just anyone to enter here. The man smirked at this and said that he was definitely not just anyone. After that, he silently looked at his subordinate, making it clear what he should do. The man immediately understood everything without further ado. That's why he slowly put his hand under his clothes to find something there. The soldiers guarding the gate were shocked when they saw what the unknown master's subordinate demonstrated to them. The man held in his hand a large gold medallion on which several hieroglyphs were carved. The stranger then asked the soldier whether he really considered the son of the Secretary of State unworthy of entering the palace grounds. The soldier was very scared and did not want to anger a man of such high status, so he did not stop him. Suddenly, one of the man's subordinates put his hand on the soldier's shoulder in order to push him aside. Finally, he said that the soldier was very lucky that his master was in a good mood today. Thus, the uninvited guests entered the territory of the governor-general's estate without hindrance and began to look for that very girl. At this time, the rain continued to fall with the same force, creating ever deeper puddles. Despite the bad weather, there was a man in this palace who was not at all frightened or stopped by it. Songbek couldn't miss his training because of a little rain, so he ignored the cold and wetness and began practicing his strikes with a training spear. All the movements of the main character were fast and precise. In order to achieve such results, the guy had to be absolutely focused. However, more and more often the boy remembered Tonbani, who sincerely smiled and called him brother. The protagonist tried not to think about it and concentrate on training. He diligently continued to practice his punches. However, the girl's cheerful laughter could not fly out of Songbek's head. Because of this, the guy was very unhappy and seemed to be starting to get angry. All of this anger Songbek took out on the air around him, which he cut through with sharp swings of his training spear. This caused a strong wind to rise, which splashed rainwater from the puddles to the sides in a rapid stream. All this quickly exhausted the main character, who was now breathing heavily from fatigue while remembering the words of the nanny, who asked him not to forget his place. Suddenly Songbek heard Dongbani's voice again, calling him brother, realized with horror that this voice was real, and therefore quickly turned his head to the side. Songbek was very surprised when he saw Tongbani in front of him, who, despite the fact that he was hiding from the rain under an umbrella, was completely covered in water. After this, the guy began to dry the girl's hair so that she would not get sick, because in that case, the nanny would be very angry with him. Along the way, he asked why Tongbani had even gone out onto the training ground. Replied with regret that the rain was very heavy and she wanted to bring the guy an umbrella, but at that moment he poured water on her. Hearing this, the main character silently looked at Tongbani and remembered something. One day something happened that left the guy lying powerless on the ground, clutching with his weak hand that same medallion with the coat of arms of his clan. Near the main character, who was apparently unconscious, sat Mo Yon, breathing heavily as if after an intense workout. On top of that, the man was all wet. At this time, Tongbani cried bitterly from her clothes, from which drops of water were dripping, and asked the main character for forgiveness. Now the guy looked at the dissatisfied girl whose clothes were still wet. Songbek didn't understand why he suddenly remembered the past, but it made him smile, which he tried to hide. However, the main character could not hold back and began to laugh loudly. Tongbani was very surprised by this and asked what the reason was for this. Having calmed down a little, Songbek looked at his friend and again plunged into his thoughts. He looked intently at the dissatisfied girl and thought that she seemed to have grown taller, but was still the same child. After that, he assumed that out of the two of them, he was the only one who felt strange, and therefore he shouldn't worry. Still, the main character with a smile suggested that the girl return to the palace so that she would not catch a cold. Tongbani still blamed the guy for pouring water on her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a stranger's voice was heard, rejoicing that he had finally found the girl. Our heroes immediately looked away in surprise. It turned out that this was the very son of a high-ranking official who arrived here with his loyal subordinates. Tongbani was not at all happy about his appearance, so she was in no hurry to start a dialogue with the uninvited guest. Still, she asked suspiciously who this guy was and whether he knew that this was not a place where outsiders could enter. The guy felt a little uncomfortable that the girl called him an outsider because very soon they were supposed to become one family. Tongbani, hearing this, was very surprised and asked what the guy meant by saying all this. The stranger said that a few days ago he accidentally saw a girl and he liked her, so he would like to share these feelings with her. The guy continued to say that he came here to propose to the girl because he believed that this was the right act of a noble man. Also said that his father was a state secretary named Lee Taechan. The girl was not impressed by all this at all, so she asked the guy to leave without listening to him to the end. The stranger was very surprised by this because he had never received such a direct refusal before. He did not immediately believe what he heard, so he asked again. This time it was Songbek who responded, rudely asking the uninvited guest to get out of here while threatening him with a training spear. The son of a high-ranking official was again very surprised by such an answer, which is why he fell silent for a while, simultaneously looking intently at the guy. Finally, he asked with displeasure who Songbek was and why he suggested annoying him. Hearing this question, the main character thought about who he really was for Tongbani. He remembered the words of the nanny, who, having hit him in the face, asked him not to be mistaken and not to forget that he was nothing more than a toy for the mistress. He also remembered Mo Yan's words during their training fight. Then the man asked the boy not to forget the reason why he was here. Finally, the main character found the answer to his question, but it was difficult for him to say it out loud. Suddenly, Tongbani's voice was heard, who confidently said that he was her lover. The son of the Secretary of State was very surprised to hear this and did not believe that he would not be able to get this girl. At the same time, the protagonist was absolutely shocked and therefore quickly turned towards Tongbani in order to get an explanation from her. The embarrassed girl, with a smile on her face, said that she fell in love with the guy during their first meeting. After that, she exhaled with guilt because she was finally able to confess her feelings and get rid of this burden. Bonnie in silence for a while, not believing that she had just told the truth. The guy already wanted to object and demand that the girl not joke like that, but she interrupted him. Tongbani was a little nervous and asked Songbek not to look at her so intently because it embarrassed her. As soon as the main character realized that the girl was speaking seriously, he became embarrassed and thought that he had guessed about her feelings, but hearing something like that directly was very awkward. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by the loud laughter of that very son of a high-ranking official. Our heroes looked at him with displeasure. The guy continued to laugh, not paying attention to anyone, and could not calm down because this situation really amused him. Finally, he looked piercingly at our heroes and asked if they were really making fun of him. After that, he silently and arrogantly raised his hand in which he held the fan and pointed at Songbek and Tongbani. The guy then suggested that he should teach the two of them a lesson in dealing with a person of high class, which he was. The next moment, the scoundrel gave an order, after which one of his subordinates rushed towards our heroes with lightning speed, which did not bode well for them. The man jumped high into the air, drawing his sharp sword as he did so, intending to teach Songbek a lesson for his insolence towards his master. Songbek saw this and realized that there was no way to avoid a battle, so he quickly turned to Dongbani and asked her to return to the palace. The girl was shocked by what was happening, so she did not react immediately. Besides, she did not want to leave the main character here alone. Then the guy again asked her to listen to him and leave from here, after which he rushed to attack his opponent, armed only with a wooden stick. A moment later, a loud explosion was heard, which raised the atmosphere around Oblakakov and provoked the appearance of strong gusts of wind. Because of this wind, the umbrella that Tonbani was holding in her hands flew out and fell to the ground despite her strong grip. The girl was very scared by what was happening right before her eyes. It turned out that the main character had failed to defeat his opponent and was now lying on the ground, trying to recover from the powerful attack. Trying to ignore his current state, Songbek once again asked Dongbani to quickly run away from here, while she still had the chance. Suddenly, the guy was pierced by a sharp pain, because his opponent did not want to spare the main character at all, and therefore pressed hard on his chest with his foot. At the same time, the man mocked the main character's fighting technique that he had just used. He said that although the guy had achieved some success in this, Songbek would definitely not pass the exam with such skills, and he was no match for the squad leader. Tonbani was very scared when she saw that the man brought his sword to the guy's neck, and tears began to appear in her eyes. Seeing this, the official's son suddenly said that this appearance perfectly suited the girl's status. These words made Tonbani very angry, so she asked how the guy dared to come and attack people in someone else's house. She also threatened that she would never let this go. The guy was not at all afraid of these threats because he was completely confident in his impunity, which his high status gave him. Then he decided to show his arrogance again and asked what the girl would do to him, after which he assumed that she wanted to tell everyone that the young lady had fallen in love with her servant. Tonbani was shocked because she did not expect that this man would blackmail her. But this was to be expected from a man who behaved in such a way in someone else's house. The guy continued to say that at first he planned to take the girl as a wife, but if she agreed to be a concubine, then so be it, he would forgive her. Tonbani's answer was not long in coming. The girl, full of rage, hit the impudent man in the face with all her might. Then she loudly asked how the guy dared to say such a thing and whether he even knew where he was. Suddenly the girl felt a sharp pain. The villain did not continue to talk and kicked the girl in response. This caused Tonbani to lose her balance and fall to the ground with a scream. This had never happened to her before. Seeing this, Songbek was very afraid for the girl and was already about to rush to her aid. However, he quickly stopped when he felt the touch of cold metal on his neck. The man with a satisfied smile on his face grabbed the guy by the hair and ordered him to sit still if he didn't want to lose his head. Meanwhile, the high-ranking official's son was still indignant that Tonbani dared to hit him. This girl, still full of rage, threatened that she would definitely make the scoundrel pay for everything he said and did. For a moment, the guy was stunned, as if he was seriously thinking about the consequences of his actions and the upcoming punishment for it. However, all this was not at all like that. The villain did not take the girl's threats seriously at all and only laughed loudly at this. After this, he turned to his subordinate and asked him to give him his sword. The man tried to dissuade the guy from this idea, but he ordered him to shut up and follow the order, while saying that he would not kill the girl. Taking out his sword from its sheath, the scoundrel smiled slyly and said that Tonbani was quite pretty, so he was interested in how much her face cost. Then the armed madman began to approach the defenseless girl, waiting to see how she would speak when he scratched her face. The man who was watching this from the side was horrified and thought that his master had gone too far, since they were ordered to simply scare the girl a little. That is why the soldier decided that he had to stop the guy despite his anger, although the mere thought of it frightened the man with its consequences. The man still couldn't bring himself to do it, but in the meantime, the scoundrel had already approached Tonbani. He asked the girl not to move with a satisfied smile on his face because he could accidentally cut her. Tonbani was very scared because the sharp cold sword was already touching her cheek, and she could not do anything about it. At this time, Songbek, filled with rage, could no longer contain his emotions from the fact that the scoundrel who unexpectedly came to their house was mocking the girl. The main character felt very bad now because he remembered that he promised to protect Tonbani. He also swore that he would not lose the girl's bright smile, but now he was completely helpless. These thoughts only made Songbeki even more angry, who no longer intended to feel sorry for herself and therefore tightly confessed to the sword. The man, seeing this, did not understand what the guy was doing and believed that even if he was just an ordinary warrior, then killing a member of the Eastern clan would cause them a lot of problems. The next moment, the main character, without sparing himself, began to break free from the man's grip, while thinking that he absolutely had to protect Tonbani. At this time, the second soldier, who came with the son of a high-ranking official, watched in horror what his master was doing. The villain laughed loudly and continued to frighten the girl and make her cry even more. It seemed that he was about to cross the line. Continuing to watch this man, I thought only about the fact that he had to stop this right now, before this self-righteous guy hurts the girl. The man was distracted from these thoughts by a sudden click that came from the opposite side. He immediately looked to the side in order to understand what was happening there. It turned out that it was the second soldier who was shouting, who came with the official's son. His hand was badly wounded and bleeding. Due to the injury he received, the man was unable to hold the main character, and so now he asked his colleague to stop the guy. Meanwhile, the enraged Songbek was already running at great speed towards the second soldier, swinging his sword along the way, which he was able to take away from the wounded man. However, the guy's subordinate was not at all scared, and only considered Songbek a fool, even though he managed to take the sword from the commander. Then the man took a fighting stance and loudly said that the weapon would not help the guy at all against the strength of the commander's martial arts. Nevertheless, the main character frowned and continued to quickly approach his opponent, as if he already knew the outcome of their clash. At this time, the man had already concentrated energy in his hands. They also say that holding a sword in one's hands did not mean being able to handle it. The next moment, the commander quickly thrust his hand forward in order to grab the main character by the neck and incapacitate him. For some time, the man could not understand the pleasure or whether he should do what he had planned or not. He soon realized that the guy had somehow managed to pass through him, leaving behind an energy trail in the shape of a green tree. This shocked the man, but he was even more surprised by the appearance of this tree. It seemed he guessed which family had such skills. After this, the commander realized how serious it was that he was unable to stop Songbek, which horrified him. The man quickly turned back and loudly addressed his master, warning him to defend himself because danger was approaching. The villain heard this warning, but did not understand at all why his subordinates were saying this, and was so alarmed. The next moment, the main character, who had already approached to a sufficient distance, dealt the guy a crushing blow with his sword, causing blood to spurt from the fresh wound. The man who arrived here with this scoundrel was shocked that his master had just been killed with a single swing of his sword. His colleague also couldn't contain his emotions. Everything happened so quickly that the captain didn't even have time to move. Tonbani was simply horrified by what she saw because she had never seen such a brutal murder before. Soon she found the strength to start speaking, but after what happened she could say very little. The girl loudly shouted the main character's name when she saw the villain's severed head lying on the ground. At this time, Songbek, who was consumed by rage, was still very tense and seemed ready to repeat what he had just done at any moment. Shocked by what had happened, the protagonist stood over the lifeless body of the uninvited guest and could not move while raindrops slowly flowed down his hair. Finally, Songbek threw the murder weapon out of his hands and it fell with a clang onto the stone-paved ground. Then the guy looked with wide eyes at his hands, trembling with excitement, not believing what had happened. In order to make sure that what was happening was real, the main character slowly turned his gaze to the side. Even after seeing the guy's severed head lying on the ground, he still couldn't believe that he had just killed a man. At this time, one of the captains was closely watching him, who was also shocked by the murder of his young master. Finally, the man realized the seriousness of what had happened, which made him very angry at Songbek. Without wasting any time, the captain rushed towards the guy, wanting to take revenge on him for the murder of the son of a high-ranking official, whom he was supposed to protect. The man was completely consumed by rage and concentrating energy in his hands. He only wanted the main character to die. Suddenly, someone blocked the captain's path. The unknown person clearly did not want Songbek's trial to be carried out in this way. The captain seemed to recognize the man, but was still very surprised by his appearance here at such a time. It turned out that it was General Mo Yon, who was extremely unhappy that the uninvited guests, whom he called dirty dogs, dared to meddle with his unmarried mistress. The next moment, the man attacked his opponent with all his might, causing him to immediately forget about committing his revenge. Even though the captain blocked the attack, the force of the blow was enough to send him flying back. As a result, the captain hit the ground several times, causing a loud sound to echo around and a huge cloud of dust to form at the site of his fall. However, the man was still conscious and asked with displeasure why Mo Yan was here now. Of course, the general had no intention of reporting to the uninvited guests and was ready to attack them again just so the men would get out of here as soon as possible. Some time passed. The rain still continued to fall, but only loud sounds of blows could be heard around. After another attack, the main character lost his balance and fell to the ground. The guy was not at all outraged by this, realizing that Mo Yan was punishing him for a reason. The man was very unhappy with what his student had done and asked if he even understood what he had done. Songbek tried to explain everything but could not find the right words. This angered the general even more, who called the main character an idiot while waving his hand in order to teach him a lesson once again. Suddenly, someone grabbed the man's arm, stopping him from hitting Songbek anymore. It was Tonbani. She looked at the man with a pitiful look and asked him to stop because the guy had done nothing wrong. However, this did not work on the man, and so he asked his mistress to let go of his hand and not interfere with him punishing his student. Then the girl, unable to hold back her tears, again asked the general to stop, respond to this, but still turned around with displeasure to leave. Finally, he once again insisted that Songbek, through his stupidity, had committed a very serious offense. After that, the man left, leaving Songbek and Dongbani alone. As soon as this happened, the girl with tears in her eyes immediately turned to the main character and asked if he was okay. Songbek was clearly emotionally depressed and could hardly speak, but he still tried to justify himself to the girl. Unexpectedly, Tonbani hugged the guy tightly, thus showing that she didn't need any excuses. Songbek didn't expect this at all. After this, the girl asked the main character not to worry about it anymore because nothing terrible happened. Songbek didn't respond to this. He really wanted Dongbani's words to be true, but that was not the case at all. Meanwhile, the pouring rain continued to fall, washing away the blood of the recently killed villain from the stone tiles. The next day came. There was no trace left of the cloudy weather, and the few clouds that were in the sky quickly flew away to the north. An elderly man who was sitting at the table was carefully reading some notes, turning page after page in a small book. At this time, his guest was very nervous, waiting for what the old man would tell him and how the conflict situation would be resolved. The governor-general was in no hurry to say anything, trying to find out more from the report about what happened. Finally, he put the book aside because he had learned everything he needed to. After this, the elderly man turned to his guest and said that he was sorry that his son had died. State Secretary Lee Taechan was not at all happy with these words because his son had been killed and now he was only interested in how the old man would answer for it. The governor-general clearly did not like the tone in which Lee Taechan spoke to him, so he rudely asked him if he really dared to say anything more about responsibility. Hearing these words and seeing the old man's stern gaze, Lee Taechan was seriously scared, so he decided to behave more restrainedly. The man did not forget that the general of the East could cut off his head right now, but he was interested in why he was so calm now, because his son had suffered in this house. The elderly man was in no hurry to answer this question because he clearly did not live to justify himself to the Secretary of State. Then the old man slowly took a cup of hot tea so as not to deny himself the pleasure of drinking a tasty drink because of the situation. After this, the governor-general calmly asked his guest whether he really wanted him to give birth to and raise another son for him. These words greatly offended Lee Taechong, who only wanted to resolve the current situation fairly. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open and someone quickly entered the room. Lee Taechong immediately turned around to see who it was and was very surprised at what he saw. It turned out that it was Tonbani. The man did not understand why she came here. Suddenly, the girl knelt down in front of her father and began to speak loudly about how her brother Songbek was not guilty of anything. The girl blamed everything on the young gentleman who wanted to make fun of her. Lee Taechan was shocked to hear all this and did not believe a single word the girl said. The man immediately began to zealously accuse Tonbani of lying and assured that his son would never do anything like that. After this, he loudly asked the girl whether she shouldn't have told the whole truth now, instead of this slander. Lee Taechan continued to ask with displeasure if Dongbani really thought that she could settle the situation with her lies. It all got to the point where the man began to threaten the girl. At this point, the governor-general could not stand it, and, out of anger that had accumulated during this conversation, he squeezed the cup tightly in his hand, causing it to shatter into small pieces. Looking at Li Techian with a look filled with rage, the old man asked if he really meant to say that his daughter was lying just now. The man, seeing the enraged old man, was again very scared. And why did you shut up so as not to anger him even more? Li Techian looked at the general around him with frightened eyes, who had an ominous aura hovering around him, and thought that no matter how toothless the tiger was, he was still a tiger. The Secretary of State was afraid that if he lost control of himself again, he would end up without a head, because the old man was already very angry. However, the man stated that in any case, the life of his son and the life of the killer could not be called equivalent. The Governor General was surprised to hear this and asked what the officials meant when he spoke of equivalence. The man explained that the son of the Secretary of State had been killed by an ordinary warrior, and that it was a great sin that threatened the foundations of their country. Old man, hearing this, thought for a while, because he admitted that Li Teishan was indeed right at this point. However, the old man replied that if he were an official, he would simply cut off this ordinary warrior's head instead of shouting here and ruining relations with him. Li Taichung seemed to like this solution to the situation that had arisen, so he asked that his son's killer be brought to him immediately. At the same time, Tongbani was very excited and did not want this to happen, because in that case, Songbek would be executed. Unexpectedly, the Governor General said that he was of course sorry that the official's son had died, but no brother would simply stand by and watch as his sister was molested. Tongbani was very surprised to hear this and continued to listen attentively to her father, because she did not understand what he wanted to say with all this. Li Taichun was very dissatisfied with the old man's words and asked what he meant. The Governor General then feigned surprise that the official did not know that Song Pek was not just his daughter's bodyguard. The next moment, the elderly man seriously stated that the main character was his adopted son. Some time passed. Several services quickly headed out to do their work, knocking their shoes on the stone slabs along the way. Several girls meekly followed Nanny Tongbani. Today was not quite an ordinary day for them. There was no joy on the woman's face at all. It seemed that she was even a little disappointed by what had happened. Finally, the maid approached the small house where she and her subordinates were supposed to work today. But before that, she stopped along the way thinking about something. Nevertheless, the woman entered the house and without much enthusiasm opened the door to one of the rooms. In this room, the main character was waiting for his inevitable punishment, and because of his thoughts, he did not immediately notice the appearance of the maid. Finally, he noticed the woman and immediately realized that his time had come. The nanny was not at all happy to see Songbek here, which is why she looked away from him. Seeing this, the guy assumed that the decision about his fate had finally been made. The main character began to rise to his feet, thinking along the way that he had already lived longer than he should have, and it was enough for him that Tongbani was safe. Then Songbek greeted the nanny, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, after which he asked if everything was okay with their mistress. Suddenly, the woman bowed respectfully to the guy and greeted him, calling him young master along the way. Following the nanny, the rest of the maids bowed and loudly greeted the young master, which simply could not help but surprise Songbek. The main character immediately asked the nanny what was the reason why the maids greeted him in such a way. The woman ignored this question and, without raising her head, said that the bath was already ready and the guy should follow her. Songbek didn't understand at all what was happening because before he could only dream of such an attitude towards himself, so now he was sincerely surprised. The late cold evening was perfect for tea drinking, so the owner of the house decided not to deny himself this pleasure. The hot drink quickly warmed the cup and now slightly burned the elderly man's hand. Nevertheless, the Governor General took a small sip, not at all afraid of burning his tongue. After this, he looked sternly at his guest, who humbly waited for what he would say to him. The old man was surprised at how the new clothes looked on the guy. Now he turned out to be a completely different person. Since the main character now had a new status, he had to match it not only in words but also in his appearance. Song Pek fell to his knees before the Governor General and bowed respectfully, greeting him as the head of the family of which he was now a part. The old man began to say that all this time he had not paid any attention to the guy and did not even know how much he had grown. Songbek was very grateful to the old man for taking him into his home, so he would like to apologize for the inconvenience caused. The elderly man looked thoughtfully at the protagonist and prepared to tell him something important. The old man did not keep me in suspense for long and briefly stated that he had many enemies. Songbek was very surprised by this, because he never expected that the Governor General would talk to him about this topic. The old man continued to say that given his status, it could not be otherwise, so he was forced to be constantly on guard. In addition, he needed to protect his daughter. Then he asked the main character if he understood why he was telling him all this. Without waiting for an answer, The old man said that he could not protect the guy Song Bek either, but he did not answer. But these words clearly shocked him because he already felt something was wrong. After this, the Governor General said that in 3 days Mo Yan would go to the battlefield with a new detachment, and the main character had to go with him. Song Bek was clearly unhappy with this decision, because he did not want to leave the palace, which had already become his home, and leave Dongbani alone. However, the guy did not resist this, and suppressing all his emotions, agreed to carry out this order without objection. After some time, the main character had already left the palace and was slowly heading towards his home. At the same time, the guy was scrupulously thinking over his recent conversation with the Governor General, which did not please him at all. People could be when he arrived at the scene. The elderly man warned that the main character would have to kill the villains who threatened the well-being of their country. Song Bek recalled these words and thought that he was already well aware of how cruel people could be. However, the guy had already firmly decided that he was not going to die on the battlefield and that he would definitely return back. The main character was going to do this at any cost, even if he himself could become a villain. Suddenly, the guy stopped because he saw the dark silhouette of some girl in front of him. Song Bek immediately understood who it was, but was not at all happy about this meeting. It was Tonbani, who was also very sad about the recent events. In addition, she already knew about the decision that her father had made regarding the guy. The main character in the darkness, the girl immediately turned to him to talk about everything, asked regretfully what they should do now. The guy silently looked at the girl, because he himself did not know the answer to this question, or did not want to upset her with the decisions he had made. Tonbani was very upset about this and almost crying asked the main character to tell her at least something. It seemed that she felt the worst. Song Bek asked the girl to calm down and reminded her that they were now brother and sister to each other, which meant there could no longer be any talk of any feelings. Suddenly, the girl had what seemed to her a good idea, so she immediately suggested to the guy that they leave here together. Song Bek was very surprised to hear this because he didn't fully understand what Tonbani meant. Then the girl directly suggested to the main character to run away from here together, because then they could live where no one would find them. Tonbani thought that this was a very good idea and was glad that in this case the guy would no longer have to kill people. Suddenly, Song Bek took the girl by the hand and pulled her away from him, making it clear that this option did not suit him at all. Tonbani did not believe until the very end that the main character rejected her proposal and therefore looked at him intently, hoping to see that she had misunderstood everything. However, the regret that was visible in Song Bek's eyes indicated that the girl should not have hoped for the best. Finally, the guy quietly asked Tonbani for forgiveness, which finally confirmed the girl's worst fears. The next few days passed quickly. Song Bek hadn't spoken to Dongbani since then, so he came to see her late that evening. The guy decided not to enter the house and stopped near the girl's window so as not to disturb either her or his feelings. Song Bek began to say hesitantly that he was leaving for the north tomorrow, so this monologue could be considered a farewell one. Tonbani, who was sewing at the time, was very surprised when she heard the protagonist's voice outside the window, but was in no hurry to answer him. She listened attentively as the guy asked her for forgiveness for not being able to fulfill her wish. Song Bek also said that they would not see each other for some time. After this, the main character decided to leave the girl, the only thing that belonged to him, so that she would not forget him. Song Bek never dared to hand over the item in person, so he hung it near Dongbani's window to make sure she would find it. That was all the main character wanted to say and do, so now he felt awkward because he didn't know what he should do next. Finally, he promised that he would take care of himself and would definitely return home. Due to the inevitable separation, Tonbani could not hold back her tears, but she tried to make sure that the main character did not hear it. Song Bek really didn't hear anything, and so he began to calmly leave in order to prepare for tomorrow. Half of a medallion with the image of the Song clan sign remained hanging near the window. This was all that the main character owned, but he decided to leave it to Tonbani. The next day arrived. From early morning, active preparations for departure were underway. Someone loudly asked the servants not to forget how expensive what they were carrying in their hands was. The soldiers also loudly asked people to hurry up and load things into the carts faster, because they could not delay. General Mo Yan insisted again and again that the servants be careful, as these were supplies for their comrades on the battlefield. The unexpected man fell silent and looked away in surprise, because something had caught his attention. The man looked at his student, who was silently sitting on a horse, indifferently watching what was happening, while meticulously thinking about something of his own. Mo Yan asked the protagonist if he still hadn't said goodbye to their mistress. Song Bek confirmed this, and then with an awkward smile suggested that the girl seemed to still be upset. Hearing this, the man thought that the battlefield was not a place where a person could live for long. So now he felt sorry for the guy, but perhaps it was all for the best. After this, Mo Yan warned his student that they were leaving soon and he should follow him and not fall behind. Songbek agreed with this. Without wasting time, the main character turned his horse around to set off on his journey. Suddenly, Songbek heard a familiar voice behind him calling the young master and asking him to wait. It turned out that it was Tanbani's nanny. The guy was very surprised to see her here and immediately asked what happened. In response to this, the woman handed the main character folded clean clothes and asked him to take them, since Tanbani had given them to him. Songbek was very surprised because before this, he thought that the girl was very offended by him and did not want to contact him anymore. Now the guy understood why Tanbani didn't want to see him for these 3 days. This made him smile. Soon, the loud sound of hoofbeats echoed throughout the area, indicating that the soldiers had gone to the battlefield. Tanbani was watching everything that was happening from a high hill, back among the crowd of people, but he was too far away. At the same time, she clutched that very medallion in her hand and didn't think about the fact that the main character had to take care of himself. All this indicated that the girl, despite her grievances, was very upset that the guy was leaving and was really looking forward to his speedy return. After some time, the main character found himself on the battlefield where foreign barbarians were raging. The enemies immediately noticed the young soldier and realized that he was someone from the nobility and therefore was a priority target for their attack. However, despite the danger surrounding him, Songbek remained absolutely calm and reasonable. The guy was ready to accept the fight at any moment. The sky in these parts was always cloudy and the land lifeless. Because of this, the approach of the horsemen, who appeared from the darkness one after another, seemed even more frightening. One of the barbarian commanders quickly advanced in front of them and loudly ordered all his soldiers to kill the Imperials. In response to this, General Mo Yan ordered his subordinates to stop the advance of the Empire's enemies. The soldiers humbly carried out the general's order, putting their spears forward, completely unafraid of the approach of the enraged horsemen. A moment later, the barbarians' horses were already running into sharp spears, but this could not stop the advance. Those who were still on horseback struck back at the soldiers of the Empire, killing them one by one. The barbarian commander again loudly ordered his soldiers to kill every single enemy and spare no one. Suddenly, the man heard a loud cry from one of his subordinates, who was begging for help. This greatly surprised the commander. He looked to the side and saw how one of his many enemies skillfully handled a spear, which caused horror among the soldiers. This was the main character, who did not intend to die here and therefore tried with all his might to kill as many barbarians as possible, for which he used his skills. The barbarian commander was very angry that his subordinates were dying one after another at the hands of this guy. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, the man rushed toward Songbek in order to kill him, calling him a monster along the way. Despite the approach of another danger, Songbek remained absolutely calm and reasonable. The guy was ready to accept the fight at any moment. The main character just needed a little time to catch his breath. At the same time, he was overcome with rage again. Clutching his spear tighter in his hands, Songbek began to say that his enemies were not human. Then the main character abruptly swung his weapon in order to attack the approaching enemy. Songbek considered all these barbarians to be just animals, so he had no intention of showing them any mercy. After some time, it was late evening. It was difficult to fight in the darkness, so the warring armies retreated to rest. Far from his military camp, Songbek stood alone and thought about today. The main character gazed at the stars and thought that he had managed to survive another day despite the danger surrounding him. Then the guy looked at his hand, which was behaving absolutely calmly, unlike the day when he first killed a man. The main character was not at all happy about this, because it meant that he had become so accustomed to the murders and deaths around him that he had lost his humanity. He remembered those people whom he had mercilessly killed today, their distorted faces frozen in death throes. Because of this, Songbek was overcome with sad thoughts about which of them was actually the animal. After all, during the battle, the main character's mind was completely clouded. One could say that his consciousness was immersed in a deep sleep, and all functions were performed only by instincts. That is why the guy surrounded by danger felt neither fear nor regret, which is why it was difficult to call him a human being. All these thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of General Mo Yan, who turned to the guy and asked if he was not going to go to bed yet. The man then suggested that tomorrow's fight would be the most serious of all time, so Songbek should get a good rest. The main character was surprised that General Mo Yan had not yet gone to bed since he was worried about this. The man was unhappy because he had already asked the guy more than once in private to call him senior. After that, he said that Songbek was a strange guy who simply followed orders without question and did not worry about his life. The protagonist apologized for this. The man continued to say that the boy had been here for 3 years already, which meant that after the upcoming battle, he would finally be able to return home. General Mo Yan also asked if Songbek was feeling okay after everything that had happened to him here and everything he had seen. The main character replied that on the battlefield the people were not at all like people, so he assumed that perhaps he too had gone crazy next to them. Mo Yan understood perfectly well what the guy was talking about, because he himself had seen more than once how people turned into animals that did not know compassion for each other. The man then suggested that Songbek was worried about the lady's reaction. The protagonist was very surprised by this, which made it clear that the general was right. Songbek tried to deny it, but Mo Yan already understood that the guy was lying, so he turned around and started to leave. Finally, the man said that the main character did not need to worry and hide it from him, because he himself was well acquainted with such experiences. Mo Yan also added that no matter what the guy did, their mistress would always be on his side. After this, the man again asked the main character to call him Elder. Songbek didn't intend to do that yet, so he mentally apologized to the general because for him, his older brother was still associated with the man who abandoned him. After this, the main character, looking after the man, hoped that one day he would be able to call Mo Yan his elder. However, the guy could not keep his promise, because the very next day the barbarian army again began to attack the soldiers of the empire. The barbarian commander fearlessly led his men and ordered them to kill every single enemy. At the same time, General Mo Yan ordered his subordinates to stop the barbarians' advance, but today the empire's soldiers were not at all emotionally prepared for battle. The enemy cavalry, which was moving towards the imperial defensive positions at great speed, easily passed this obstacle. General Mo Yan, seeing this, did not understand what was happening and also asked why they could not contact the rear. One of the general's subordinates reported in an alarmed voice that the rear troops had retreated. The man heard this and became very angry because he understood what the reason for this was. Mo Yan was instantly filled with rage. He began to blame everything on the imperial court, which ordered the rear troops to retreat and leave them here to certain death. At this time, the captains of the barbarians watched everything that was happening on the battlefield from afar. One of them laughed loudly, rejoicing that the rear of their enemies was indeed open. Then he suggested that the empire had finally gone mad. Suddenly, a menacing man with a large scar on his face declared that these insects had become slaves to the struggle for power, forgetting about the safety of their country. This man was a barbarian commander named Oirata Tazar. He believed that this was the empire's weakness, which they had to take advantage of. Meanwhile, in the capital of the state, a calm, peaceful life was in full swing, because no one yet knew what had happened on the battlefield. Tonbani sat in her room and looked at Songbek's locket and thought about their last conversation. At that moment, the girl's nanny entered the room to tell her the latest news. The woman quietly turned to her mistress and bowed respectfully, greeting her. The girl didn't react to this in any way. Then the nanny said that she came here to give something to Tonbani. The young lady thought that she had received another proposal of marriage from someone, so she immediately asked the nanny to convey that she would not accept anyone's proposal. However, Tonbani was wrong. The woman came to her to tell her that there was news about young Master Songbek. The girl immediately looked at her nanny in surprise. Soon she was already running somewhere quickly in order to get more information about the main character and his location. The girl really hoped that the guy had already arrived in the capital and that she would soon be able to meet him. Tonbani was very happy that these 3 long years of waiting were finally over. The girl approached the meeting room because there she could get answers to all her questions from her father. At this time, the old man was very excited because he had literally just learned what had happened on the battlefield. The governor-general could not believe the truth of what was said, and therefore asked again whether all this was really true. The soldier who brought the latest news to the general's palace loudly confirmed that everything he had said earlier was true. He repeated again with regret that General Mo Yan's army had been completely destroyed. The elderly man was shocked by this news. He had no idea how this could happen. By an unfortunate coincidence, at the same time, Tonbani ran into the room and, upon hearing the news of the army's destruction, she screamed loudly in horror and then began to lose consciousness. The girl fell to the floor and no longer heard her worried father loudly calling for the doctor to help her. At this time, a flock of crows was circling over the battlefield, having flown here in order to have a good meal. Such places were a real feast for these birds, who did not at all disdain to taste dead human flesh. However, one of the birds was not destined to dine peacefully today, because suddenly something began to move under its paws. It turned out that not everyone on this battlefield was already dead. One of the soldiers of the Empire tried with all his might to get out from under the corpses of his comrades. It was Song Bek, who now had no choice but to stop and look around in order to understand what had happened and how the battle had ended. Soon the protagonist rose to his feet and began to carefully make his way through the countless number of lifeless bodies that lay on the ground. In addition to fatigue and lack of strength, Song Bek was also badly wounded in the arm, causing it to bleed and barely move. However, the guy continued to walk forward, not paying any attention to the black crows that surrounded him above his head. Suddenly, the main character tripped over something and fell to the ground because he didn't have the strength to stay on his feet. The guy's whole body was shaking from fatigue and pain, but he had no intention of staying here at all. The protagonist's eyes were burning with rage and the desire to live, because at that moment he was thinking only about Tonbani. Song Bek mentally asked the girl not to worry because he would never die here and would soon return to her. The Imperial Palace, as always, frightened people passing by with its scale and ominous appearance. Despite what happened on the battlefield, Chang Maso, who sat on the imperial throne, laughed merrily. He was very happy that General Mo Yan was killed on the battlefield, because it was like leaving the Governor-General of the East without an arm. Soon the head of the agency calmed down a little because now he needed to solve another important matter. Taking small sips of hot tea, the man asked his guest if he liked his gift. This guest was State Secretary Li Techon. It was precisely in order to impress this man that Yang Maso staged the tragedy on the battlefield. The man then asked if the Secretary of State would like to join him, now that he had been rewarded with such a reward. Li Techon, without hiding his rage and anger, demanded that he first see the corpse of Song Bek, who killed his son. The man loudly asked Chang Maso to give him the head of the main character, after which he would make sure that the Eastern general was not just removed, but accused of treason. Having voiced all his demands, Li Techon began to leave the throne room, hoping that his wish would be fulfilled. Chan Maiso watched the man go, silently thinking about the conditions he had just set for him. Nevertheless, the head of the agency turned to all his subordinates who were present in the hall and ordered them to quickly find Song Bek's body. All the soldiers and officials immediately obeyed the order, calling Chang Maso the sovereign. No one dared even doubt the correctness of all this. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the imperial court, ordinary city life was in full swing. Some were returning home after work, while others wanted to spend the evening in good company. This entire idyll was disrupted by the appearance of a strange man who was dragging a bloody spear along the stone sidewalk. The sound of metal scratching the stone and the heavy steps of the unknown person could not help but attract the attention of people who saw something like this for the first time. It turned out that this disturber of the peace was Song Bek, who, despite his fatigue and the wounds he received during the battle, continued to diligently move forward. People who were attracted by the main character's appearance did not dare to approach him and allowed him to continue on his way unhindered. Suddenly the guy stopped because he had already arrived where he planned. Now he needed to rest at least a little. The main character looked ahead with displeasure and assumed that the traitors, because of whom the catastrophe happened on the battlefield, were having a lot of fun here. Song Bek stood outside the brothel, all the windows of which were brightly lit, which meant that the people he was looking for were probably inside and spending the evening carefree. Fun inside this establishment, and one of the visitors even thought that he had gone to heaven. The official, whose name was So, did not even believe that at 40 years old he could be so happy. His friend agreed with the man and said that it was much better here than in the palace. Official, so never even hoped to ever allow himself such entertainment at court. Despite the merriment that reigned in the room, the official's friend was worried whether everything would be okay. The man, of course, meant them themselves, because he did not want the consequences to somehow affect his life. He was worried that they were just government officials and would not be able to repel a repeat attack by the barbarians themselves, so he already regretted helping to cause a disaster on the battlefield. Hearing this, Official So began to smile broadly as if he was mocking his colleague's fears. The next moment, he confidently stated that everything had already been agreed upon. The man was very surprised by this because he did not understand what his friend was talking about. Official So said that after this incident, the Emperor Chang Meiso made a non-aggression pact with the barbarians for a year. This information greatly surprised the man. Official So, with a satisfied smile on his face, asked his friend not to be nervous and to listen to his words for the sake of their future. Suddenly, the man felt a strong shudder as if during an earthquake. Even the alcohol in the official's cup shook. Immediately after this, the officials and their companions heard someone's loud voice in the corridor, which ordered the uninvited guests to stop. Everyone was very surprised by this. One of the officials had a bad feeling, so he was the first to start asking what could be happening in the corridor. Suddenly the door opened, and the perpetrator of this fuss entered the room armed with a spear from which drops of fresh blood were flowing. Everyone present was shocked to see Song Baek there, covered in blood and barely able to stand on his feet from fatigue. The man immediately decided to express his displeasure that the guy dared to break in here. The main character's response was not long in coming. One merciless swing of a sharp weapon instantly deprived the official of his head, and in addition, his index finger. The girl who was sitting next to the man did not immediately understand what had happened due to shock, but soon began to shake in fear and scream loudly. Official So was also very scared by the severed head of his colleague, which fell right in front of him. Meanwhile, Song Baek was already approaching the official and asking why he was so scared. It seemed that the man recognized the main character and understood the reason why he came here. The official began to try to stop the guy, asking him to think about the consequences and what punishment awaited him for killing a civil servant. Suddenly, Song Baek, showing a minimum of emotion, asked the man not to worry. At the same time, the guy was already swinging his spear. Then the main character said that the official would soon meet his friend in the next world. The man began to beg for mercy, but the guy's decision was unshakable. The next moment, Song Baek made a sharp swing with his weapon, causing the man's head to separate from his body and fly off to the side. Meanwhile, on the street, people continued to go about their usual business. None of them even suspected what was happening in the tallest building on this street. The brothel workers tried to attract as many clients as possible to their establishment. The drunk men were not at all against this. Suddenly, something caught the man's attention more than the beautiful girl, so he immediately looked away. Now people on this street could watch as a small group of men silently headed somewhere, loudly knocking their shoes on the ground along the way. The drunk man was very surprised to see this and began to wonder why there were warriors from the border in their city. As it turned out, it really was a small group of soldiers who clearly did not come here for entertainment. None of the people wanted to get involved with them, so they humbly gave way to them. Suddenly, one of the warriors turned to the man who was walking in front of him and said that they had already arrived at the place they needed. As expected, this place turned out to be a brothel, where Song Baek had previously carried out his revenge. Soon the owner of this establishment, whose name was Bo Chan, seeing her guests, respectfully greeted Mr. Chan. The girls who stood next to the hostess also greeted the gentleman with one voice. This man was the commander of the 10th Army, whose name was Chung Il-wan. He was surprised that the owner of this establishment knew him. Bo Chan said that it was impossible not to know because now the whole city was doing nothing but talking about the commander of the 10th Army. After this, the woman said that the young master Song Baek was also here and she could take the man to him. Suddenly, Jung Il-wan approached Bo Jung and began to stare into her eyes with a smile. This momentarily confused the woman. Then the commander was surprised by what Bo Chan had just said, because few people knew about Song Baek. After this, the man added that for an ordinary courtesan, Bo Chan knew too much. This frightened the woman because such words could easily be perceived as a threat. Still, Jung Il-wan passed by the woman, saying that he would visit her again when he had finished his work. A confused Bo Jung watched the man leave and was surprised at how unusual he was. She knew that Chung Il-wan became the head of the 10th Army at only 30 years old. It was also said about him that the man was a very kind person. However, the woman knew that in reality, Jung Il-wan was a real cunning fox, which amused her a little. Meanwhile, the man had already found the right room and went inside to do his job. Seeing the beheaded bodies of the official and the blood spilled on the floor, Jung Il-wan highly praised the skills of the person who did it, saying that it was an amazing job. After this, the man looked forward and for a moment was stunned to see the culprit of what happened here. Jung Il-wan realized that all of this was the work of the man who was now looking straight at him and was very surprised that he was actually still alive. Song Baek stared at the commander of the 10th Army, trying to figure out if he was a danger to him now. At the same time, the main character himself looked very dangerous, and the ominous aura flying around him only aggravated this visual effect. The girl quickly ran forward because she had learned the shocking news and now had to check how true it was. Tonbani, not sparing her strength at all, continued to run despite her fatigue and labored breathing. The nanny and the other maids tried to stop their mistress, but it was all in vain. She did not listen to anyone and continued to run forward. Soon the girl ran outside her estate and went to the city. Meanwhile, something in the city attracted the attention of local residents. People asked each other what had happened. Someone explained that the criminal had decided to commit treason. At that moment, an excited Tonbani broke through the crowd of people to observe what was happening herself. The girl was horrified when she saw a large cage inside, which sat a man she knew well. It was Song Baek, who meekly took off on the spot without trying to change his current situation. Seeing the main character at the cage, tears appeared in Tonbani's eyes because she saw him for the first time in these 3 long years. The girl was incredibly happy because she finally learned that her beloved was alive despite the news of the tragedy on the battlefield. Meanwhile, State Secretary Lee Tae-shon was very indignant and vigorously banged his hands on the table to demonstrate his protest. The angry man did not understand why Song Baek could not be executed right now and asked Jang Maso about it. The head of the agency calmly replied that now was not the best time for the death of the main character. Lee Tae-kyun did not understand what the man was talking about. Unfortunately for the Secretary of State, this guy was the only one who survived that battle with the Mongols, so now all the attention was on him. The man continued to say that, in addition, the main character had to undergo interrogation for the murder of the official, so and only after that would the trial follow. Lee Tae-chon was clearly unhappy with all this, but replied that everything was clear to him, after which he was about to leave. Finally, the Secretary of State looked at Jang Maso with a lesson in his eyes and asked him to do his job while he did his. After this, the dissatisfied man left the room, leaving the head of the agency alone with his thoughts. As soon as the door closed, Jang Maso called Lee Tae-chong a fool who couldn't wait a little longer to get what he wanted. In addition, the man was now very worried and irritated by thoughts about the commander of the 10th Army, Chong Il-wan. Chang Maso thought that now he had maintained neutrality, but for some reason he brought in Song Baek, who had killed a government official, so it could be assumed that the commander was clearly up to something. The head of the agency also believed that the worst thing was that Chong Il-wan could have evidence of his connection with Tsar, so there was no need to rush, while it was unknown what the commander had in mind. However, Chang Maso still had a bad feeling about this, and he needed to do something about it urgently. That is why the head of the agency called the man named No Hagwana to him, smiling slyly as he went. A moment later, an unknown person appeared behind the man, ready to listen to his master's orders. Jang Maso said that if Lee Tae-chon started to act thoughtlessly, the man should get rid of him. There were no objections in response to this. Meanwhile, in the underground dungeon, everything was quiet and calm. The dim light of the torches only slightly illuminated the dark room. Unexpectedly, unusual guests arrived here. People of his status usually did not come down here. State Secretary Lee Tae-chon walked forward silently, ignoring the prisoners and guards because he was heading towards a specific person. Finally, he stopped at one of the cells in which the main character was imprisoned. Without wasting any time, the guard opened the lock and let Lee Tae-chon inside so that he could talk to Song Baek face to face. Seeing the boy chained up, the Secretary of State said with disdain that Song Baek had had a hard life. The main character did not react to this in any way and remained sitting calmly in the same place. The guy just looked angrily at the high-ranking official because he had a personal dislike for him. Lee Tae-jung suddenly declared that he would not let the main character die a peaceful death. The next moment, the man added that the same fate awaited that girl. Sun Baek, hearing this, immediately understood who they were talking about, which made him hardly able to contain his emotions. Still, the guy calmly said that the girl's name was Tonbani, and the official should have known her name. After this, the main character suddenly declared that he would kill Lee Tae-chon, which slightly discouraged the man. Song Baek added that he would do this if even one hair fell from the girl's head. At the same time, the guy began to rise to his feet. The next moment, the main character, full of rage, once again shouted loudly that he would kill the man and everyone who was somehow connected with him, after which he tried to grab the official with his hands. Unfortunately, the long chains weren't long enough to do this, so Lee Tae-chon calmly stated that he now clearly saw that the guy was just a beast in a human body. Then the Secretary of State began to leave, saying for the last time that the main character had to die on that battlefield. He also stated that his death and that girl's death were solely Song Baek's fault, which cannot help but touch the main character. After this, Lee Tae-chon left the cell, leaving the boy alone with this thought. At this moment, a sudden piercing sound was heard in the spacious, expensively furnished room. It turned out that the elderly man, having learned the shocking news, was unable to hold his guest's cup of tea in his hand, causing it to fall onto the table. After this, the excited Governor-General directly asked the man if he could have saved Song Baek. The commander of the 10th Army was in no hurry to answer and decided to first enjoy the taste of hot spots. After emptying the cup and carefully placing it on the saucer, Jung Il-wan calmly confirmed that he could do it. However, the man had one condition, after fulfilling which he could begin his work. The elderly man began to listen attentively to his colleague. Suddenly, the man said that the main character was in these conditions, which greatly surprised the Governor General because he did not understand what this meant. Then the commander, with a satisfied grin on his face, asked the old man to give Song Baek to him after saving him. Some time passed after this conversation. The Governor General's guest had already left and the spilled tea remained as a wet puddle on the table. I wish the man would just sit in his place and think about everything that was said during this conversation. The old man especially remembered the words of Chung Il-wan, who asked him if he still didn't understand what had really happened. The commander said that betraying their army was not something that a simple official could do. As he left the room, the man asked the Governor General to be vigilant because these scoundrels did not give up so easily. Suddenly, the elderly man asked directly why Jung Il-wan was helping him. This question made the guest linger for a moment. The old man sincerely did not understand why the commander of the 10th Army was helping him, since he was not at all interested in politics. Jung Il-wan smiled slightly upon hearing this question because the answer was very simple. However, the man said that the reason was that General Mo Yan was his friend. He then asked if it wasn't natural to help someone who was close to his friend. I remember this whole conversation. The Governor General saw only confirmation of his suspicions, which he had had for a long time. Of course, these suspicions were directed towards Chan Maso. Just remembering this man made the Governor General very angry. In his mind, the old man said that the head of the agency would have to pay a huge price for betraying his army and causing a tragedy on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jung Il-wan, along with his subordinates, had already left the Governor General's house and was heading towards the exit of his estate. At this time, someone was closely watching the commander of the 10th Army from the roof of the palace, clearly not with good intentions. It was the same No Hagwon whom the head of the agency had instructed to keep an eye on the state secretary and Jung Il-wan. Having been watching the commander for some time, the man assumed that fortunately he had no evidence that led to Chan Maso. Now the only problem was Lee Tashan, because he could do something dangerous. After this, No Hagwon began to leave because he still needed to report everything to Chan Maso, but he was delayed because he heard Tonbani's loud voice. The man did not understand what could have happened at such a time of day and decided that since he was still here, he should also watch the girl. He saw Tonbani below, who was trying to escape from the hands of her nanny. The woman did not want to let her mistress go anywhere at such a late hour. The girl, with tears in her eyes, insisted that the woman let her go because she had to go to Song Baek. But Hagwon, watching all this, did not fully understand what was happening, but he had some thoughts. Nevertheless, having swallowed a large lump in his throat, he made some decision. I think it would be right to do this. Despite the late hour, the girl, hiding her identity under a long black cloak, quickly made her way along the dark street so that no one would see her. At this time, an unknown man was literally following her on her heels, trying to make as little noise as possible. However, the girl seemed to sense something was wrong, so from excitement, each of her steps became more and more uncertain. Still, she stopped altogether in order to listen to her surroundings and understand whether someone was really following her. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Tonbani turned around to see if she was safe. To the girl's surprise, she did not see anyone behind her, so she assumed that she must have just imagined it. This calmed the general's daughter down a little, so she decided to continue on her way while she still had time to do so. As it turned out, the girl's fears were not in vain, but Hagwon really followed her, but he was more experienced in such matters, so he could easily hide from her. It seemed the man had not abandoned his intention to follow Tonbani and intended to do it as discreetly as possible. At this time, Chang Maso once again took a cup of tea in his hand and thought about his own affairs. Now the man was most concerned about No Hagwon and the work assigned to him. Thinking about this, the head of the agency cannot control his emotions, which is why the drink in his cup literally began to boil, splashing hot water to the sides. The man was very angry and wondered what could have happened so serious that his subordinate had not yet contacted him. In the end, the cup could not withstand Chang Maso's anger and shattered into pieces, spilling the drink all around. The maid immediately asked if her master was okay. The man did not answer because he continued to think that no matter how capable Hagwon was, such a task could not be entrusted to a person of unknown origin. At this time, the maid conscientiously performed her duties and wiped her master's hand dry, after which she began to collect the shards of glass. Next, Chang Maso turned to his subordinate and asked when Song Baek's interrogation would begin. The man, without raising his head, briefly replied that the interrogation of the main character was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, the head of the agency thought that after the interrogation began, Lee Taeshan would not be able to do anything, but perhaps he would try to do something during this time. The man continued to think that if the official foolishly harmed Song Baek, Then Jung Il-wan would also start to act, and this could become a problem. After this, Chang Maso suddenly left his place. The head of the agency quickly began to approach his subordinate and ask him to give him his sword. The man was very surprised by this order and timidly asked what the head of the agency meant. Chang Maso smiled slyly and concentrated energy in his hand and replied that he intended to figure everything out on his own. Despite the late hour, the red light district was still bustling with activity. The men were actively looking for a place where they could spend some time having fun and relaxing. It was here that Tonbani was now passing, who had clearly never been to such places before, who visited them with surprise. She was shocked to see the slutty girls who were playfully luring customers into their establishments. There were quite a lot of such places here, so customers could always get what they wanted. Tonbani was very embarrassed just to walk on such a street, but she now needed to find Haomun. A few days before, Tonbani asked her maid about this, which surprised her greatly. Still, the girl replied that her mistress would not be interested in such a thing if she knew what kind of place it was. Tonbani did not understand what was going on. The girl then explained that the people in Haomun were very different from those that Tonbani was used to seeing around her. Unlike the noble people who valued cooperation and the demons who respected strength, all sorts of rabble were gathered in Haomun, so there was no place for an ordinary person who did not know martial arts. In addition, the maid was afraid that her mistress could get hurt because she was a very beautiful girl, and Haomun was located not far from the red light district. That is why the maid categorically advised Tonbani not to go there so as not to take risks. Remained silent for a while, trying to comprehend what she had heard. It seemed that the maid's words had an effect on her. Soon the girl stood up and said that she realized that it was a rather dangerous place. As she left, she added that she would look for another way to find Haomun. The maid was horrified upon hearing this and repeated again that her mistress should not even think about it. Walking through the dangerous streets at night and remembering this conversation, Tonbani mentally asked the maid for forgiveness for disobeying her, but this was the only way to save Songbek. The girl walked further and further, fully aware that this was a very dangerous place for her. Meanwhile, No Hagwon continued to follow her, not losing sight of Tonbani for a moment. Soon the general's daughter approached the most famous establishment on this street, which was visible to everyone from afar. In order to speed up her search, she turned to a man who worked here as a security guard for help. He was very surprised that the girl was looking for Haomun. Tonbani said that she heard that he could be found near a brothel. The man began to think about this question, but the girl immediately began to think that she would not be able to get an answer from him. However, he said that Haomun was not in every brothel, and besides, they carefully hid their identities, so it was difficult for an ordinary person to meet them. He then suggested that the girl, judging by her appearance, was from a wealthy family, so she should quickly leave here before anything happened to her. As soon as Tonbani left, the man breathed a sigh of relief, while wondering how this girl could have found out about Haomun. However, the man did not even think of deceiving her, because he really believed that she would not be able to meet them here. At that moment, someone suddenly turned to the man, trying to get his attention. Turning back, he saw a group of young people. One of them asked what the man had just talked to the girl about, while handing him a bag of coins. At this time, Tonbani continued to walk along the dangerous street, completely ignoring anyone's advice. She passed by various night spots and thought only about where she could find Haomun. It seemed that the girl, despite the importance of her undertaking, had already begun to lose faith in her success because she could not find what she was looking for. Suddenly, Tonbani heard an unfamiliar voice asking if she was looking for Haomun. The girl was very surprised by such an unexpected question. Turning back, she saw a little boy who was apparently the one who asked the question. This child looked like a poor orphan, but he wanted to help Tonbani find what she wanted. Sometime later, the girl was already following the child and thinking about how much longer they still had to go. They had already gone quite far from the city, so the girl began to worry whether everything would be okay with her. Still, she decided to ask the child directly how much longer they had left to go. The little boy, without stopping for a moment, replied that they were almost there and the girl should be patient a little longer. Despite these words, Tonbani thought that all this was suspicious, but she continued to go in order to achieve what she wanted. Soon the joyful child announced that they had finally come to the right place. Tonbani was very surprised that the place she so wanted to find turned out to be just an abandoned building. However, she quickened her pace in order to quickly meet the Haomun members and talk to them. I was going up the stairs when the child suddenly loudly turned to someone and said that he had brought a girl. Tonbani was dumbfounded on the spot and was very surprised when she saw the people to whom the small child was addressing. It turned out that these were the young guys who asked the brothel guard about Tonbani. Now they looked very suspicious. One of the boys praised the child for a good job and paid him for doing it. The little boy was very happy about this. The child bowed respectfully to the boys and said that he would expect new assignments from them. After this, the satisfied boy said goodbye to his employers and went off to do his business. At this time, Tonbani silently looked at the child, not surprised at how she could trust him at all. As he passed by the girl, the boy noticed that she was shaking all over with fear, which surprised him greatly and even upset him for a moment. However, very soon he began to smile again without feeling guilty about it at all. Finally, he asked the girl not to be upset, because in this place everyone lied because only strong people ruled here. Business without any remorse, without thinking at all about the consequences. Tonbani remembered well the child's words, that this was a place where everyone lied. She also considered the words about force ruling here to be quite true, and that was why she should calm down now. Meanwhile, the young men had already surrounded the girl from all sides so that she could not escape from them. Tonbani stood calmly in place and endured the scoundrels' glances and inappropriate ridicule. Finally, one of them began to speak, suggesting that even the general's daughter was not alien to the love of beauty, since she simply walked around the red light district. Tonbani realized that she wouldn't be able to just run away from these guys, so she decided to act differently. But first, the girl exhaled in order to calm down. After that, she confidently asked if the guy really thought he could get away with something like that. Tonbani no longer had any point in hiding her appearance, so she took off her hood, making it clear that she knew the guy in front of her was that same young Master Cheon. One of the villains who lured Chan Maso to a deserted place at night laughed loudly because the girl tried not to show her fear. He continued to mock, bowing respectfully along the way and saying that it was an honor for him that the general's daughter remembered the simple son of a merchant. Suddenly, Tonbani loudly demanded that the guy not dare to approach her. This surprised him because he did not understand why the girl suddenly became so bold. It turned out that the general's daughter had a sharp knife with her, which she promised to use if the guy tried to approach her. She then asked if the young man was not aware of the consequences if he harmed her. She also reminded him that she had already refused his proposal of marriage several times. Suddenly, the guy assumed that the girl had misunderstood everything because the general, on the contrary, would only be glad if Tonbani accepted his proposal. The next moment, he announced that it was the girl's father who first proposed to her. This greatly surprised Tonbani, who had never heard of such a thing before. After this, the guy reminded that the governor-general was now in a difficult situation and therefore, even if not with him, the girl would, in any case, be in for a marriage of convenience. Tonbani still refused to believe these words and called the guy a liar, although she began to become noticeably worried. The girl continued saying that her father would never do something like that. It was at that moment that one of the guys who was standing behind tried to grab Tonbani. Unfortunately, the villain managed to carry out his plan, and now the girl was not only captured, but also disarmed. A moment later, the general's daughter realized that she was now in a hopeless situation, and so she screamed loudly in fear. The guy who grabbed Tonbani smiled slyly and asked her to calm down. Of course, such words could not influence the girl, so she loudly demanded that she be released immediately. Then the guy smiled widely again and asked Tonbani not to worry, and began to assure that everything would be fine for both of them. The second scoundrel confirmed the words of his friend and added that if the girl accepts the four of them as her fiancés, she will be completely freed from her father's overprotectiveness. Shocked by what was happening, Tonbani could no longer resist and only silently looked at her offenders. She thought that these guys were like animals, after which she realized that animals were not only in war. After this, the girl mentally turned to the main character and asked him for forgiveness for not being able to help him free himself. After this, bitter tears flowed down Tonbani's cheeks, which indicated that she had already resigned herself to what would happen to her next. Seeing this, the scoundrel who was holding the girl laughed loudly and asked his friends to stand in line. The guy intended to become Tonbani's first husband, but he was not destined to do so because a dagger suddenly appeared and pierced his head. Because of this, the guy quickly began to lose his balance and fall to the ground, thanks to which the girl was able to escape from his grip. The lifeless body fell to the ground with a crash, spraying streams of blood all around. Tonbani was shocked and didn't understand what had happened. However, it was better than being captured. The girl looked to the side to understand what happened to the guy. She was horrified when she realized that the villain who had grabbed her was dead. Now she was only worried about how this could have happened. The friends of the murdered man were also very surprised by what was happening and did not believe that the guy was dead. One of the scoundrels was so impressed by what had happened that he couldn't even utter a word. The next moment, he became very angry and screamed because it turned out that the person killed was his own brother. In a fit of anger, the boy quickly grabbed his sword, intending to avenge the death of his relative. The guy's friend tried to stop him, but he didn't listen to anyone else and quickly ran forward. Mad with anger, the boy pulled his sword out of its sheath and intended to kill Tonbani right then and there, believing that his brother had died precisely because of her. The girl, seeing an armed guy running towards her, was very scared and tried to say that it was not she who killed his brother. Meanwhile, the maddened scoundrel was already very close and seemed about to strike Tonbani with his sword. Suddenly, out of nowhere, sharp daggers appeared again, flying at great speed towards their target. The next moment, they hit the armed madman straight, killing him on the spot. Everything happened so quickly that Tonbani didn't even understand what had happened and just watched as the guy's head and body flew past her at great speed. The ground with a crash, no longer showing any signs of life. Tonbani was so shocked that she was afraid to even turn around and look at what was happening behind her. The girl could hardly speak and asked only one question: what was going on here? Looking to the side, she unexpectedly discovered a strangely shaped dagger, which clearly did not belong to the guys who lured her son. Soon after, she heard an unfamiliar voice, which regretted that the entertainment should have ended at this point. The surprised Tonbani immediately raised her head up. The girl saw a mysterious man in black clothes, standing on the roof of an abandoned building and looking at the villains. The unknown person, who was hidden by the mask, continued to say that he was of course glad that the guys had lured Tonbani so far away, but he could not leave witnesses alive. The guys, who had not yet suffered the same fate as their friends, were very surprised by what was happening and had no idea who this mysterious stranger was. However, one of the guys realized what was going on and therefore began to run away in horror, while they say that he didn't want to die. He ran with all his might, completely ignoring Tonbani. It seemed he would be able to remain unharmed. The next moment, a bright flash lit up the darkness of the night, which instantly deprived another scoundrel of his head. The boy's lifeless body fell to the ground with a crash. Tonbani had completely stopped being surprised by what was happening and didn't even look at the dead scoundrel. It turned out that this guy was killed by a second mysterious person, the face of which was hidden under the mask. For this case, he used an unusual weapon tied to an iron chain. It turned out that all this time the man was busy catching this very child who helped the villains and brought the girl to this place. Tonbani was horrified to see that the mysterious stranger did not even spare the child. The girl recognized this boy and she felt very sorry for him. Meanwhile, the killer casually threw the child's body on the ground, asking his comrades why he had to eliminate witnesses at all. After this, he turned to the man who was still standing on the roof of the building and asked him to come down. At the same time, another man emerged from the dark forest who looked exactly the same as the previous two. However, even this was not all. Two more mysterious killers were still waiting for their moment, and they could only be distinguished by the scars on the exposed areas of their faces. As a result, 5 professional killers of the target who remained unknown gathered at once in a deserted place near the destroyed building. The mysterious strangers were getting closer and closer, causing anxiety and worry in the last scoundrel who remained alive. The guy immediately fell to the ground and bowed low, begging the strangers to spare him. Having received no answer, the guy began to say that he was the son of a famous person, and therefore if they let him go, he would do whatever they wanted. It seemed that one of the killers was interested in this proposal, so he asked if the guy would really do anything, to which he immediately received a positive answer. The guy was already hoping that his prayers were heard, but he was very wrong because the very next moment, a sharp iron scythe pierced his head. Along with this, the ruthless killer asked the guy to just die because he didn't need anything else from him. The blood that spurted from the resulting wound instantly stained the man's clothes. After this, one of the mysterious strangers looked to the side because there was what they were here for. The man looked at the frightened girl and realized that it was definitely Tonbani. He was surprised at how beautiful the general's daughter was and believed that she would definitely be able to win the hearts of all the men of the South Sea. The man was distracted from these thoughts by a sudden scream that sounded very close by. The shocked stranger immediately looked to the side in order to understand what had happened. It turned out that the reason for all this was No Hagwon, who had already managed to kill 2 men and was now quickly heading towards the third in order to do the same to him. The man was very surprised by what was happening and did not understand who this person who suddenly appeared was. In order not to risk himself, the man decided not to let No Hagwon get close to him and therefore launched his sharp scythe at him, hoping to quickly kill the guy. To No Hagwon's surprise, this attack turned out to be quite predictable, so he was able to easily dodge it by jumping high up in time, which only caused surprise in the killer. Meanwhile, the man's weapon had sunk deep into a nearby tree and was firmly lodged there, making it impossible for the killer to use it again. Due to the fact that the iron chains were stretched tightly between the tree and the man, Hagwon was able to deftly jump onto it while maintaining his balance. After this, the guy began to slowly approach his opponent because now there was no need to rush. Unexpectedly, the killer recognized his opponent's fighting style and was even able to guess who he was currently fighting against. That is why the man did not understand why no Hagwon was protecting Tonbani. The guy who was getting closer and closer to the killer answered that he himself did not know the answer to this question. Soon Hagwon decided that it was time for him to end all this, and so he pushed off strongly from the taut chain. Thanks to this, the guy gained enormous speed and was now lightning fast approaching his opponent, who, seeing all this, considered no Hagwon a damn psycho. The next moment, the guy cut off his opponent's head without mercy. As soon as the lifeless body of the unknown man fell to the ground, it could be considered that this battle was already over. Finally, Hagwon repeated again that he himself did not understand why he did all this. For some time, the sounds of battle continued to be heard near the old abandoned building far from the city. But Hagwon skillfully fought several opponents at once, who were very unhappy that he prevented them from completing their task. Tonbani stood to the side and silently watched what was happening without taking her eyes off it, not understanding why the guy stood up for her. The girl, despite the fact that the battle was still going on, loudly asked about who was helping her, hoping to get an answer. But Hagwon, of course, couldn't talk, but now he was too busy with his opponent, who intended to kill him. One of the hired killers, the face hidden behind the mask, was amazed by the skills of his suddenly appeared opponent and thought that this guy was definitely an unusual master. Meanwhile, No Hagwon had already managed to mercilessly plunge his sword into his opponent's stomach, causing blood to splash around. The second killer only realized after some time that his opponent was Hagwon himself. This shocked the man. He did not understand why the guy was fighting against them. Suddenly, the killer was consumed by rage, which made him fearlessly rush into battle in order to teach No Hagwon a lesson for interfering with their work. Despite the killer's excellent skills, the guy managed to easily stop his powerful attack. At that very moment, the ringing sound of metal hitting each other echoed throughout the area. But Hagwon remained absolutely calm, and holding back the onslaught of the hired killer, thought about why he interfered in this situation. The next moment, the guy was able to deftly free his sword and lightning-fast attack his opponent, while calmly saying that he himself did not quite understand why he was doing this. After this, a loud human death cry spread through the night forest, which soon died down. But Hagwon hid his weapon in its sheath, for all his enemies had been defeated, and now it was safe here. Then the guy silently looked around, closely examining the lifeless bodies that remained after the battle. The mysterious man immediately thought that if the killers were already here, then it also started in that very place. But Hagwon wasn't worried about it at all, and thought that he shouldn't have cared. The guy was suddenly distracted from these thoughts by the timid voice of Tonbani, who was addressing him. The girl bowed low to her savior and thanked him for his help, because she believed that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have survived here. But Hagwon didn't react to this in any way, and just silently looked at the girl, as if he didn't expect to receive gratitude from her. Tonbani also silently looked at the guy, not understanding at all why he didn't say anything. Suddenly, a clear expression of excitement appeared on the mysterious man's face. He began to get nervous and suspect that perhaps he had flinched because of the beautiful eyes of this girl. He didn't like it at all, but it was already too late to regret that he had intervened and saved her. Unexpectedly, Hagwon turned away from the girl and briefly said that she should go to Jinwei. The Governor General's daughter did not immediately understand what the guy meant, but Hagwon explained that it was in this place that the girl would be able to see the one she was looking for. Tonbani was amazed to hear this. As soon as she came to her senses, she immediately bowed again and loudly thanked the mysterious guy several times for this valuable information for her. As before, Hagwon did not react to this at all, and continued to walk forward silently without looking back in order to quickly return to his master. Tonbani realized that the guy was not at all in the mood for a dialogue with her, so she put her hood on her head and headed in the opposite direction. Unexpectedly, Hagwon stopped as if he wanted to say something else to the girl he had just saved. Turning to face her, the guy calmly said that she would indeed be able to meet the one she was looking for if this person was still alive. At that very time, the soldier quickly descended the stairs into the dungeon in order to carry out his master's order there. Several of his colleagues walked with him. There was absolute silence in the semi-dark corridors, and only loud footsteps broke it. Each of these soldiers knew well the order given to them, but had no doubt whatsoever about its correctness. Finally, they came to where they needed to go, and so they stopped. No one was in a hurry to say anything. One of the guards creaked open the iron door of the cell where Song Baek was imprisoned. The same soldier turned to the main character and calmly asked him to get to his feet. The thing was that the time had come for interrogation. The guy understood perfectly well what was waiting for him ahead and what methods would be used to extract information from him, but he was not at all worried about it. After some time, the handcuffed protagonist, accompanied by guards, obediently found himself on the palace grounds. There was a night's silence all around. Song Baek didn't even think about at least trying to escape because he understood that it was unrealistic. Nevertheless, the guy was meticulously thinking about something. Everything that was happening right now seemed somehow suspicious to him. Song Baek strongly doubted that he was being taken for interrogation because now, in the guy's opinion, was not the right time of day for this. The protagonist knew well that even on the battlefield, interrogations at late hours were only carried out in urgent cases. In addition, the guy was accused of killing an official, which meant that the interrogation had to be conducted by high-ranking people who were probably sleeping at that time. Unexpectedly, thanks to the silence that reigned around, Song Baek was able to hear that the sounds of the footsteps of these armed men were not at all like the steps of a disciplined soldier. Also seemed to the guy that the uniform of these guards was not quite right, so he began to expect some kind of trick. Next up is Song Baek. I heard that two soldiers who were walking behind him started looking around as if they were checking if there were people around. After this, one of the soldiers quietly took out a small knife, which the main character could also clearly hear. The guy immediately understood what these soldiers were planning to do to him, so he asked directly if they were really ready to start. The next moment, Song Baek quickly took a battle potion in order to attack his opponents before they killed him. The soldiers who were walking behind did not expect at all that the main character would seriously dare to attack one of their colleagues. Meanwhile, Song Baek's powerful blow hit the target and struck the man who was not expecting it at all. After this, the guard could no longer stand on his feet and therefore fell to the ground exhausted. The rest of the soldiers were shocked by what was happening. However, the villains quickly came to their senses and drew their swords to carry out their plan. Song Baek was not very happy that he managed to neutralize only one of his opponents. The guy then said that he didn't know who these soldiers were, but asked for everything to end quickly. One of the guards was very unhappy that the main character was so confident and not at all afraid of what would happen next. That is why he ordered his subordinates to kill the guy immediately. As soon as this order was given, soldiers from all sides simultaneously rushed at their enemy. After some time, the walls of the palace were stained with blood. One of the soldiers was breathing heavily, trying to come to his senses, and was in incredible pain. The impact with the wall was too painful for the man, so now he could only sit still and hope that he would not die. At the same time, the soldier watched as Song Baek sank his teeth into the neck of another guard and thought that this guy was like a beast. It turned out that the main character managed to deal with all his opponents with his bare hands. They were lying in a pool of their own blood, while the guy was not even wounded. When it was all over, Song Baek was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and stand up straight. After that, the main character continued to breathe heavily in order to regain his breath after the battle, and thought about something meticulously. He remembered the arrogant expression on Lee Taechong's face as he threatened and said that he would not let him and Dongbani die in peace. Remembering these words, the main character was sure that it was definitely the Secretary of State who arranged what had just happened. The guy also thought that he needed to go to Dongbani as soon as possible. Someone's voice was heard behind Song Baek, saying that the guy really was a real beast. The protagonist knew very well who this voice belonged to. Calmly turning back, the guy saw the official Lee Taechong, who was accompanied by two of his subordinates. Then the main character said that the man was very impatient because if the official had waited a little, he would have personally come for his head. To this, the man replied that no matter how much he thought, the best solution was to cut off the guy's head with his own hands, and fortunately he was still alive. After this, the Secretary of State ordered his subordinates to immediately bring the main character to him alive. Suddenly, the man was overcome with a furious rage, which made him start shouting loudly that he would personally cut off the head of this animal. Without wasting any time, the men drew their swords and rushed towards Song Baek to carry out their master's order. On the territory of the imperial palace, in a place far from prying eyes, another battle began. The subordinates of the official Lee Taechong rushed at the main character in order to carry out the order. Despite the fact that the men were very good swordsmen, even the two of them could not defeat Song Baek. Tae-kun was watching everything that was happening from the side and, judging by the trembling of his clenched fist, he was very angry. The man was very unhappy that his subordinates could not cope even with a half-dead enemy. One of the subordinates tried to make amends to his master, so he began to swing his sword more diligently, while calling Song-baek a scoundrel. No matter how hard the men tried, they couldn't hit the main character, who very skillfully dodged any attack. Song-baek was completely focused on this battle, which made him able to clearly see all the blows aimed at him. This helped him stay on his feet. Suddenly, the guy frowned, because he remembered something very unpleasant for him. It turned out that his opponents were the very same men who had accompanied the son of the Secretary of State on that fateful day. The guy continued to dodge, thinking along the way that he was not a very experienced warrior that day, but now he clearly saw the fighting style that his opponents possessed. The main character even considered that these men, in terms of strength, could be set as an example to the members of the soldier detachment. However, for Song-baek himself, his opponents were now weak. The guy did not hesitate to tell them this to their faces. The main character suddenly asked one of the men whether he had become weaker after their last meeting, or whether he had become stronger. These words frightened the villain. Because of this, the man's hand, which he held the sword in, began to tremble involuntarily. Lee Tae-chong's subordinate was unable to cope with this. The man was very angry about this and therefore called the protagonist an impudent scoundrel. Then he decided to see how much longer the main character could continue to dodge him, and so he quickly rushed at him, swinging his sword along the way. Despite the rapidly approaching danger, Song-baek remained standing in place without even trying to do anything to save himself. The main character's face expressed absolute calm, as if he already knew well how it would all end. Suddenly, the guy remembered the horseman who was quickly approaching him on the battlefield in order to kill him. Song-baek at that moment also stood fearlessly in place, waiting for the group of opponents to approach him. He remembered that the swords of the Mongols were rough. At that moment, the main character could confidently say that his enemies reminded him of real ferocious wolves. Let's remember all this now. The guy could directly state that in comparison with the enemies on the battlefield, the sword of his current opponent, although it seemed sharp, had no pride. That is why the main character was not at all afraid of the fact that the subordinate of the Secretary of State was very close. This man did not look like a real warrior and put his emotions and desire to kill Song-baek above his concentration and pride, which meant he was weak. The next moment, the main character dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, which hit him right in the head. This instantly calmed the man down. Song-baek's kick left Lee Tae-jong's subordinate with no chance. The man was unable to stay on his feet and began to fall rapidly. Soon everything became quiet. Song-baek, shrouded in a mysterious aura, silently looked at the lifeless body of his defeated opponent. The second subordinate of the Secretary of State was amazed that the main character killed his comrade with his bare hands. Meanwhile, the guy looked at the sword of the man he killed and thought that it was the weapon of a warrior who had lost his pride and power. Then Song-baek said out loud in cold blood that this sword belonged to a real dog, which was only capable of following the orders of its master. The second subordinate was very angry because the guy killed his comrade and defamed his honor. So without wasting time, he rushed into battle in order to take revenge. Although Song-baek had his back to the enemy, he clearly sensed the approach of danger, so he quickly hooked his foot onto the sword lying in front of him. The main character, whose hands were still shackled, managed to deftly throw the weapon up. Then the guy caught the sword and, holding it tightly with both hands, was ready to continue the fight. After this, Song-baek swung his sharp weapon with great force in order to get ahead of his opponent and attack him first. Suddenly, Lee Tae-chong's subordinate was struck by a sharp pain and his blood began to spray out. The reason for this was the sword that had pierced the man's chest. This attack instantly stopped the villain, who could no longer move. Song-baek, thanks to his skill and calmness, was now completely safe. Up blood, due to the fatal wound he had received, he could no longer avenge his murdered comrade. The second subordinate of the Secretary of State was dying and was no longer able to stand on his feet. Finally, the man called the main character a real monster. Lee Tae-jung, who had been closely watching the battle from the very beginning, was shocked to see both of his subordinates killed by the guy whose hands were cuffed. The man was immediately gripped by fear. He could not believe that Song-baek had killed everyone who was supposed to kill him, and yet remained completely unharmed. The Secretary of State clearly wanted to rush out of the place right now and run away from here as long as possible, but his legs did not obey him and continued to stand in place. Lee Tae-chong had no choice but to look at the main character and think that he was definitely not human. The man believed that now Song-baek was absolutely similar to a predatory, bloodthirsty beast that perceived him exclusively as its prey. This really scared Lee Taecheon, who didn't even know what to do in this situation. Still, the man thought that he should run away from here quickly and hope that Song Baek would not pursue him. The next moment, the Secretary of State jumped up and began to run quickly, the expression of horror still not leaving his face. Song Baek looked at this calmly and thought that Lee Tae-chan was a fool for hoping that he would stay alive after what he had done. Suddenly, the protagonist was invited by anxiety and excitement. His heart began to beat rapidly after he saw something in front of him. Lee Tae-chan was also very worried about the sudden appearance of a dark figure heading towards him. It turned out that it was Ton Bonnie who came here for the sake of the main character. The girl was very surprised because she didn't expect to see Song Baek on the street in the middle of the night. The main character was also very surprised, which is why he couldn't say a word. He didn't understand at all what Ton Bonnie was doing here. At the same time, Lee Tae-chan continued to run forward, being unusually happy about the appearance of Dong Bonnie, and claimed that this was a clear sign that the heavens had not abandoned him in trouble. Song Baek immediately realized that the state secretary could be dangerous for the girl, so he began to loudly ask her to quickly run away from here. However, it seemed that it was already too late to escape, because Lee Tae-chan was very close and could grab Dong Bonnie at any moment. The man really wanted to catch the girl because he hoped that if she became his hostage, he would be able to leave here alive. Suddenly, the Secretary of State's intentions were interrupted by several sharp swings of the sword. Song Baek clearly saw from the side how some mysterious man in a mask attacked Lee Tae-chan and literally chopped him into pieces. The main character was shocked by what was happening and did not understand what was happening at all and who this person was. When the deed was done, a stranger suddenly appeared and came down as if nothing had happened, even before the drops of the official's blood fell to the ground. It seemed that this man really didn't want his snow-white and clean outfit to be stained with blood. After that, the man around him, who had a strong aura, called the Secretary of State a fool who had crossed the forbidden line. Suddenly, the stranger swung his sword. To his surprise, the blade of this weapon began to bend unnaturally, as if it were made of iron. Then it was quickly wrapped around the man's hand and hidden under his clothes, allowing the unknown person to carry his weapon covertly. The stranger thanked the murdered Lee Tae-chan, because now he could solve everything much more easily. After that, the mysterious man turned to the side and looked at Ton Bonnie, who did not expect this. The girl silently looked at the stranger, not understanding what she should expect from him. The man, seeing the face of the Governor General's daughter, seemed very impressed by her beauty. Unexpectedly, he said that the rumors were downplayed. Ton Bonnie did not understand what this man was talking about. The man, coming closer, continued to say that now he understood why the gentlemen were worried, because the girl's beauty could destroy this country. Ton Bonnie was scared because of everything that had happened to her recently, so now she couldn't even move. The reason for this was unknown to her. The stranger continued to stare at the girl and think that if he used her, he would be able to make her his own instead of the emperor and get rid of the general of the East. Suddenly, the man extended his hand to Ton Bonnie, which was glowing brightly due to the mysterious aura surrounding it. The next moment, the man, who now looked very sinister, asked the girl to take his hand because then he would be able to give her this whole world. The man asked the girl to take his hand because then he could give this whole world to Ton Bonnie, who was shocked by this proposal. Despite the very generous promises, the general's daughter remained standing and did not dare to do what the stranger asked her to do. Ton Bonnie was still scared, and so she cautiously asked what the man was talking about. At that moment, a loud scream was heard from behind, which left the mysterious man perplexed. Turning back, he saw an armed Song Baek running quickly towards him, loudly demanding that the suspicious stranger move away from Ton Bonnie. Despite the threatening appearance that the main character had, the mysterious stranger remained standing as if he did not perceive the guy as a threat at all. Meanwhile, Song Baek had already jumped high into the air and swung his weapon to attack the masked man. Only after this did the mysterious stranger take his unusual sword into his hand, which flew out of his sleeve with a whistle. The next moment, the two opponents clashed with their swords in a seemingly equal battle. Despite the protagonist's powerful attack, his opponent was able to stop it. This surprised Song Baek very much because he did not expect something like this. So the guy began to wonder where this unknown person got so much strength to stop his attack. Suddenly, the stranger turned to the main character and said that she heard that he was called a beast, but she did not think that the guy was able to cope with the Tao. However, the man whose face was hidden under the mask had prepared several tricks for the main character, which he intended to demonstrate right now. The next moment, the blade of the stranger's sword began to lengthen, and bypassing any obstacles, it was directed straight at Song Baek, which could not help but frighten him. The guy immediately began to somehow defend himself from this attack, but the sharp blade of the sword was getting closer and closer to his face. The main character was even more frightened and surprised by what he saw in front of him after that. Somehow, the blade of the sword turned into a huge snake with sharp fangs that was about to bite Songbek. The guy, looking danger straight in the eye, decided that for now, he should only dodge any attacks. That was why Songbek quickly fell to the ground and did several somersaults to the side in order to avoid colliding with the stranger's unusual weapon. The masked man, seeing this, laughed and praised the protagonist for his good attempt to dodge this attack. Now Songbek was safe for a while and could recover from such a sudden trick with the snake. The main character was angry at his opponent because he used various tricks during the fight. Suddenly, the guy saw in front of him something that again greatly alarmed him and made him nervous. The stranger swung his unusual sword again, preparing to attack, and said that he had more than one snake in his arsenal. The mysterious man then promised to spare the protagonist's life if he could evade his next attack. The next moment, 3 huge snakes headed towards Songbek, intending to attack him. Now the guy had to somehow avoid this. Tonbani, seeing how danger was approaching the guy, was very scared for him and loudly asked him to be careful. A moment later, a real explosion was heard on the territory of the Imperial Palace, which was caused by a powerful attack from a stranger. As soon as the dust raised by the explosion cleared, the aftermath of the battle became visible. The solid stone slabs were covered with cracks and debris was scattered around. Tonbani didn't yet know whether the main character had survived this attack, so she was now very scared, but continued to hope for the best. The stranger himself remained standing calmly in the same place and admitted that his opponent had truly surprised him. It turned out that despite the powerful attack, Songbek remained safe and sound. The mysterious man did not expect at all that the guy would be able to dodge. Because he had just seen the masked stranger, he asked if Songbek was the son of a warrior. The man clearly saw that the guy used some kind of technique that allowed him to avoid the dragon's blow. The mysterious stranger also knew very well that a simple soldier could not learn such a technique. Songbek was very angry, but it was not his opponent or his tricks during the fight that caused him to feel this way. The main character really didn't like the fact that the past, which he didn't want to remember, helped him again. This made him furiously angry, because the guy didn't want to have anything to do with his past life. That is why Songbek confidently denied the stranger's guess that he was the son of a warrior. The man in the mask, hearing this, seemed to be in no hurry to believe the main character, but he had no reason to doubt. Suddenly, the man put his unusual sword back in his hands and said that, as he promised, he would save the guy's life. However, he was in no hurry to say goodbye, because there was a question that interested him very much. The man said that he had heard that the main character was the adopted son of an Eastern general, but he was curious whether he and Tonbani were really just brother and sister. The stranger continued to say that no matter how you looked at it, the girl's gaze was not like the gaze of her sister, who was worried about her brother. In the man's opinion, Songbek had the same gaze. Noticing the girl's worried look, the man in the mask began to assure that he in no way condemned her. He himself liked to break taboos. After all these questions, Songbek finally realized who this mysterious man was, who suddenly appeared and started a real battle with him. This man spoke easily of the general and had excellent martial arts skills, so it could be assumed that he was the head of the military department and was directly subordinate to the emperor. That is why the main character assumed that his opponent was the same Chang Maso, who temporarily occupied the emperor's throne. The guy knew well that this man was the main enemy of the general of the East and the instigator of everything that was happening, so he firmly grabbed his sword with both hands. Songbek was about to rush into the attack, but suddenly Chang Maso turned to him and asked if the guy wanted to go with him. This question discouraged the main character. The man calmly said that after losing on the battlefield, the general became a toothless tiger and would soon be eaten, if not by him, then by someone else. The next moment, Chan Maso extended his hand to the main character and promised that if he went with him now, he would be able to make all his dreams come true. It seemed that Songbek was seriously considering this generous offer, but he was in no hurry to answer, suspecting that this was another trick of the insidious Chang Maso. Suddenly, someone's loud voice addressed the main character. Chan Maso did not understand who it could be, so he turned to the side to see who had intervened in his dialogue with the guy. Chan Maso, he saw that right now a whole group of soldiers led by one of the generals was heading in his direction. It turned out that this general was Chan Ilvan, who, together with his subordinates, quickly ran to the main character in order to help him. Seeing this, Chang Maso thought that it was time for them to end this conversation. Before leaving, the man asked the protagonist to think carefully about his proposal. After this, the head of the agency jumped high into the air in order to quickly escape to a safe place in the palace. Songbek stared at the man and still couldn't believe that Chang Meso was talking to him and made a very generous offer. The main character was also surprised by the fact that this was a truly terrible person who possessed incredible strength in martial arts and had very developed spiritual strength. Beck was interrupted from these thoughts by the loud voice of Dongbani, who was running towards him right now. Very soon, the girl hugged the main character tightly. This was their first full-fledged meeting in the last 3 years. Song Beck was a little embarrassed by this, but he did not forget who they were to each other, and therefore asked the girl not to rush. To this, Tonbani loudly and confidently responded that she would not let the main character go. The girl was very afraid of losing Song Beck again, so she couldn't let him go. Meanwhile, General Chong was closely watching everything that was happening. Ilvan, who remained standing nearby because the danger had passed. The soldiers also admired our heroes without hiding their surprise and assumed that everything was fine with them. For a while, General Chong Ilvan stood silently in place, not knowing what he was supposed to do here now. Suddenly, the man heard someone's leisurely steps behind him, which could not help but attract his attention. Turning back Chon Ilvan, I understood who was coming to him and thought that he had spent a lot of effort on persuasion, and now everything should work out. It turned out that the General Governor of the East himself came to the scene of events and personally convinced himself that there was no other way. The maids calmly go about their business, cheerfully discussing the latest news along the way. At that moment, their mistress appeared behind them. The girl quickly rushed forward, almost knocking down the maids along the way, who did not expect this at all. Tonbani apologized for this and continued on her way. She didn't have time for more. One of the maids, who was surprised by what had happened, looked after her mistress, not understanding where she was going in such a hurry. The second bride noticed that Tonbani had not been so joyful for a long time. Everyone agreed with this. The girls immediately assumed that this was connected with the return yesterday of a person very important to their mistress. Very soon, Tonbani finally reached the right room, and before entering the room, she caught her breath after this morning run. A minute later, the girl was ready, and with a smile on her face began to open the door, anticipating a meeting with that very person. The next moment, the joyful girl loudly addressed Songbek and invited him to have breakfast together like in the good old days. Unfortunately, the main character was no longer in his room. Apparently, he had left a long time ago, which caused confusion in the girl. At this very time, two men walked silently one after another. It did not look like a simple friendly walk. It turned out that these people were the Governor General of the East and his adopted son. They probably wanted to discuss the latest events. After a long journey in silence, our heroes finally stopped. The protagonist expected that the elderly man would say something to him. The general really looked very thoughtful, as if he had a topic of conversation that worried him a lot. Meanwhile, Songbek obediently waited for the conversation to begin, thinking along the way about what was troubling the general, because he probably didn't just suddenly suggest that he go for a walk. Finally, the older man began to speak. He decided to start from afar, and therefore first assumed that this was the first time he and the guy had walked like this. Songbek showed respect and briefly confirmed this, bowing to the Governor General. Suddenly, the main character heard words of gratitude from the elderly man. The guy did not immediately understand what he had done to deserve it. The general thanked the protagonist for the fact that someone had avenged Mo Yan, who had been framed and condemned to death on the battlefield. The old man said that So Yan was like a son to him, but he could not avenge him personally because of his position. Moreover, the Governor General admitted that if it were not for Songbek, then trouble would have happened to Tonbani, and therefore he said with full responsibility that he was eternally indebted to the guy. The main character was very surprised by everything he had just heard. Because of this, he was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Nevertheless, the boy again bowed respectfully to the Governor General and said that all his merits were nothing compared to the mercy he had shown him. Suddenly, Songbek heard an order from an elderly man, which was to bring him the head of the Mongol commander Tazar. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard. At the same time, the Governor General continued to say that if the guy carried out his order, he would fulfill any of his wishes, no matter what they might be. Heard haunted Songbek until the evening. All this time he carefully considered the elderly man's proposal. Despite the late hour, traders were still actively selling their goods and people were happily buying them. Among all these silhouettes, the main character could not help but stand out, as if frozen in the middle of the road, completely immersed in his thoughts. He carefully considered the Governor General's proposal, namely the part in which the old man promised to fulfill his every wish. For Songbek, this was the hardest thing because he didn't know what he wanted to get for carrying out the order. Suddenly, the protagonist was distracted from these thoughts by a familiar voice that addressed him. It was Tonbani. She looked at the guy with a displeased expression and asked why he was doing this to her. Songbek was very surprised and really did not understand what the girl was talking about. This outraged and angered the general's daughter even more. The girl began to explain that she and the guy had not had breakfast together for a long time, but this morning he simply disappeared. She was also outraged by the fact that they finally met, but Songbek did not care about her at all. The main character was very surprised when he heard all this and probably realized that he really did something wrong to Tonbani. At the same time, the guy was still thinking about what kind of reward he wanted to receive for carrying out the order. Finally, everything came together in the main character's head. Meanwhile, the general's daughter was still unhappy. Added to this was the fact that the guy did not answer her, so she asked if he was listening to her at all. At that moment, a smile appeared on the main character's face. This happened very rarely. This smile quickly turned into laughter, which Songbek tried with all his might to hold back. Tonbani didn't understand what was happening to the guy, which made her blush even louder. No matter how hard the main character tried, he couldn't hold back, and so he started laughing loudly, completely ignoring the people around him. It was very unexpected, so Tonbani's anger quickly changed to surprise. The girl began to ask why the guy suddenly started laughing. The surprises didn't end there. Songbek hugged the girl tightly, which caused her to feel a bout of embarrassment. The general's daughter was shocked by what was happening, because this was the first time the main character showed his feelings and was the first to hug her. Said with a smile on his face that he would never let Tonbani go again. These words surprised the girl very much. It seemed she could not believe what she had just heard. Everything that happened touched Tonbani, which is why tears began to appear in her eyes. These were tears of joy. Soon they quickly rolled down the girl's reddened cheeks. After this, the general's daughter hugged the main character in response, thereby showing that she believed his words. This event marked the end of one of the happiest days in recent times for our heroes. At this time, someone was discussing the Mongol commander Tazar with great emotion. General Chonilvan learned about the order the governor-general gave to the main character, and it seemed he didn't fully believe it. Elderly man sipping his favorite tea calmly confirmed that he had indeed ordered the boy to bring him Tazar's head. This made the man unhappy, so he asked if the old man understood what this meant, because in case of failure, Songbek's life would be in danger. The governor-general did not like the fact that Chong Ilvan raised his voice in his presence and therefore loudly banged his cup on the table in order to draw attention to this. The older man then rudely said that he had risked something far more valuable than his own life, so he believed that the protagonist should pay a fair price for it. After this, having calmed down a little, the old man asked the general if he was wrong. Chan Ilvan couldn't answer this because he hadn't yet determined who was wrong in this situation. At the same time, the man only thought that even in such a situation, the governor-general used his only daughter. That's why Chan Ilvan didn't think that the old man sitting opposite him was really a scary person. The next day arrived, and early in the morning, several horsemen were walking across the territory of the palace of the General of the East. It was Songbek and General Zhong Ilvan, who inspected the condition of the troops and prepared to return to the battlefield. The man turned to the boy and said that he would be the commander of an army that consisted of juvenile and adult criminals. The boy led this rabble. Chan Ilvan also explained that the protagonist's achievements were not enough to lead elite soldiers. The man also said that whatever the reason, killing the boss was a very serious crime, but if Songbek succeeds now, he will be able to wash away his sins. After his monologue, Chan Ilvan turned to the guy again and asked if he understood everything. The main character briefly but confidently confirmed this. He knew well what he wanted to get and was ready to give all his strength for it. At that moment, the guy suddenly heard the loud voice of one of the maids, who was telling her mistress that she should not have gone there. As it turned out, this lady was Tonbani, who did not listen to the servant at all and ran out of the gates of her palace. The girl quickly ran towards the main character while her subordinates tried to catch up with her and stop her. Still, she managed to run in time before the soldiers left. Songbek was very surprised to see her here. Tonbani looked very agitated and was breathing heavily, not only because of that morning run. It seemed that the main character immediately understood what the reason for this was and tried to explain everything, but did not have time to do so. Tonbani was unable to contain her emotions and began to cry while addressing the guy. The next moment, the girl loudly called the main character a deceiver. This was the reason for everything that was happening. Tonbani believed that the guy was lying to her when he said that they would not let her go again and that everything would be different. Continuing to shed bitter tears, the girl asked why Songbek was leaving her again. Beck's strong embrace, which immediately calmed her down a little. The main character assured that he found it for the last time. The girl was surprised to receive such an answer. After that, the guy looked into Tonbani's eyes, smiling sincerely at her and preparing to tell her something else. The next moment, Songbek proposed to the girl to marry him when he returned home. At these words, the general's daughter immediately forgot about her sadness. The girl was so happy with this offer that she couldn't even believe that it was true. Then the main character again confirmed his intentions and promised that this would definitely happen. Tonbani couldn't contain her joy and threw herself into Songbek's arms. Everyone present was shocked by what had happened and immediately began to whisper among themselves, simultaneously rejoicing for the young people. However, not everyone felt positive about what happened. It seemed that Hagwon was not at all happy that he had witnessed this whole scene. Yongchan brothel, hung with red lanterns, stood out from the other establishments on the street. It was here that several soldiers joyfully greeted the governor-general and his subordinates. Chan Ilvan was surprised that he became governor-general, but the soldiers were much happier about it than he was. Major General Yu Chahyuk asked how they could not rejoice in their freedom. Unexpectedly to Chan, a familiar voice approached Ilvan from behind and asked how he had chewed all this time. It was the owner of this establishment, Bo. Chong Ona bowed respectfully and greeted the new governor-general. The man was very glad that this woman was also here today. He suddenly announced that he would like to stay with Bo. Chan was here tonight, and that's why he asked if she was against it. The hostess was very surprised by this sudden statement, which left her momentarily dumbfounded. However, she quickly came to her senses and, bowing again to the governor-general, promised to do everything possible for him. Chan Ilvan was glad to hear this, after which he suggested to the major general that they celebrate their return properly. Yu Cha-hyuk agreed with this, and in response suggested getting drunk like the last time. The man didn't notice at all how closely Bo-chan watched them go and thought about something carefully. It looked suspicious. Very soon, high-ranking military officials sat down at the table and filled their glasses with alcohol. The major general said that when he heard the news that this eunuch had been crushed, all 10 years of suffering seemed to fall from his shoulders at once. Chan Ilvan stared at the man and remained silent for now. He knew very well that Yu Cha-hyuk was official So's subordinate. It was the major general who told Chong Ilvan about the deal between his master and Chan Maso. However, it was a betrayal that the governor-general did not approve of. Suddenly, the man's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Major General Yu Cha-hyuk, who thanked the governor-general. The man explained that whether they wanted it or not, it was they who contributed to the death of General So-yeon, so the man thanked Zhang for it. Ilvan allowed him to correct the mistake. The governor-general, hearing this, did not rush to answer and again began to think about something. The man's face broke into a smile, which indicated that Zhang Ilvan still trusted his comrade. After this, the governor-general raised his glass and solemnly asked that Yu Cha-hyuk take care of him as well. Some time passed. Major General laughed loudly and regretted that he did not personally see the face of official So at the moment of his death. Not much time passed, but there was already this mess on the table, and several bottles of alcohol were already emptied. Chan Ilvan also laughed loudly and asked if his interlocutor was already drunk. The Major General, gathering all his strength, replied that he was drunk with joy. Suddenly, Yu Cha-hyuk began to speak in a serious voice about how he was very happy that he was able to pay back the scumbag who sold out their country. After this, the man asked if everything would be okay with the new captain, since he had received an army of scum under his command. The Major General also heard that this new captain did not inspire confidence among the soldiers, since he was considered too young for this position. The Governor-General knew very well about all these rumors, but she did not think of changing her decision. Then the man began to assure his friend that he had nothing to worry about. The next moment, Chan Ilvan confidently stated that this young captain had killed tens of times more Mongolian soldiers than Yu Cha-hyuk. This could not help but surprise the Major General. Meanwhile, it was already deep night, but despite this, for the main character, this was not a reason to sleep. Songbek stood alone and thought with regret that he had returned to this hell again. However, the guy knew his main goal very well and was ready to achieve it for the sake of the promised reward. The main character really hoped that this time, his appearance on the battlefield would be the last. Soon after this, all the soldiers were called together for an emergency meeting. Not everyone was happy about this and did not understand why it could not wait until the morning. Nevertheless, absolutely all soldiers from the lowest rank to the captain stood on the street and obediently waited to see what would happen next. Soon, one of the high-ranking military men loudly ordered everyone to listen carefully to what he was about to say. Then the man also loudly announced that a new commander had arrived, whose name was Songbek. The The soldiers were very surprised when they heard this and thought it was some kind of joke because their new captain looked too young for this position. The man who was reading the announcements did not like this kind of talk, so as always he loudly ordered everyone to shut up. However, one of the soldiers loudly shouted out that the main character was more like a child who had just been separated from his mother than a captain. After that, jokes about this topic began to sound in the ranks and loud laughter of soldiers. The high-ranking military man was very embarrassed by the situation and therefore he looked at Songbek with apprehension, fearing his anger. The man was worried that the main character might not be able to handle the command because despite the fact that the guy was so strong that he was nicknamed a bull, he really was still a child. Beck turned to the man and calmly asked what they should have done in this situation. This question discouraged the military man. Without waiting for an answer, the main character looked at the man with displeasure, which caused him to have a panic attack. In order not to anger the guy, the man apologized and asked him to repeat the question. Songbek again calmly asked what they should have done with those soldiers who refused to obey the order. The man was still taken aback, but after thinking for a moment, he timidly replied that such soldiers should have been executed. Having heard this, the main character immediately headed towards the line of soldiers, saying along the way that no matter what kind of soldiers these people were, an order was still an order. The new commander's subordinate did not understand what Songbek was going to do, which made him very worried about him. The soldier also did not know what would happen next. Silently approaching one of the soldiers, the main character calmly stopped right in front of him. These soldiers were a very large man, who was larger than the boy and much taller than him. The man did not understand what he was doing wrong and why the new commander approached him because he just stood quietly and did not even say anything. The next moment, the man was struck by a powerful kick that knocked several teeth out of his mouth. It turned out that the reason for this was the main character, who delivered a crushing blow with his foot right to the man's jaw in order to show the seriousness of his intentions. After this, the guy turned to all the soldiers and very rudely said that he had only warned them once. As soon as Songbek turned around to go back to his seats, the man he attacked fell to the ground unconscious. All the soldiers who had recently laughed at the guy were now afraid to even look him in the eye, so no one questioned his authority anymore. However, there was one soldier in the ranks who was no longer afraid, but was impressed by the actions of the protagonist. It was no Hagwon. He looked intently at the guy, thinking about what had happened. He was very interested in how the main character understood who exactly he should attack, so that everyone would start listening to him. But Hagwon knew that the man who was now lying on the ground was the most aggressive of all. So for the criminals, this was the most effective way of control. This really impressed the guy, so he wanted to know more about him. But Hagwon was very interested in this because he wanted to understand why Tonbani fell in love with the main character. One could assume that this is precisely why the hired killer ended up in an army consisting of criminals. Bake was at all costs. Despite the late hour, no one was sleeping in the military camp. The light was especially bright in the largest tent. It turned out that after the meeting of all the military, Songpek ordered to gather only the commanders in order to talk to them without the participation of ordinary soldiers. The main character looked intently at the men standing in front of him and thought about something for a while before starting this meeting. Finally, he turned to that same subordinate, whose name was Nam Bugwan. The man prepared to listen to the question of his new commander. The main character asked if the man had military experience. Nam Bugwan began to hesitate because it was difficult for him to answer this question. Still, he timidly said that, unfortunately, he had no combat experience. It seemed he was ashamed to admit this to the commander. Hearing this, the main character turned to all his subordinates at once and asked if none of them had ever been on a real battlefield. The high-ranking military men immediately began to look at each other, but none of them answered the commander's question. Songbek immediately remembered that the previous army had been completely destroyed, so a new one had been hastily assembled, but he had not expected that it would be made up of people with no experience. Suddenly, the main character saw a man who raised his hand up, attracting the attention of the new commander. It was the captain of the first squad, whose name was Chanban. He is the only one here besides Songbek who has combat experience. Captain of the first squad Chanban stepped forward to answer his new commander's question. The man said that he had combat experience because he had done work in Liaodong, but now he had been transferred to Gyeonggung. Songbek had heard of Liaodong before and therefore assumed that the man had fought against the Manchu Tungus. The main character thought that it was very good because in essence the Tungus were the same nomads as the Mongols, which means Cho Chanbon was able to fight the enemy. In order to check this, the guy asked in what situation. In the opinion of the commander of the first detachment, the Mongols felt most comfortable. For the captain of the first squad, this question seemed very simple and obvious, so he was immediately ready to give an answer. Suddenly the man fell silent, and his face twisted in horror as he realized why Songbek was asking him about this. What Jambon suggested that the new commander wanted to attack the enemy in winter, the man immediately began to insist that sending soldiers to attack in winter was tantamount to death. To this, Songbek frowned and replied that in the army, a soldier had to follow the orders of the commander. The guy then ordered that starting from tomorrow, each squad leader should begin training his soldiers. They also had to constantly wear armor in order to be ready for battle at any time. After this, Nambugwana turned to the protagonist and expressed his concern that the soldiers simply would not listen to them. The man recalled that among their subordinates there were many criminals who lacked loyalty, so they could turn their swords against their commanders at any moment. Songbek looked at his subordinate with a stern gaze, as if he was unhappy with the fact that he didn't know what to do in such a situation. Still, the guy said that all the disobedient soldiers should be killed. Nambugwan was shocked by these words but did not dare to protest. Captain of the first squad, Cho Jongbong, was also unenthusiastic about this decision and asked the protagonist to explain what he had said. Songbek was sure that if several people died, then sooner or later the rest of the disobedient would realize that they had to obey. A new day had arrived. A gentle female voice addressed the gentleman and asked him to wake up, because it was already morning. Chan Ilvan, who had spent the previous night very wildly, could now hardly open his eyes. The man was not feeling very well, so he thought he should lie down a little longer in peace and quiet. Bochan, opening the windows and letting fresh air into the room, insisted that the general get out of bed, because it was already morning. Chan Ilvan immediately assumed that the woman was saying all this only because she wanted to quickly escape from him. The brothel owner replied with a smile that she regretted it, but nothing could be done. After that, she went to get some tea. The governor-general received these words with a smile and joked that the woman was unwavering. Nevertheless, the man began to tidy himself up and get dressed. Soon he was ready to go about his business. However, Chan Ilvan was in no hurry to do this. It seemed that he did not want to leave this room and the woman's company at all. Then the general silently looked at the brothel owner in the hope that she would take pity and invite him to stay. However, Bochan didn't even think about it. She stood with her back to the man and silently looked out the window, waiting for him to leave. Unexpectedly, Chan Ilvan asked the woman how much time had passed since they first met. Carefully pouring tea for his guest, She replied that she didn't remember exactly, but their first meeting had taken place about a week ago. Hearing this, the man decided to ask if the woman hadn't gotten at least a little used to him during this time. The owner of the brothel seemed not to understand this question, and therefore asked him to explain what the general meant. Unexpectedly, Chan Ilvan stated that he wanted to hear the woman's real name. Absolute silence reigned in the room. No matter how hard they tried to hide it, Chan began to tremble with excitement. The tea began to spill over the edges of the cup, but the woman did not pay attention to it. She only asked what Chan Ilvan meant. The man began to say that it seemed strange to him that such a luxurious building was located in such a remote place. So he asked a few questions about it from his people from the imperial palace. Bochan pretended not to understand what the general was talking about and insisted that it was an ordinary brothel. Chan Ilvan agreed with this, but did so as if he really doubted the woman's words. The next moment, he directly stated that he knew that it was the Kaban brothel. Just at that moment, the tea in the small teapot ran out, and there was nothing left to pour into the cup, which had long been overflowing. Bochan put the kettle on the table and replied that since Chan Ilvan was so confident in his words, that she had nothing to say to that. After this, the woman confirmed that the governor-general was indeed right and that this was indeed Kaban's house. Then she asked what the man wanted. On this, Chan Ilvan briefly replied that he wanted to get his interlocutor. Bochan didn't expect to receive this answer and therefore immediately became embarrassed because she wasn't prepared for this. The man continued to say that in truth, he only went so far because he did not know how he could become her lover. Bochan was very unhappy with all this, because she believed that a high-ranking gentleman could not say such a thing to a prostitute. She warned that even a stray dog would laugh at a man. She then asked what the governor-general really wanted from her. At that very moment, Chong Ilvan rushed towards the woman and passionately kissed her on the lips. Bochan was again shocked by what was happening, but she did not resist it at all. After that, Chan Ilvan, he said that it didn't matter to him who the woman was because he himself didn't know when and where death would overtake him. Suddenly, the brothel owner pushed the governor-general away from her, believing that their relationship was unacceptable. Bochan was in no hurry to say anything, and only breathed heavily in order to come to her senses. Next, Bo-chan asked how many times the man had seduced women in this way. To this, Chan Ilvan, without a moment's hesitation, confidently answered that she was the first, but the smile on his face clearly said otherwise. Bo-chan stated directly that she did not believe in the man's sincerity. The general replied that the truth of his words was known both in heaven and on earth. The brothel owner was still embarrassed by what was happening, but at the same time she was angry that the man, in her opinion, was simply playing with her. At the same time, the governor-general looked the woman straight in the eyes and smiled sincerely at her, waiting for her answer. Still, Bo-chan turned away from the man, believing that he was really just trying to seduce her with his words. Silence reigned in the room. Ilvan was upset that the woman did not believe in the sincerity of his feelings. The man didn't know what to do next and was already thinking about simply proposing to Bo-chan drink tea. Suddenly he heard a naked woman calling the name Yom Okshi. The governor-general was very surprised by this, but did not immediately understand what the woman was talking about. Turning to face Chan, she told Ilvan that this was her real name. The man was amazed and didn't even know how to react to this. He couldn't believe that he had managed to win this duel of eloquence. Sometime later, the governor-general was leisurely strolling along the outskirts of the city, humming a simple melody to himself along the way. The man looked at the clouds with great pleasure, finding them funny and not understanding how the sky could look so beautiful. However, the smile came off Chan's face. Ilvana quickly went down when he began to think about his dead comrade and what he should have done. The man mentally addressed Mo Yan and told him that his no-good so-called older brother still could not make a decision. He believed that the man whom Mo Yan had been watching like his father was trying to drive Song Baek to his death. Now the man had a choice to save the main character or obey the decision of the General of the East. Suddenly from these thoughts, Chan Ilvana was distracted by the loud voice of one of his subordinates, who was calling for the general. Looking to the side, the man saw a soldier running towards him. The governor-general did not understand at all what could have happened. As soon as the soldier ran closer to Chong, Ilwan asked if he was a member of the squad that Song Baek commanded. Without wasting any time, Nam Bugwan began reporting the latest news regarding Commander Song Baek. The man claimed that the protagonist used sparring as an excuse to kill soldiers. This news really shocked the governor-general. Soon after, the men were running as fast as they could to the scene to stop Song Baek and sort things out. Running closer and closer, Chan Ilvan saw soldiers who were crowded in one place. Something had already happened in the military camp. At this time, Song Baek stood over the lifeless body of a soldier who had been stabbed in the chest with a spear. Chan Ilvan was shocked when he saw this picture, and at first he didn't even know how to react to it. The main character looked at the governor-general with absolutely empty eyes, in which a frightening calm was visible, and greeted the man who suddenly appeared. Song Baek stood over the lifeless body of a soldier who had been stabbed in the chest with a spear. This was another victim of the educational process. The main character looked at the governor-general with absolutely empty eyes, in which a frightening calm was visible, and greeted the man who suddenly appeared, Nam Bugwan. He said that the main character had been killing everyone who did not obey his orders for the last few days. The man was afraid that if this continued, people would start running away. Chan Ilvan again mentally addressed Mo Yan and said that he hated the fact that the first question he asked him was about life and death. Comrade had saved the governor-general so many times that now he finally decided to save the one whom Mo Yan considered his adopted younger brother. When the general of the East said that he needed Tazar's head, the man thought that everything was over, and even thought that Song Baek should have given up everything and run away. However, now Chan Ilvan was sure that if he saved the main character, his fallen comrade would certainly be happy. The governor-general also mentally told So Yan that unlike him, Song Baek was a real psycho. This caused the man to burst into laughter. The next moment, the governor-general could not contain himself and began to laugh out loud, which greatly surprised Nam Bugwan with its suddenness. Finally, Chan Ilvan he calmed down, but there was still a sincere smile on his face. After this, the man turned to the main character and suggested that they try to carry out the order together. Of course, the governor-general spoke about catching the Mongol commander and cutting off his head and delivering it to the general of the East. Soon after this, it was deep night, but in one of the tents, a light was still burning. Song Baek sat at a table that was covered with various documents and maps. The protagonist carefully studied the information available to him in order to be absolutely prepared for the upcoming battle. The guy found information that his army consisted only of murderers, thieves, and other unreliable elements. He believed that even for scum, this was too much. Putting the documents aside, Song Baek continued to think about how little time was left for training soldiers. Suddenly, the protagonist's attention was drawn to another stack of documents that was lying on the table. One of the sheets clearly stood out from the rest, so the guy decided to pay attention to it. This was a description of one of the soldiers that clearly interested the new commander. At that moment, Song Baekoo heard a familiar voice speaking to him. The protagonist was not expecting anyone at that time of day, so he was not very happy. Slowly raising his head and looking forward, the guy saw that Nam Bugwan was standing in front of him, who had come to tell him something. The man informed his commander that the governor-general had called him to see him immediately. Very soon, the main character arrived to Chan as ordered. Ilvanu. The red lantern on the ceiling indicated that this was not a military tent. Entering the room, the guy saw the governor-general, who was sitting in the company of Bo Chung-man, immediately invited Song Baek to sit down at the table. Also, Chan Ilvan handed the main character a glass of alcohol and invited him to drink with him. Song Baek politely declined the offer and asked the man to tell him why he had called him here. Hearing Chan's refusal, Ilvan exhaled heavily and, remembering Mo Yan's words, agreed that the main character was indeed a boring guy. At this time, Song Baek also remembered his fallen comrade, who said that Zhong, unlike him, Ilvan was also interested in politics in addition to war. The main character also heard that this man was close to Mo Yan, but he had no connections with the East, so the guy was interested in why he saved him. Next, Chan Ilwan turned to Song Baek and began to assure him that he did not need to doubt him. The man explained that he saved the boy because he was consumed by doubts over Mo Yan's death. These words surprised the protagonist. Suddenly, the governor-general remembered that he had not introduced his companion to the main character. The next moment, Chan Ilvan stated that the woman sitting next to him was his fiancée. This greatly embarrassed Bo Chan. However, the brothel owner quickly pulled herself together and, bowing respectfully, greeted the main character. Song Baek also showed his manners in response and bowed and told the woman his name. After that, Bo Chan began to wonder why this young commander seemed so familiar to her. Next, Chan Ilvan asked the woman why she was looking at the guy so intently, assuming that they knew each other. It seemed like Bo Chan is impossible. To make sure of this, the brothel owner looked at Song Baek again. Suddenly, the woman was overcome with excitement because she remembered who this young guy was. First, Bo Chan thought that this could not be, but the main character's gaze could not be confused with any other. Now the brothel owner was sure that the guy standing in front of her was the same warrior who killed the official so within the walls of her establishment. Next, Chan Ilvan suggested not to waste time and move on to the conversation for which he had called the main character here. The man began to say that he knew that the guy was planning to attack the Mongolian army in the winter, which was not easy, so he was interested in whether the young commander had any kind of plan. Bo Chan was very surprised that the offensive was actually planned to take place in the winter. The woman knew that in winter, Karudo, where Tazar had settled, froze and became a real fortress. She believed that for an army from the Central Plains to go there in winter was suicide. The brothel owner also knew that in order to get to Karudo, it was necessary to pass through the Imsan mountain range. The main character also knew about this, which surprised the woman. Song Baek told the governor-general that he was going to go with a small group and destroy the fortress in the center of the Yumsan Mountains. Chan Ilvan was surprised by this because it was the first time he heard that there was some kind of fortress there. Then he asked if there really was a Mongol stronghold there. The protagonist replied that he had become convinced of this during their last retreat. At that moment, no one knew about him because no one from the Central Army had returned from there. In addition, there was always fog and clouds in the Imsan Mountains, and until now the enemies used this to their advantage. But the main character wanted to turn this to his advantage. Song Baek confidently stated that this could radically change the situation on the battlefield. Chan Ilvan immediately realized that the young commander wanted to carry out a small act of sabotage under the cover of fog. The man seriously thought about this idea. Suddenly, the governor-general asked if the protagonist intended to use the fire strategy. This question discouraged Song Baek. The guy was very surprised that he only told about the fact that he would go in a small detachment, but the man immediately understood the whole essence of his plan. This indicated that Chan Ilvan was not an easy person. Song Baek continued to think that the key to success was gunpowder, which was controlled by the government. The market was occupied by Jiang Maso, but it had to be obtained somehow. At this very moment, Chan Ilvan suddenly turned to Bo Chan and asked how much gunpowder she could get. This surprised the main character very much because he did not ask the governor-general about this. The woman was unhappy that the man first borrowed money from her and now also asked for gunpowder. She was also indignant that she had many problems because of one person. Still, the brothel owner asked the main character how much gunpowder he needed. Song Baek did not understand who this woman was if she could get this resource. Chan Ilvan noticed this and laughed at the fact that the guy was interested in the identity of his bride. The man said that despite her appearance, the woman was the head of the Kiban department. Bo-chan was very unhappy that the Governor General told the guy about this. At the same time, Song Baek was very surprised by what he had just heard from Jong Ilvana. The Governor General believed that this solved the problem of the shortage of gunpowder. Now he was very interested in which of the criminals the main character intended to take with him on this mission. The next day arrived. The military flags were raised high, indicating that the soldiers were still in the military camp, preparing for the upcoming battle. Long training yielded results. Yesterday's criminals were now quite skilled with a sword. But Hogwan, like all his new comrades, trained diligently despite his rich experience in wielding weapons. At the same time, the guy thought that this life was gradually becoming boring. He assumed that a war would soon begin, so he would need to escape from here before that moment. Suddenly, the guy stopped his training because he was thinking about something more serious. But Hogwan, gritting his teeth in anger, because even the thought that he had gone so far because of a woman made him feel sick. The guy was already starting to think about whether he should have punched the main character before leaving. At that moment, No Hogwan's commander loudly addressed him and ordered him with displeasure not to be distracted from training. The guy had to apologize for this. Suddenly, a loud announcement was made that all soldiers had to line up. After some time, all the soldiers stood in front of a small platform on which stood Commander Songpek and his subordinates. The soldiers were not at all happy to see their commander and were already assuming that someone would be killed again today. Suddenly, the main character threw a heavy bag at his feet, and coins immediately began to jingle inside. The soldiers were amazed by this and began to listen attentively to what their commander would tell them. Song Baek kicked the bag with his foot, causing a handful of unusual coins to spill out onto the ground. The protagonist calmly explained that this was the price of the lives of those soldiers who would be selected for the upcoming mission. The guy then stated that if the soldiers wanted to get this money, they should have reduced the number of people to 5. As soon as the main character announced all the conditions for receiving a large sum of money, the soldiers, who were former criminals, immediately rushed at each other. A real massacre began in the military camp. Soldiers used all their skills and all available means to become one of the 5 lucky ones who will receive the award. Nam Bugwan, who had just arrived at the military camp, was shocked by what he saw and did not understand what was happening here at all. Song Baek watches the battle calmly explain that this mission will be extremely dangerous, so only the strongest should pass. Nam Bugwan understood perfectly well that incredible qualities were required from the candidates. I was the only one who believed that it was impossible to select soldiers for the mission in this way. Not long before this, Chan Ilvan asked the main character which of the criminals he was thinking of taking with him. The man thought that it would be very problematic if the soldiers suddenly decided to escape in the middle of the mission. In addition, the Governor General had already heard that many recruits were dissatisfied with Song Pek's approach to training. The main character replied that in order to motivate the soldiers, he would promise them amnesty. The guy explained that in this case, instead of punishment, the criminals would receive the lives of ordinary commoners, and the number of applicants would decrease if only those who could be forgiven were left. Chan Ilvan now understood what the main character had in mind, but it seemed that the man really liked this approach. After this, the Governor General began to be surprised at how high the guy was able to rise, because at first he was a servant, then he became an adopted son, and now he was setting his sights on the master's precious daughter. Chan Ilvan continued with a smile, saying that, whatever the case, Song Baek knew little about criminals. After this, the man placed a large bag of money on the table in front of the main character, and the ringing sound spread throughout the room. The Governor General insisted that this was the best way to make the soldiers fight, and asked the young commander to exploit their greed. Even while watching the battle, Song Baek remembered the words of the man who said that the stronger the greed of the criminals, the greater their thirst for life. Chan Ilvan suggested giving the soldiers half of the reward immediately and promising the second part in case of victory. The man believed that this would significantly increase the chances of success. At first glance, the Governor General seemed like a simpleton to Song Baek, but the boy admitted that he actually understood people. The main character also heard that the man was very close to Mo Yan, but this did not mean that he could be trusted. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice addressed the young commander, distracting him from his thoughts. Looking forward, the main character saw one of the soldiers who was calmly standing in place. It was No Hogwan who asked what to do if there were not 5 people left as needed, but only 1. It turned out that the guy managed to defeat all of his opponents, which meant that the entire reward should have gone to him alone. After some time, two soldiers walked one after another through the military camp. They were in a hurry because they still had things to do today. It was Songbek behind whom Nambugwan walked silently, ready to accept the young commander's order at any moment. The man walked behind so he could quietly watch the main character and think about his own things. Nambugwan, I thought that no matter how you looked at it, Songbek was nothing more than a child who had just turned 20 years old. The main character turned out to be rude to him, but the man was surprised that he managed to subdue the criminals. Nambugwan also knew that the guy was the adopted son of the general of the East. Suddenly the man turned to the young commander and asked if he could ask him something. Songbek was not against it. We were interested in Bugwana why the guy decided to become a military man, because in his opinion, this was not the most suitable place for the adopted son of an Eastern general. Hearing this question, Songbek suddenly stopped, which indicated that for him this was a rather serious topic for discussion. Nam Bugwan was surprised by this, but he was even more worried by the silence of the main character, who was in no hurry to answer the question. The man had already begun to anticipate the worst and regret that he had dared to ask the young commander a question. Still, the main character began to answer the question, thanks to which Nam Bugwan could breathe a sigh of relief. Songbek briefly replied that he became a military man because he had no other choice. Immediately after this, the main character asked the same question to Nam Bugwan. It was clear that this question was quite painful for the man as well. The main character knew that the man's father and his brother were officials, so the guy found it strange that Nam Bugwan was here given the status of his family. Nam Bugwan was surprised that his young commander was interested in his origins, because before that the man thought that Songbek cared about nothing except training. Having received no answer, the protagonist asked if his question was too rude. Nam Bugwan immediately began to deny it. After this, the man fell silent again, which again confirmed that this was a rather personal topic for him. The captain was surprised that Songbek was interested in this issue, because before that, he thought that the guy didn't care about anything except his own goals. Still, the man assumed that he was mistaken about his new captain. Nambugwan began to tell us that his brother had been capable since childhood, so they were always compared. The man, of course, loved his brother, but after he passed the civil service exam, Nambugwanu for some reason suddenly began to learn to read and write. That day, the boy had the feeling that his brother was the only child in the family, and he simply did not exist there. Nambugwan. He thought that he couldn't surpass his brother, so he decided to join the military. At that moment, Songbek remembered what he was like as a child. These feelings were very similar to those described by Nambugwan. The main character could also only watch from the side as his father praised his older brother, who trained every day and improved his skills. These memories did not please the guy at all, so he understood perfectly well what Nambugwan was telling him. The captain continued to tell that although he had previously really wanted to become a civil servant, now he did not regret anything. Suddenly, the man felt Songbek put his hand on his shoulder. The man was very surprised by this sign of support. The main character then said that Nambugwan should not have lost to his brother. The man was still surprised that the guy supported him. Songbek continued to talk about how they were obliged to bring Tazar's head so that their brothers would look up to them. After this, the main character did not linger and went about his business, calling Nambugwan to follow him. There for a while, not believing that he had received words of support from the new commander. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers, away from prying eyes, loaded boxes of the valuable resource into a cart. These boxes were quite heavy, so the soldiers were not particularly concerned about placing them on the cart as carefully as possible. As soon as the man who was in charge of the whole process noticed this, he became indignant and demanded that the soldiers handle the cargo carefully because the lives of everyone present depended on it. After this, the man called the soldiers fools and said that this was why he didn't like working with them. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a woman appeared and turned to the man and asked if everything had already been loaded into the cart. It turned out it was Bo-chan, who was accompanied by two silent guards. The man immediately began to behave more restrained. He informed his boss that the work she had requested was almost done. After this, the man asked why the soldiers needed so much gunpowder, since with that amount they could demolish an entire mountain. Bo-chan calmly confirmed that they really needed to demolish the mountain. The man was truly shocked because he didn't expect that this would be the reason. Headmaster Keban and her subordinate continued to discuss work while someone was watching them closely. One of the soldiers began to smile slyly when he saw the woman and thought that such a beauty would be much better than money. One of the members of the suicide squad, whose name was Chan Ocean, noticed this and asked his comrade to be patient and assured him that they would have a lot of fun when they completed the task. Chan Bond, who was also in this squad, was already beginning to doubt that Song Baek would really let them go after this, since it was much easier for the commander to just kill them to shut them up. The man who threw the knife in his hands did not worry about his comrade. Gonno, who was serving his sentence for murder, promised that if the protagonist deceived them, he would simply kill this arrogant commander. Suddenly, another member of the Suicide Squad intervened in this conversation, who began to strongly doubt that Gong No would be able to kill Song Baek with such skills. But Hagwon stated outright that his partners were stupid scoundrels who still could not understand the situation they had all gotten themselves into. Gong No was unhappy that the guy was saying all this just because he won a fight once. The man was sure that if he had a dagger that time, everything would have been different. To this, No Hagwon threatened that he now had a sword behind his back, with which he could easily cut off the man's head. Gunno got very angry about this and quickly took out his dagger and offered the guy to check right there what his threats were worth. At that moment, the soldiers' commander turned to them and asked if they had still not decided on their ranks in the squad. Everyone immediately calmed down. Looking to the side, the suicide bomber saw a man who was very worried about being here. Song Baek informed everyone that this man's name was Chong Pal and that he would be the one to take their squad up the mountain. It was time to complete the task that the main character would receive from the General of the East. To do this, he first had to overcome the lifeless wasteland, in which even the sky was not welcoming. 2 carts slowly moved forward, carrying valuable cargo and members of the Suicide Squad. The soldiers rode in silence. They were all there for one reason only, so they did not want to exchange pleasantries with each other. Chong Pal, as he was ordered, drove the carriage and directed the movement to the destination. The man was not at all happy to be here, especially in the company of former criminals. He was nervous and did not understand how this had happened. The man thought about the fact that for 25 years, there had been no troubles in his life. To avoid becoming a beggar, he joined the army and luckily ended up in supply. His only sorrows were an unsuccessful trip to Nanjing and a small salary. However, everything changed when Song Baek called him to his office and asked if Chong Pal knew the mountain terrain well. The gaze of the boy, who was called the third commander, was so tenacious that the man simply could not lie to him. Chong Pal confirmed this by saying that he knew this area well because he grew up here. So for him, these mountains were like his own backyard. Hearing this, the young commander silently placed a heavy bag of money on the table in front of the man. Chong Pal had never seen such a large sum of money before, so he was very surprised and asked what it all meant. Song Baek looked the man in the eye and calmly replied that this was the price of his life. Remembering all this, Chong Pal now believed that he should have refused the offered reward just to not be here now. The man didn't know that his commander would send him on a mission with the killers. Such company didn't inspire confidence in him at all. Suddenly, Gon No, who was peacefully resting lying down in the carriage, turned to No Hagwon and asked where he was from. The guy briefly replied that he was from Hebei, but he did not understand why such questions were asked. Gon No was very sorry to hear this because if he had met the guy in Hanam, he would have immediately killed him. To this, No Hagwon calmly replied that the man did not even understand how lucky he was that he had 2 hands to hold daggers. These words angered Gon No, because of which he immediately jumped to his feet and suggested that the guy check whether his hand or No Hagwon's head would fall off first. At this, the guy calmly took up his sword, asking at the same time whether the man would finally shut up if he was left without a hand. Suddenly, someone loudly demanded that the scoundrel stop this senseless quarrel. These words attracted the attention of Gon No and No Hagwon. Chong Pal asked his partners to be quiet because they had almost arrived at their destination. Gon No and No Hagwon, hearing this, immediately turned to the side and looked around carefully. They saw a huge gorge in front of them, which was that very Imsan. This was exactly where they should go. Meanwhile, a hawk flew quickly over the mountaintops as if watching the lifeless landscapes. Soon the bird landed on its owner's hand, giving him the opportunity to find out the latest news. One of the subordinates of the Mongol military leader Tazar carefully read the letter that the bird brought him. After that, he saw 2 suspicious carts driving through the Imsan Gorge, which could not help but interest the man. The commander, surrounded by his soldiers, was very angry and promised that this mountain would become the grave of his enemies. Meanwhile, military flags rose high above the soldiers who were gathered in one place. One of their commanders stood silently in front of them, preparing to deliver his speech. Song Baek, surrounded by other high-ranking military officials, was inspecting the condition of his troops while sitting on a low platform. There was an oppressive silence all around. The main character assumed that everyone was already assembled, which meant he could begin giving his speech to the soldiers. Everyone looked intently at their commander, waiting for what he would tell them. The next moment, Songbek spoke loudly to his soldiers and asked what their fighting spirit was like. At that very moment, everyone responded loudly in one voice that they were ready for battle. At this time, Nam Bugwan looked at the main character with a surprised look and thought about something. The man was struck by how incredible the atmosphere was before the upcoming fight. That's why Nam Bugwan, he believed that he too needed to pull himself together and show his best. Meanwhile, the main character continued to loudly tell his soldiers that they had only two orders. The first order was for the soldiers to defeat their enemies, and the second was for them all to survive. Nam Bugwan was very surprised to hear these orders. He did not expect at all that the commander would take care of the soldiers. All the soldiers were also very surprised by this, so they didn't even know how to react. At that very moment, absolute silence reigned all around. Soon the soldiers began to talk to each other, trying to understand whether the main character really ordered them to survive. Songbek calmly repeated that all his subordinates were not supposed to die in the upcoming battle, but were supposed to survive and return to their homeland. After this, the guy turned around abruptly and without saying another word went about his business. At this point, the meeting of the troops was over. Nam Bugwan continued to look at his commander in surprise because he did not expect to hear these words from the guy. At that moment, the man's opinion about Songbek definitely changed for the better. Meanwhile, Governor General Chong Il-van stood alone and looked into the distance while carefully thinking about something. The man recalled how Mo Yan always said that if the general of the East comes to power, then the country will be safe. However, Chong Il-van was still tormented by doubts. He did not know whether a man who put the lives of his soldiers at risk could govern the state fairly. From these thoughts, the man was suddenly interrupted by the voice of his subordinate, who arrived to report the situation. Adjutant Chang Kwan-yong bowed respectfully to the Governor-General and reported that the 3rd Detachment had already set out. Chong Il-van immediately asked how the bodies were doing with the preparation of the main forces. The man assured that they could also set off on their journey the following day. The Governor-General was pleased to hear this and believed that this would be the end of their difficult relations with the enemies. After this, the man looked into the distance again, no longer always able to bear the weight for the battle with the Mongol commander Tazar. Some time passed. The horses walked slowly along the dusty road, carrying high-ranking military personnel. The captains of the detachments rode on horses in front and led their soldiers. The very first of them was Songbek, who rode forward silently, pondering the upcoming battle. Immediately behind him was Nam Bugwan, who was still under the impression of the main character's words that he had spoken before leaving. The man had long thought that the guy was a commander who did not care about the lives of his subordinates. However, remembering Songbek's speech and those words spoken a few days ago, Nam Bugwan assumed that the lives of the soldiers worried the protagonist much more than it seemed. Suddenly the man turned to his commander to tell him what Songbek was not at all against it. Nam Bugwan began to say that in addition to his older brother, he also had a younger sister. She was now 16 years old, and she looked very much like the main character. That is why the man would like to introduce his commander to her if they returned to their homeland. Nam Bugwan assured that his sister was very beautiful. Songbek didn't give his answer yet and thought about the fact that his subordinate sister was 16 years old. That was exactly how old Tonbani was, whom the main character just remembered. The guy hoped that everything was fine with her now. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by a loud voice that was very dissatisfied with what Nam Bugwan said. Captain of the first squad, Cho Chanban, reminded the man that when they were drinking, he promised to introduce his sister to him. We Bugwan are surprised that the man believed the words that were said while drunk, and added that given the age difference, this acquaintance would be almost a crime. What Jongbong insisted that his age was the golden age, and he was still young. Nam Bugwan thought that it was not the most important thing, and Songbek remained on the sidelines of this dispute. Suddenly, one of the captains approached the main character and asked if the volunteer squad would be able to complete the task assigned to them. The guy asked if the captain was worried that they might fail or escape. The man believed that his worries were not unfounded because those soldiers were criminals after all. Songbek himself understood this, but asked his subordinate not to worry. The man did not understand how the main character could be so confident in these people. At that moment, the guy remembered No Hagwan, who after the battle asked what to do if only one person remained and not 5 as was necessary. Songbek couldn't forget the boy's eyes that were filled with passionate desire. This look said a lot. Still, the main character answered his subordinate that the soldiers who went on the mission would definitely return. The man was shocked by this confidence. At this point, the conversation ended, but it raised more questions than it answered. so the commander again plunged into thought. At this time, high in the lifeless mountains, there was absolute silence, which was only occasionally broken by a breath of wind. But Hagwan was breathing heavily and looking ahead with furrowed brows. His excitement was caused by the fact that he and his partners had seriously miscalculated. Somehow the information had leaked to the enemy, so now the Mongol commander was looking down on No Hagwan. The mission was in serious danger of failing. The gorge of the Imsan mountain range was noisy today. The sounds of battle echoed through the mountains. Sharp arrows from the nomads were scattered around, hitting both horses and people. Even though the battle was still going on, the ground was covered with the blood of the slain Mongols. Despite all this, someone fearlessly rushed into battle in order to defeat his opponent. A fierce warrior of the Mongolian army, sparing no effort, attacked the man, who could only defend himself with his 2 daggers. Gon No tried to hold back the onslaught of the big ball, but it took incredible effort. The man soberly assessed his chances, so he loudly asked Chongpal, who was sitting frightened to the side, to help him a little. Chongpal was trembling with fear and said that he had made a big mistake. He was sure that they would all die here. That's why the man didn't react at all when Gon No asked him for help again. This made the man very angry, because now he had to confront the threat in the form of a Mongol warrior himself. Still, Gon No came to terms with this situation and felt that he had no other choice. After that, he threw his daggers out of his hands while saying that he wanted to use something against No Hagwan, but it would not be possible to do so. The Mongol called the man a fool because he had thrown down his weapon and was already swinging his sword in order to win this battle. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the man, which instantly stopped his attack. Somehow, Gon No managed to hit his opponent so hard that his blood began to splatter all around. The man asked his enemy to consider it an honor that he used it on him because it cost him a lot. After this, Gon No pulled out the sharp blade from the Mongolian warrior's neck, leaving him no longer able to hope for salvation. A moment later, the opponent's lifeless body fell to the ground right in front of Gon No. The man then looked at his fancy mechanism that had just saved his life. It was a sharp, concealed blade that could be quickly released when needed. Gon No never expected that he would have to use this weapon in a place like this. After this, the man noticed that it had become too quiet around him, so he began to wonder what No Hagwan was doing there. Looking to the side, the man received an answer that immediately shocked him. One of the Mongol warriors was still alive and looked angrily at his opponent. He turned to No Hagwan, who had defeated at least 10 opponents before, and asked with displeasure what trick he was using this time. Then the commander of the Mongol detachment remembered that the message said that among his enemies there were people with strange powers. So he assumed that one of them was now standing in front of him. But Hagwan didn't respond to this and only frowned, thinking that this opponent was much stronger than all the previous ones. That's why this time the guy had to use his strength and concentrate the energy in his sword. Meanwhile, the leader of the Mongol detachment had already fearlessly rushed into battle and, swinging his sword, sincerely wanted to kill his enemy. The next moment, 2 sharp blades flashed, indicating that the opponents had exchanged attacks. After that, everything around became quiet. The head of the Mongol squad and No Hagwan patiently waited for a quick result. The Mongol was surprised and did not understand what power his enemy possessed. But Hagwan calmly replied that he had used the breaking technique against him. The man had not yet had time to fully realize this, but he suddenly began to cough up blood. Then one half of the body of the Mongol leader separated from the other and fell to the ground, but Hagwan remained completely unharmed. After this, the guy hid his sword in its sheath, which indicated that this battle was over. But Hagwan calmly turned back to find out if all his opponents had been defeated. As soon as he saw the many lifeless bodies of the Mongol warriors, he considered that his work here was finished. However, everything was not as good as it could have been. The wagon with gunpowder was broken, so Hagwan did not know what to do next. Suddenly, the boy heard a strange sound that quickly grew louder and louder. This alarmed him greatly. That's why No Hagwan jumped to the side as quickly as possible, because he already understood what was the source of this sound. It turned out that it was an arrow that was fired from the bow of one of the opponents, which meant that the battle was still ongoing. Raising his head up, the guy saw the same archer who was sitting on a high cliff. The Mongolian archer, loading another arrow into his bow, praised No Hagwan for the good way he ducked from his attack, while calling the guy a dirty rat. The guy was very angry because the fight was not over yet, and he somehow had to fight this archer. Meanwhile, the Mongolian warrior had already pulled the bowstring and, taking careful aim, loudly asked his opponents to come closer to him. At that very moment, the archer's head was pierced by some long-range weapon, which prevented him from firing an arrow at his opponent. After this, the Mongolian soldier slowly began to fall forward and eventually fell off the cliff. but Hagwon turned back to see the one who helped him escape from another arrow of the enemy. It turns out that it was Gunno who accurately threw the dagger at the archer. The man said that he couldn't leave the guy to die here. Of course, it wasn't an act of friendship. It was just Gunno who believed that no Hagwon should die only by his hand. Soon after, our heroes stripped the dead Mongols of their outer clothing and headdresses. Chongpal was very nervous about everything that was happening and thought that this idea was crazy. Gunno, putting on the clothes of his enemies, asked the man to stop complaining and change his clothes quickly. But Hagwon announced that now they needed to reach the Mongol camp. Therefore, the guy, who had already managed to change his clothes, was interested in how much longer they still had to go. Chongpal thought for a bit and replied that fortunately, due to the thick fog, the bodies of the killed enemies would only be found tomorrow morning, and if they hurried, they would already be there by tomorrow afternoon. But Hagwon would like to make it by early morning, however. Chongpal believed that if they were too hasty, the risk of their discovery would increase. Then No Hagwon said that if they wanted to do everything before the main troops arrived, which needed to hurry, Zhongpal couldn't believe that the three of them were actually going to go there. At this, the guy silently placed a large box of gunpowder on his shoulder, which demonstrated his intentions better than any words. After that, No Hagwon. He said that if Chonpal didn't want to go with them, he could have simply run away because he knew the road well. Gunno approached the guy from behind and assumed that he was an expert in martial arts. That is why the man was very interested in what his partner was trying to achieve. Gunno was sure that the guy wasn't interested in money, so he asked No Hagwon directly why he went so far. After this question was asked, silence reigned around, but Hagwon was in no hurry to answer and only looked intently at the man. Suddenly, the guy explained that he really wanted to punch one person once. Gunno was very surprised that his partner risked his life just for this. Still, the man thought that this was nonsense. But Hagwon did not try to convince him otherwise and calmly set off on his way. Gunno asked if only people like No Hagwon could understand this nonsense. The guy answered that a man could think whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't pester him with questions. After that, two of the three members of the suicide squad set off, leaving Chongpal alone. Gunno asked if they were seriously going to leave Zhongpal here, but Hagwon claimed that he couldn't force the man to go with them against his will. Chongpal was not at all happy about the prospect of being left alone in this dangerous place, so he quickly began to put on Mongolian clothes in order to follow his partners. Some time passed. Despite the fact that the partners had long since left, this gorge became noisy again. The thing was that the army commanded by Songbek had already managed to reach this place. For some reason, Nambugwan was very unwell here, so he needed time to recover. The reason for this was the dead bodies of Mongolian soldiers that were scattered throughout the gorge. The main character examined one of his killed enemies and was surprised that his body was cut in half. Songbek immediately realized that this was the work of that very soldier. Nambugwan turned to the commander and asked if all this was the work of a suicide squad. The main character confirmed this and said that they had done a good job. This made the man feel unwell again. Then Nambugwan began to say that before he saw all this, he was afraid that the suicide bombers would simply run away, so he was very interested in how the commander understood that this would not happen. In order to answer his subordinate's question, the protagonist first stood up to his feet so that his words would seem more weighty. The guy began to assure the man that one of the soldiers would probably want to punch him in the face once. Nambugwan did not understand what this meant. Then Songbek reminded the man about the guy who remained after the battle and asked what the gray woman should do if only one person remained, and not 5, as was necessary. The main character heard this question and immediately understood that this guy wanted to get something else and not just money. But Hagwon explained that all the recruits were so weak that he would really like to compete with the commander. Looking at the guy with a stern look, Songbek agreed to let the guy hit him if he remained alive. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the suicide squad with boxes of gunpowder on their shoulders seemed to have already reached the right place. They stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down intently at that very Mongol military camp. Very soon, thanks to our heroes, a strong fire broke out in the Mongol military camp, which was impossible to control. People desperately tried to put out the fire, worried that everything would burn to the ground, but they were unsuccessful. Moreover, the Mongolian soldiers could not find those who caused all this commotion. But Hagwon, watching what was happening from a safe place, thought that with such a quantity of gunpowder, it would not be possible to knock down the entrance gate to the fortress. Suddenly the boy heard the voice of his comrade, who said that he, as expected, would die here. But Hagwon immediately turned back. He saw Gong No, who was barely able to stand on his feet from the pain. Pal helped the man as best he could. It turned out that he was badly injured. Despite attempts to stop the bleeding, it continued to flow. But Hagwon saw this and asked if the man was okay and how bad it was. Gonno was angry at the guy because it was clear even without words that he was not okay. Then No Hagwon said that surviving in the very rear of the enemy would be more difficult than he thought. To this, Gonno said that he had heard that people who practice martial arts could even fly in the sky. But even a guy would not be able to easily hide from so many soldiers. Hearing this, No Hagwon asked why the man suddenly started talking about this. It seemed the guy already guessed where this was going. Unexpectedly for everyone, Gonno declared that he would distract the enemies. These intentions greatly surprised No Hagwon. However, everything was not so simple. The man had one condition that he intended to voice. Gongno asked No Hagwon to take Zhang with him. When Palya leaves here, Chongpal did not expect this at all. The man continued to say that it would be difficult to take him away with such a wound. However, Chan the guy will definitely be able to drag Palya away. The man then stated that, to tell the truth, he hated the people from the Marima Association. Gonno was indignant that these scoundrels deceived people with beautiful words, gave them hope and then hit them over the head with a blow. It turned out that this is exactly what happened to Gonno, so he killed his offender. But Hagwon seemed completely different to him. Looking at him, the man even wanted to study martial arts. Unexpectedly, Hagwon said that if the man really wanted this, then he should have followed him. These words surprised Gonno. However, he was in no hurry to give his answer, wanting to understand whether these were just beautiful words. But Hagwon promised to make a man so strong that he wouldn't even remember the Murim Association. Gonno laughed at this and then replied that if they survived, he would not mind training with No Hagwon. At this, the guy smiled slightly, which meant that he accepted these conditions. After this, No Hagwon began to take off his Mongolian clothes, warning the man along the way so that he would not regret what he said later. The guy threw off his enemy's clothes because he no longer needed them. Soon, No Hagwon got rid of even his headdress, which would only have gotten in his way. Chanpao watched this and was very surprised and did not understand why the guy was doing this. The man warned that in this form, Hagwon would definitely attract the attention of enemies, and it would be even more difficult for him to escape. To this, the guy only asked his comrades to hide here until the main forces of their army arrived, and until then only he would fight the enemies. But Hagwon was going to show his partners a strength that was incomparable to the Murim alliance. All this greatly surprised Gonno and Zhongpal. Finally, the guy looked at the men and decided to tell them one more very important thing. Grabbing his sword, Hagwon said that they did not abandon their brothers in trouble. After that, the guy was about to leave. At that very moment, he pushed off the ground with force and jumped high into the air, causing him to disappear from view very quickly. Chongpal didn't understand who exactly the guy was talking about. He once stated that they didn't abandon their brothers. Gongno wasn't surprised that the man didn't understand anything. Chongpal did not understand what this meant and asked his comrade to explain it to him. The man suddenly assumed that No Hagwon definitely did not belong to the Murim masters. According to Gonno, this guy belongs to that same devilish cult that was talked about so much. Very soon, another threat was added to the raging fire. The soldiers of the Mongolian army shouted loudly and demanded that the stranger be stopped. The commanders did not understand why their subordinates were unable to carry out their orders, since there was only one enemy. But Hagwon, despite the large number of opponents, skillfully swung his sword in all directions and quickly broke forward, attracting as much attention to himself as possible. Despite this, the guy was indignant that there were many more enemies here than he thought. Unexpectedly, Hagwon saw before him a huge Mongolian soldier with an equally large sword. He could be considered a worthy opponent. But Hagwon fearlessly ran forward straight at this man while he swung his weapon, wishing death on the guy. The guy wasn't scared at all, but was only surprised by how huge his opponent was. Choosing the right moment, the Mongolian soldier swung his huge sword. It seemed that Hagwon would not be able to avoid this blow. Suddenly the man's attention was drawn to something above, so he frowned and raised his eyes. It turned out that No Hagwon had no intention of fighting this opponent, and so simply jumped high into the air to dodge his blow. After that, the guy deftly jumped onto the wall of the fortress, but he didn't plan to linger there either. The Mongolian warrior watched in surprise as No Hagwon ran away from him to another part of the fortress. The guy wasn't going to just sit in a safe place, so he soon turned his gaze to easier opponents. Swung his sword sharply, and deftly spinning in midair managed to eliminate two opponents at once. After this, No Hagwon calmly lands on the ground without any regrets about what he did. The guy was indignant and thought that he had overdone it because now he was the only one left here. Nevertheless, He believed that he had to hold out at any cost until the main forces arrived. That's why No Hagwon got back on his feet and went to do his job. At this time, that same huge Mongolian soldier was watching him closely and was trembling with anger. The man did not understand what was wrong with his opponent, because with such abilities, the guy could easily escape from here. That is why it seemed that he was just stalling for time. The soldier continued to watch No Hagwon closely, who was now walking along the fortress wall. Suddenly, the man was overcome with anxiety because he finally understood why the guy was going in that direction. To prevent this from happening, the head of the Mongolian army ordered all archers to immediately shoot at No Hagwon. The man believed that the guy was about to break down the main gates right now, but Hagwon was actually already in the place he needed. The guy was concentrating on what he was about to do and intended to give it his all one last time. Swinging his sword, No Hagwon mentally addressed Songbek and demanded that he keep his promise. The next moment, a huge explosion was heard in the fortress of the Mongolian army, which probably destroyed the main gate to pieces. Meanwhile, the mountain gorge was again in disarray. Someone was loudly ordering his subordinates to clear the way and kill the enemies. Now the army led by Songpaek and the Mongolian nomads were fighting here, and they were not going to let their opponents pass any further. The arrows of the Mongolian archers did not spare either ordinary soldiers or high-ranking military men. Nambugwan saw with his own eyes how captains he knew died. Looking around, the man did not understand how there could be an enemy ambush in this place, after which he assumed that the suicide squad had failed to complete its mission. Suddenly, Nambugwan spoke loudly to his commander and said that they had to retreat back before they were destroyed by the Mongol army. Looking around, Songbek saw that his subordinates really couldn't cope with this enemy, which really prompted the idea of retreat. Then the guy thought that there were fewer soldiers in the ambush than he thought, but if they were people heading to the fortress, they would have definitely died at the hands of the suicide squad. There was no order from the commander, so Nambugwan hurried the guy and said that he needed to make a decision faster. Songbek did not want to give the order to retreat, because at this rate he would definitely not be able to get Tazar's head. Suddenly, the main character heard a loud explosion somewhere behind him, which immediately attracted his attention and surprised him greatly. Turning back and raising his head up, the army commander saw a bright light and thick smoke that rose to the clouds. The guy knew very well what exactly was in that direction. At the same time, Nambugwan was very surprised and did not understand what the reason for this explosion was. The main character was already absolutely sure that the suicide squad had managed to complete their tasks. Because of this, the guy's mood improved. Without wasting any time, Songpek mounted his horse and ordered his adjutant, Nambugwan, to immediately gather troops and follow him, ignoring the enemy ambush. The man did not understand why the commander made such a decision and tried to get at least some explanation from him, but the main character had already rushed far ahead. Thanks to the powerful explosion, the gates of the Mongolian fortress were completely destroyed. It could be said with certainty that the suicide squad had completed its mission. That is why No Hagwon did not need anything else and sat quietly on the ground waiting for what would happen next. The guy was very tired. He sighed heavily and thought that he would never experience this again. Then he looked back and did not see Songbek's army there. I assumed that it was not easy for them either. The guy assumed that since their plan was revealed, there were probably many enemy ambushes waiting for the soldiers in the gorge. But Hagwon was already beginning to doubt the success of this whole undertaking and asked himself whether he had overestimated the main character. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard not far from the guy. Someone was slowly walking towards him. The commander of the Mongolian army turned to his enemy and asked with displeasure why it was necessary to break down the gates if there was no one behind them. The enraged man swung his huge sword sharply, demanding that Hagwon not even think about dying an easy death. Despite the great danger, the guy still remained sitting on the ground, not reacting at all to his enemy and his intentions. But Hagwon only thought that death on the battlefield was a real blessing for the demon. The only thing the guy regretted was that he would never be able to see Tonbani again. The guy would really like to talk to the general's daughter at least once, but it seemed that this was no longer possible. But Hagwon was already prepared for death. But suddenly he heard a sound next to him that was very familiar to him, which surprised the guy very much. It turned out that the highest military leader of the Mongolian army had stabbed herself with a spear, causing blood to spray in all directions. But Hagwon quickly looked up and was amazed at what he saw. He was not at all prepared for such a sight. The spear went right through his neck, causing the man to immediately abandon his intentions to kill. But Hagwon could hardly control his body at all. The next moment, the enemy fell to the ground with a crash and did not rise again. Shocked by this unexpectedness, Hagwon did not understand what was happening. Soon behind him, the boy heard the clatter of hooves and a familiar voice praising him for his excellent work. Turning his head back, Hagwon saw Songbek sitting on a horse. She asked the boy for forgiveness for being late. But Hagwon was shocked by such a sudden appearance of the main character, and for some time could not even say anything to him. The Mongols who still remained in the fortress were also surprised by the appearance of the commander of the enemy army and did not understand how this was possible. But Hagwon began to come to his senses little by little, but he still had a lot of questions for the main character. The first thing the guy did was ask hesitantly if Songbek had really come here all alone. The protagonist calmly confirmed this and then asked if there was really a problem with this. This answer struck Hagwon. He immediately became indignant and asked why the commander had come here at all since he was the only one. Songbek remained calm and said that if the guy was worried, then he should have gotten up on his feet and helped him. But Hagwon doesn't understand what kind of help they could have been talking about. While the guy was in shock from this whole situation, the main character slowly got off his horse. The next moment, the army commander pushed off the ground with great force and rushed forward at great speed. For a second, he rushed past No Hagwon, who did not understand what the guy was going to do. Still without stopping, Songbek grabbed his spear because now he would need it. The weapon immediately jumped out of the lifeless body of the Mongolian commander, which had already managed to cool down. Songbek was absolutely ready for something foggy to happen, so he continued running forward without slowing down. The Mongols, seeing the approach of their enemy, ordered him to stop, preparing to use force. The protagonist did indeed stop, but only to attack the enemies with his sharp spear. The guy's skill and physical strength were enough to kill two enemies at once with one blow. Without wasting time, Songbek quickly freed your weapon, because he still needed it. A moment later, the guy was ready to deliver another crushing blow to his target, while the dead Mongols only now fell to the ground. All this greatly frightened the Mongolian soldiers who witnessed this. They took timid steps back, trying to retreat, and at the same time their bodies trembled with fear. But Hagwon couldn't help but be surprised by how the main character broke the spirit of the opponents with just one attack. However, there were still too many Mongols left. Suddenly the commander turned to the guy and said that if he had already rested, then he should get back on his feet faster. But Hagwon was very surprised by this and did not understand what exactly Songbek wanted from him. The guy couldn't believe that the main character seriously wanted just the two of them to fight against so many opponents. Having received no response or reaction to his words, Songbek turned to No Hagwon and asked if he really needed more time to rest. At that very moment, the guy laughed loudly, which indicated that he still had enough strength left. But Hagwon, gripping his sword tighter, thought that in the demon cult he had seen quite a lot of crazy people, but the main character was a real psycho. After this, the guy still got to his feet and began to justify himself by saying that he thought that his work for today was already finished. Songbek, hearing this, offered the guy to pay even more money, but Hagwon didn't need the money, so he only asked that the commander keep his promise. Then the main character warned that if the guy doesn't keep up with him, he will leave him behind. But Hagwon didn't expect anything else from the commander. The next moment, the boys, shoulder to shoulder, fearlessly rushed into battle, despite the many times superior numbers of opponents. At this time, the horses that were carrying high-ranking military personnel ran forward as fast as they could in order to reach the right place. The squad leaders were the first to pass through the mountain gorge, as they were much faster than the ordinary soldiers who were running somewhere behind. Nam Bugwan was fully focused on getting there as quickly as possible, but he was unhappy about something. It turned out that because of the enemy ambush, the troops were delayed much longer than the man thought. Getting closer and closer to the fortress, the Mongolian soldier Nam Bugwan mentally asked that his commander be okay. Soon the horses finally brought the commanders to the right place, so there was no need to rush. Nam Bugwan, like the other captains, was shocked by what they saw and did not understand what had happened here. Songbek calmly addressed his subordinates and said that they were very late. But Hagwon was unhappy that the main troops were taking so long to get there, because he really almost died here. It turned out that these two warriors were able to kill all the enemies who were in the fortress and were now sitting quietly and resting. Some time passed. There were still quite a lot of soldiers and their commanders left in the military camp, so the lights were on everywhere. One of the soldiers reported to the governor-general that the attack of Commander Songbek on the Mongolian army fortress in the Imsan Mountains was successful. Hearing this, Chan Ilvan began to laugh loudly and say that he was sure that everything would go well there. Adjutant Chan Guanyong suggested that now they would finally be able to carry out the diversionary maneuver that they had been planning for so long. Chan Ilvan agreed with this and believed that it was time for them to move on to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Chan Guanyong asked the Governor General about that girl Zhong. Ilvan pretended that he didn't understand what the adjutant was talking about. The other commanders who were in the tent immediately began to ask the Governor General if he really was going to get married after the campaign. There were so many questions that in the end, Chan Ilvan could not resist, and overcoming his embarrassment, loudly confirmed that he really was going to get married. At that very moment, everyone began loudly and joyfully congratulating the man and saying that it was high time for him to have a wife and children. Next, Chan Ilvan turned to Zhong with displeasure. Guanu asked why he arranged this show. The adjutant replied that everyone would find out about it anyway, and so this was another piece of good news. Suddenly, all of the Governor General's subordinates stood at attention and unanimously swore allegiance to him. Still, Chan Ilvan had no choice but to accept all these sincere congratulations. Despite two pieces of good news, not everyone in the tent was happy. Some stood away from the others and silently watched what was happening. Considering that there was nothing more for him to do inside, the man hurried out into the street. After this, the high-ranking military man exhaled heavily, as if he deeply regretted something. Captain Zhang Yosang looked thoughtfully at the night sky and thought that now was truly the time of the young. The man continued to think about how the general, who was younger than him, and even the guy who was the same age as his nephew, had already made their contribution. Smiling slightly and lowering his head, Captain Zhang Yosang admitted that he was already beginning to feel old. Suddenly a voice was heard behind the man, asking if it wasn't terrible that someone who had worked hard for decades was left behind because of the young. Captain Zhang Yosang, hearing this, turned around and asked who this talkative stranger was. The man was very surprised when he saw in front of him an apparently ordinary soldier. However, what interested the captain most now was how this man knew about him and what thoughts were troubling him. Zhang Yosang found the man standing in front of him suspicious, so without thinking twice, he grabbed his sword. As he approached the captain, the stranger laughed as he pointed his sword at an ordinary soldier. Chan Yosan insisted that the soldier give his name. The suspicious stranger was not at all afraid of the captain's wrath, so he was in no hurry to answer his questions. Suddenly, this man began to take off his armor, which could not help but surprise Zhang Yosang. After this, the suspicious soldier casually threw his weapon and armor on the ground. The man watched the stranger's actions closely because he did not understand what he was doing and why he was taking off his outerwear. Opening his clothes, the man asked if this was enough proof. Chan Yosan was shocked by what he saw. The stranger showed off a large snake tattoo on his chest and said he was only there to deliver a message. The stranger showed off a large snake tattoo on his chest and said he was only there to deliver a message. Captain Zhang Yosan immediately recognized this snake sign and was therefore not at all pleased with the appearance of this man here. It turned out that this suspicious stranger was a subordinate of the emperor. The captain was very interested in why this man came to him. Suddenly, this man ordered the captain to kill Chan Ilvana. The man was very surprised that he was asked about such a thing. The stranger explained that this operation would fail in any case, so the commander should focus on protecting and preserving his own life. Captain Zhang Yosan was very angry with this man, but asked why he had to kill the governor general. This question made the stranger smile because the reason seemed quite obvious to him. Still, he replied that the captain had to carry out this order in order to become the next governor general. This could not help but surprise the man. Meanwhile, someone was running quickly through the palace to report the latest news. It was already quite late, so no one interfered with the official or stood in his way. The old man continued to run forward with all his might, thinking that Chan Maso had begun to act. Samanjun was the military advisor to the General of the East, and now he knew that the head of the agency was planning to kill Songbek and Zhong Ilvana. The old man believed that he had to report this to the General of the East as soon as possible, because all this was the first step towards an attack on him. Suddenly from the darkness, a stranger's sarcastic voice was heard asking where Sa was going. Manjun was in such a hurry, stopped immediately when he saw a stranger in front of him with a small bag in his hand. This man also stopped and blocked the military advisor's path, preventing him from going any further. Samanjun was very surprised that this man was here at such a time and did not understand what he wanted from him. Still, the elderly man began to loudly and angrily ask how some eunuch dared to stop him. Suddenly, the man threw a small bag at the old man's feet and calmly said that it was a gift for him. Samanjun was very surprised by this and did not understand why he received this gift. Taking a closer look, the elderly man was horrified by what was in the bag. It turned out that there was a severed human head, which apparently belonged to a close relative of Sa Manjuna. The stranger said that they had a spy, so they had to catch him, but it suddenly turned out that this spy was the son of a respected person. He went on to say that the old man had acted very foolishly when he had refused the invincible force offered by their leader and had sided with the general of the East. Taking out his sword, the man asked Sa with a satisfied look. Manjuna should not forget what the consequences of his choice could have been. Suddenly, an old man asked if Chang Maso had really already killed the emperor. Sa Manjun also claimed that no matter how hard the villains tried, they would still not be able to remove the general of the East, who was probably able to save the life of the emperor. The old man then suggested that, since he had turned a blind eye to this, there must have been something wrong with the health of the true ruler of the state. The stranger had already taken out his sword, but upon hearing all this, he stopped for a moment and thought about something. Soon he smiled slyly and said that he was very sorry that Sa Manjun did not use his great mind for the sake of his master. After this, the scoundrel swung his sword, intending to kill another enemy of his master right now. Suddenly, the man stopped when he heard that the military council did not want to tell him anything else. The angry old man finally loudly declared that while it was fun to be a scoundrel, history would judge them. The stranger thought that this was too trivial for a dying speech. The next moment, the man made a sharp swing with his sword, after which the wall was instantly painted with splashes of blood. When the lifeless body of Sa Manjun fell to the floor, the scoundrel hid his weapon because that was the end of his work here. After that, he calmly headed towards the exit of the palace, not at all regretting his actions. Suddenly, the man stopped to say that the military advisor was wrong about something. He believed that the general of the East would ultimately become the sinner in history. This made the scoundrel very happy. A new day had arrived. The army commanded by Song Baek was still in the captured fortress, but was already preparing to leave. The main character asked if it was true, but Hagwon didn't want to go with them because the guy could have helped a lot with the next attack on Kyeryudo. But Hagwon thought that he had had enough of this war, because he believed that if he did something like that again, he would definitely lose his life. Suddenly, the commander asked if Hagwon was sorry that he still hadn't been able to hit him. These words hurt the guy, but Hagwon didn't respond to this and only continued to stare at the main character. Suddenly, the guy started smiling as if these words greatly amused him. However, Hagwon replied that everything was fine, and for some reason unknown to him, he did not regret anything. The guy also stated that in his opinion, he and Song Baek would meet again. The main character did not answer anything, however, and did not deny such a possibility. After this, the commander turned his horse and set off on his last journey, wishing no Hagwon to get home without any problems. For a while, the guy stood motionless in place, watching Song Baek. But Hagwon was thinking intently about the main character, whom he had the good fortune to meet. He remembered that it was a guy with whom such a beautiful girl was in love. At first, Hagwon considered the main character to be just a stupid boy who relied solely on his high position. However, the guy couldn't help but admit that on the battlefield, this man was stronger than anyone else. But Hagwon was also very surprised by the fact that Song Baek was very strong even without martial arts. The guy was even scared to imagine how much stronger the young army commander would become if he began to use martial arts in battle. Suddenly, a familiar voice addressed No Hagwon and asked why he didn't follow the main character since he liked him so much. Turning around, the guy saw Chan in front of him, Palia and Gon No, who was given help and was now okay. But Hagwon, hearing this question from his comrades, thought for a moment, as if deciding what he should do. Soon the guy exhaled heavily, smiling along the way, and thought that all his thoughts were no longer important. But Hagwon went to his friends and suggested that they set out immediately. Chan Pal was very surprised when the guy began to stare at him, as if he was waiting to get some kind of answer from him. But Hagwon directly asked if the man wanted to go with them to the demonic cult. Zhong's violent reaction, Paglia spoke for herself. Then No Hagwon said that where they were going, there were many beautiful women that were not found in the middle lands of Chonpalia, was embarrassed but replied that he was married and even had children. Despite this, No Hagwon asked the man to think carefully. Meanwhile, Gon No was genuinely surprised by what he heard. Then the embarrassed man asked if there really were so many beauties where they were going. But Hagwon seemed very surprised when he heard this question from Gon No and saw his embarrassed face. However, the guy replied that this did not apply to the man, because those girls had eyes and they would hardly be interested in him. Gon No became very angry because of this. But Hagwon continued to say that if not a girl, then a drinking buddy, a man would definitely be able to find there. Gon No got angry again and even refused to go anywhere. It was deep night. In the military camp of Kyeryudo, the light was burning only in the largest tent. Chan Ilvan and his adjutant were thinking about how tomorrow they would finally meet their enemy. Jang Quanyong assumed that if Commander Song Pek arrived in time, their victory would be easy, but the Governor-General did not think so. The man assumed that the upcoming fight would drag on for a very long time. This worried him a little. Still, Chon Il-van decided not to think about the bad, and therefore quickly drank his alcohol. After that, he asked the adjutant how he planned to rest after tomorrow's war. Suddenly the man said that he planned to go to Huashan. This answer surprised the Governor-General. Zhang Quanyong explained that his second son was a student there. Chong Il-van found this surprising because he knew that Huashan was quite famous in the world of martial arts. Zhang Quanyong replied that his son was just lucky because he once stayed there overnight. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard on the street that was impossible to ignore. Chon Il-van and his adjutant quickly ran out of the tent to understand what had happened. The Governor-General was amazed by what he saw. At the same time, someone loudly declared that they were under attack. It turned out that the entire military camp was engulfed in flames, and the Mongolian soldiers who seemed to appear out of nowhere were mercilessly killing the general's soldiers. Zhang Quanyong immediately loudly declared that they had to retreat immediately, otherwise they would all be killed here. Chon Il-van was so shocked that he could not say a word, so the adjutant loudly asked the general to finally give his order. At this time, the commanders of the Mongolian army observed what was happening in the military camp from a safe distance. Warlord Tazar was also there, and calmly watched as his subordinates carried out his orders. Along the way, he called his enemies dirty scoundrels. Chan's plan: Ilvana and just wait for him and his army to attack first. Late at night, Song Pek's detachment was already approaching the military camp near Heryudo. High-ranking military men on horseback quickly moved forward in order to meet the main forces as early as possible. Captain of the first squad, Cho Jongbong asked Nam Bukwan if they were driving too fast. The man even began to assume that perhaps their commander had a secret lover somewhere out there, to whom he was in such a hurry. Nam Bugwan asked the man, instead of joking, to check if any of the soldiers had fallen behind because they really were driving too fast. The captain of the first considered that his comrade was a real bore, but decided to carry out his order. Meanwhile, Nam Bugwan was thinking that they were really in a hurry because they needed to cross the mountain and join part of the main force to attack the enemy from the rear. However, the man was still not satisfied with this explanation. He looked intently at the main character, who was riding in front of him, and thought about why he was in such a hurry. Soon the horse stopped, because our heroes had arrived at their destination. Song Bek silently looked ahead, clearly dissatisfied with what he saw. The main character couldn't believe that they were late after all. From the cliff, it was clearly visible how the military camp was engulfed in fire. Somewhere there, the sounds of a fierce battle could be heard. The soldiers of the Mongolian army outnumbered their opponents, so this battle was quite easy for them. The battlefield was constantly filled with new soldiers who ran forward with great enthusiasm to fight their opponents. Loud human screams were heard all around, and everything around was engulfed in fire. Despite this, the Mongolian army continued to advance. Nam Bugwan, seeing all this, was shocked and did not understand how this could have happened. Captain of the first squad, Cho Chonbon, immediately stated with confidence that they had been betrayed. Nam Bugwan did not expect to receive such an explanation. Angry Man demanded that his colleague follow, saying that the plan to attack Mount Imsan was personally devised by Commander Song Bek. Suddenly, the protagonist agreed that they had indeed been betrayed. This surprised Nam Bugwan again. The man then suggests that perhaps this is why there were so few soldiers on the mountain, since the enemies knew about the attack in advance. After that, Captain Cho Chonban asked the commander what they should do next. Song Bek needed some time to think things over and make a decision, so he was silent now. Still, the guy decided that now they should make a detour and attack Tazar from behind. Nam Bugwan was shocked by this plan. The man immediately began to ask whether his commander really wanted to abandon his allies and doom them to certain death. To this, the main character calmly asked if the man really thought that now, being in such a situation, they could really save one of them. Then the guy looked sternly at his subordinate and said that in war, he only learned to win. Despite the suddenness of the attack and the heavy losses, the flag of the troops commanded by the Governor-General still remained raised. Someone very skilled in dealing with the Mongols without sparing any of them. The sword blows were delivered very accurately. Any weapon that could kill the fierce enemies was used, including long spears that did not allow the enemy to get too close. Chon Il-van was surrounded on all sides by Mongolian soldiers, but even so, he did not think of surrendering. To do this, he used both a spear and a sword at the same time. The man smiled broadly at his enemies and asked what the matter was. The governor-general was ready to deal with each of them, so he ordered them not to hesitate in attack. The man's confident appearance and fighting skills slightly frightened the soldiers of the Mongolian army, so they were in no hurry to thoughtlessly rush into an attack. This gave Chongtime Ilvan to look around and assess the situation. The only thing the man saw was the lifeless body of one of his comrades who died at the hands of the enemy. Then the governor-general looked in the other direction, expecting to at least find some support there. The man saw the murdered adjutant Zhang Quanyong and could not believe that even he had abandoned him. All this made Chan very angry. Ilvana, who now wanted to take revenge on his enemies for the death of his comrades. Suddenly, the man remembered So-yeon, who claimed that there was not a single person in this world who wanted to die. The man was sure that at the moment of the man's death, he was simply thinking that he was unlucky, but Mo-yeon himself was ready to die if it would allow him to win the war. These words made Chan Ilvana thought about it. All this came to his mind at the most opportune moment. The man was amused by the fact that now he was remembering the words, not of his beloved woman, but of his deceased comrade. The Governor-General's Lale said out loud that if his death could end the war, he was ready to sacrifice his life. Preparing for his final attack, Zhang Ilvan had already decided that he would kill as many enemies as possible before his death. The next moment, the man rushed forward with a furious look, asking Songbek to bring Tazar's head. At this moment, the Mongol commander sat on his throne and watched the battle in the military camp from afar. The man was surprised that this fight dragged on much longer than he expected. Unexpectedly, the subordinate commander laughed at this and said that their enemies were merely resisting the inevitable. Then Tazar asked if the man hadn't said that among their enemies, there would be a traitor who would kill the governor-general. The man asked his master not to worry and assured him that Chong's powers Ilvan was divided, so the victory will definitely be with the Mongolian army. After that, he looked away with obvious displeasure, as if he was irritated by something. The man mentally scolded his subordinates who were on the battlefield and wondered why Zhang Ilvan had not yet been killed. Suddenly, he was distracted from these thoughts by loud cries, which announced that they were under attack. The commanders demanded that the soldiers stop the attackers. It turned out that it was Songbek, who brought his entire army with him right behind enemy lines. Warlord Tazar began to closely observe the battlefield that had formed right under his nose. The man didn't understand what was going on because it seemed to him that they had come to an agreement with that guy. The servant himself does not understand what could have happened and why Songbek and his soldiers were here. Suddenly, the military leader began to rise from his seat, saying that since guests had come to them, they needed to be greeted appropriately. The man then loudly ordered his subordinate to give him a spear, indicating that he intended to go directly to the battlefield. The servant tried to stop Tazar, saying that they had not yet received confirmation. The man assured that the military leader would be able to receive the support of the palace only when they were absolutely sure of the defeat of the governor-general's troops. Hearing this, Tazar suddenly turned sharply to the servant and silently looked at him, which immediately made the man feel uneasy. The commander calmly ordered the man to go and tell his master that their deal was off. The man was shocked to hear this and now did not know what to do next. Meanwhile, Songbek personally took part in the battle and mercilessly killed one enemy after another. However, even with all this, the main character could not relax for a moment because there were too many Mongolian soldiers around. Even now, he had to thrust a spear into the chest of an unknown man just to buy a little time to think things over. The young commander showed no mercy towards the nomads who came to plunder his state. Finally, the guy managed to look around to understand what the situation was like. Songbek did not expect that there would be many more support troops than initially thought. The guy was afraid that at this rate, everything would end badly for him and his subordinates. Suddenly, the main character experienced a strange sensation that did not bode well. Without wasting time, the young commander quickly raised his spear above his head to block the sudden blow. After this, Songbek, riding on horseback, quickly stepped back to understand what had just happened. At this time, the Mongol commander spoke to the boy in a rough voice, praising his good instincts. The next moment, Tazar fearlessly declared that he would personally fight the protagonist. Despite the late hour, work was still in full swing in the palace of the General of the East. An elderly man received a messenger who came to him with an important message. General Voss was just very unhappy with what he heard and did not believe that it was true, so he ordered the man to read the letter again. The messenger understood that the news was not pleasant, so he was very afraid of the general's wrath. It turned out that the Governor-General of the East was accused of treason. The new emperor had to punish him for the murder of the previous emperor, but for his enormous contribution to the development of the country, he would be the only one who would receive forgiveness. At the same time, the Governor-General's daughter had to appear before the royal court and pay for her father's treason with her life. Having listened to everything to the end, the man turned to General Ma. The man immediately began to listen attentively to his master's order. The general of the East ordered him to cut off the messenger's head and send it to the eunuch. The man who brought the bad news became very nervous upon hearing this. Realizing the situation he found himself in, the man began to ask for forgiveness and beg the Governor-General for mercy. Before the messenger was taken away from the room, he said that at this rate the general's entire family would simply disappear. After this, General Ma looked at his master with regret because he understood how serious this situation was for him. Still, the man asked how the Governor-General planned to proceed next. The angry old man thought it over carefully and said that they would not stop the traitors from here. That is why the Governor-General decided that they needed to go to the Palace of Welfare. Meanwhile, Tonbani was in a good mood and calmly went about her business because she didn't yet know what had happened. The girl was engaged in survival but suddenly pricked her finger with a sharp needle. Seeing blood on her finger, the general's daughter began to get upset because everything had been going wrong for her since the morning. Suddenly, someone entered the room and loudly addressed his mistress. The girl was very surprised by this urgency. Looking towards Tonbani, she saw several of her maids. The girl didn't even guess why they were here. The general's daughter immediately turned to her nanny and asked what had happened. The woman, who seemed very worried, briefly replied that her mistress had to run. It was very difficult for the woman to explain the reason for this suddenness. However, she did say that the Governor-General was accused of treason. Tonbani was shocked by this news and did not even know how she should react. Meanwhile, two horses ran forward quickly, parallel to each other. Loud sounds of battle were heard all around. Songbek fought back against the attacks of the commander Tazar with all his might and tried to strike back. It seemed that this battle was taking place on equal terms. The man loudly declared that for a middle dog, the main character fought very well on horseback. Songbek did not respond to this praise as he was too busy fighting off the attack of the Mongol leader. All this was not easy for the young commander, which is why he had to use all his strength. Still, the guy was able to find a good moment and attacked his opponent in response, simultaneously demanding that he shut up. Despite the long preparation and great efforts of the protagonist, Tazar managed to easily dodge his attack. Songbek did not expect such an outcome at all and hoped for success until the very end. The guy couldn't believe that his opponent managed to dodge his attack, which made him worried. Meanwhile, the Mongol leader again praised his opponent for his good technique. However, the man had no intention of just praising the protagonist and so prepared to attack him in return. Tazar dealt a powerful blow, loudly saying that Moyan's spear was not as light as the young wolf's. Songbek still managed to block this attack, but he still shouldn't relax. The guy continued to dodge but did not understand what he should do in this situation. The main character fearfully assumed that at this rate he would not have a single chance of winning. The Oirats were a tribe of Mongols who were called forest people and were known for their bravery due to their mixed blood. Other Mongolian tribes called their kings Khans, but the Oirats used the word Taishi for this. The bravery of the Oirats was widely known. Take, for example, the incident when they captured the emperor of the Ming dynasty. In recognition of the other Mongol tribes, Tazar used the name Taishi of the Oirats Tazar. Suddenly, the leader of the Mongols turned to the main character and asked if he was already tired. Also looking at his opponent, the man stated that he was disappointed with this battle. At the same time, Songbek was surprised at how strong Tazar was. The military leader continued to say that since the young commander had nothing more to show, he should simply die. After this, the man rushed into the attack with fury, wanting to end this battle right now. Songbek clearly saw his opponent approaching as well as his bright aura, but he could do nothing. The guy was very indignant that the man surpassed him in strength and skills. There was very little time left, so Songbek had to come up with something. Suddenly, he remembered No Hagwon, who asked if the guy had ever planned to study real martial arts. Songbek replied that he knew that the guy had mastered martial arts, but no matter how you look at it, he killed more opponents than he did. But Hagwon admitted that the commander had done well. However, the guy believed that if there was a master here, the battle would be different. But Hagwon said that the techniques that the main character used were good, but only against those who did not know martial arts. The young commander believed that all these words were just an excuse for the guy who did not want to acknowledge his strength. But Hagwon was willing to bet that no matter how strong his commander was, he still couldn't cope with someone who mastered martial arts. These words came to the main character's mind during the battle with Tazar and did not give him any confidence at all. After thinking it over carefully, Songbek still decided that in the end, he had only one way to survive. The next moment, the protagonist let go of the reins and dismounted from his horse right in the middle of the battle. Tazar, who was already rushing towards his opponent in order to kill him, was very surprised by what he saw. Songbek stood fearlessly in place and humbly waited for the leader of the Mongols to approach him. At the same time, Tazar was very angry at his opponent, believing that it was some kind of joke. The man believed that once the warrior decided to abandon his horse, he was already ready to die. Songbek. He saw that his opponent was getting closer and closer, so in order not to waste time, he got into a fighting stance and began to prepare. The guy wanted to repeat what he did during training many years ago, but then it happened by accident and now it just won't work. Tazar's voice noticed that the main character had something in mind, but he did not let up and wanted to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Songbek closed his eyes and began to think about what true martial arts were. The boy began to remember his older brother, whom he relied on more than anyone else. However, at the same time, Songbek hated him more than anyone else because he did not keep his promise and abandoned him. Nevertheless, the main character admitted that it was his older brother that he wanted to be like more than anyone else. The young commander remembered very well with what admiration he watched the boys training. These memories gave Songbek strength and answered his questions, so now he was absolutely ready to fight his opponent on equal terms. The next moment, Songbek suddenly jumped up and ran forward to meet the enemy horse. Tazar was surprised that the main character decided to run towards him, but he did not attach much importance to this. The man simply thought that the young commander was a fool and therefore tried to attack him with his halberd. Songbek clearly saw how his opponent's weapon moved, which meant he could dodge this attack. At that moment, time seemed to slow down for the main character, so he was able to make several precise movements. The leader of the Mongols was amazed that the boy managed to dodge his lightning attack. At the same time, the young commander dealt a powerful blow to the legs of the enemy horse. After this, the animal could not continue to run, so it began to fall to the ground along with the rider. Songbek remained unharmed and his aura became noticeably brighter due to the use of martial arts. Soon everything became quiet. Tazar's horse, whose legs were cut off by Songbek, fell to the ground and died. The head of the Mongols himself sat on the ground, unable to rise, and clutched a large wound on his chest. Suddenly the man began to cough up blood, which indicated that the wound was quite serious. The military leader looked at his bloody hand in surprise. It seemed like he hadn't seen his own blood for a long time. Then he unfortunately thought that his internal organs were damaged. Suddenly the man heard the protagonist's voice next to him, asking if he was already tired. Raising his head up, he saw Songbek in front of him, who was looking down at him. Tazar did not answer this question, and continued to look at the guy with displeasure. Soon he began to talk about how he called his opponent a youth because he looked very young, but up close he seemed even younger. The main character did not intend to rant for long, so he asked the man directly if he wanted to say anything in the end. Tazar asked the young commander not to think that the world of the Middle Lands would exist forever, because surely one day everything would change. Finally, the man called his opponent a dog of the Middle Lands, after which absolute silence reigned around. Soon after, the fighting on the battlefield was stopped when someone loudly addressed the Mongols. From everywhere, there was an announcement that the war was over, which could not but attract the attention of the Mongolian troops. As proof of this, the severed head of Tazarus was put on display for all to see, impaled on a spear. Songbek rode across the battlefield on horseback and showed his trophy to the enemy so that no one would doubt his words. The end of the war was more boring than the guy expected, because the Mongolian Khan died and his entire army, as was customary, quickly fled. Soon after, only the lifeless bodies of people who had just recently killed each other lay on the battlefield. Songbek walked forward, not paying attention to the scenery that surrounded him on all sides. The main character looked for the governor-general among all these people and soon found him. Coming closer and closer, the guy heard the heavy breathing of a man who, although he was seriously wounded, was still alive. Chan Ilvan, seeing Songbek, asked with his last strength if he had really returned. Without answering, the young commander threw a small bag in front of the governor-general. The boy informed the man that it was the head of their enemy, Tazar. Hearing this, Chan Ilvan spent the rest of his strength to lift his head up and look the guy in the eyes. The man praised the main character in a weak voice for completing this task and fulfilling the order of the General of the East. Songbek didn't respond to this again and just stared at Jong Ilvana. The young commander felt uneasy from the man's weak voice. The guy assumed that the life of the governor-general would soon end. Suddenly, Songbek saw something that surprised him and made him look more closely. Chonilvan took hold of his sword with a trembling hand but could hardly lift it. After this, the man began to write something on the ground because he no longer had the strength to say anything. Songbek silently watched what the Governor General was doing, fully understanding that he was now expressing his last will. After reading the message, the guy asked the man not to worry about his bride and promised that he would definitely take care of her. Besides, the main character wanted to tell Chan something else. Ilvanu, because of what he brought, listened to him attentively. Songbek sincerely thanked the man for everything he had done for him and finally called him his brother. The Governor General heard these words and smiled slightly, after which his face froze in one position. The main character saw how Chan's eyes Ilvan closed, after which the man took his last breath. Despite the fact that the Governor General was already dead, the young commander was in no hurry to leave and remained in the same place. The guy mentally wished the man a good rest and asked him to tell Mo Yan not to worry about him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard behind the main character, loudly saying that the mudblood had ruined everything. It was impossible to ignore. Turning back, Songbek saw in front of him the same man who had been next to Tazar during the attack on the military camp. The man was very angry at the main character and believed that since his master's plans had failed, the commander-in-chief should not even count on a peaceful death. The next moment, an armed man rushed toward Songbek, intending to kill him. The main character was very surprised by what he saw, because the technique that the enemy was now using was very similar to the one that the unknown masked man used near the emperor's palace. Meanwhile, the enraged man quickly ran forward, wishing death on the young commander for interfering with his plans. The unknown man was getting closer and closer and had already prepared his sword, but Songbek still remained standing in place, a weapon with him, and he didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a loud voice of one of the captains was heard ordering the archers to open fire. Hearing this, the stranger immediately stopped and looked to the side in order to understand what was happening. Songbek also looked to the side and couldn't contain his surprise at what he saw. A large black cloud consisting of arrows was visible in the sky, quickly approaching their target. The man was very frightened by this and did not understand why he deserved such punishment. The arrows were already very close, which meant the stranger could only scream in fear. The next moment, hundreds of arrows riddled the man. After that, he definitely couldn't survive. Soon the stranger's lifeless body was lying on the ground and bleeding. There were many arrows stuck into the ground around him. Songbek looked closely at the body of the murdered man, clearly understanding that just a little bit more, and he could have been in his place. However, now the main character was worried about whose arrows these were and who gave the order to open fire. Just at that moment, a voice was heard behind the guy, which said that he had no doubt that the young commander would survive. It turned out that this voice belonged to Captain Jang Yo-san, who, along with his soldiers, had just now arrived on the battlefield. Without wasting any time, the man ordered one of his subordinates to check the body of the murdered stranger. Songbek knew well that Yang Yo-san was the oldest commander of the Iron Horse Squad. The guy assumed that judging by the fact that his main troops were intact, he withdrew them before the battle began, and the murder of his comrade should have destroyed all evidence of collusion. In order to find out everything right now, the young commander turned to Chan Yo-san to ask him something. The next moment, Songbek asked directly and with obvious displeasure if the captain had betrayed their army. Captain Chan Yo-san, hearing this question, was in no hurry to answer it and only stared at the guy. Still, the man asked why the main character was so sure that he had betrayed someone. Then Songbek, still with the same displeasure, asked whether the fact that the emperor's army did not protect the military camp and left was not a betrayal. It seemed that Captain Chang Yo-sang did not like such wording at all, so he did not admit any guilt. Then the man asked the young commander who they were supposed to protect. Songbek did not quite understand this question. Suddenly, the captain very emotionally stated that they had nothing more to protect, so the main character should not have called him a traitor. Songbek still didn't fully understand what was happening, so he asked the man directly what he meant. Captain Chan Yo-san exhaled heavily and finally decided to tell the young commander the latest news. The man said that the Governor General's daughter was in danger. Songbek did not know all the details, but these words were enough to shock him. Soon after Songbek learned the shocking news, he, not sparing his horse, headed to the capital. The main character was now completely alone and therefore he could not tell anyone about his experiences. At the same time, the guy was very angry and therefore his actions were not at all thought out. Not long before, a shocked Songbek asked Captain Jang Yo-sang to repeat what he had said. The guy also threatened that if the man lied to him now, he would forever become a traitor to him. Despite this, Chan Yo-sang repeated that the emperor was already dead. This made Songbek very angry, but he tried to restrain his emotions until the very end. The man then suggested that most likely the imperial palace was now engulfed in a war for power. According to rumors, Chang Maso had decided to get rid of the eastern general, who had been bothering him all this time. Baek shouldn't have hurried. This question discouraged the protagonist. It seemed as if he had just found a goal. The man continued to say that he had already lost what he was supposed to protect. However, in Jang Yo-sang's opinion, this did not apply to the main character. Capital was sure that Songbek still had someone he wanted to protect. This was true, and that was why the angry guy was now quickly rushing forward. The main character was very purposeful, but at the moment he could only think about one thing. Songbek, without stopping for a moment, continued to drive forward, thinking along the way that he should not be late under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Captain Jang Yo-san was still on the battlefield, assessing the aftermath of the fighting. Of course, what attracted the man's attention most was the lifeless body of his old friend. Chan Yo-san looked at him silently for a while. Suddenly, the captain turned to Chan Il-vanu, acted as if he was still alive, and said that, judging by his expression, he left without regrets. After this, the man fell silent again and began to look more closely at his dead comrade, as if something unusual had caught his attention. It turned out that on Chan's face, Ilvana froze in a death smile, as if the man, even when he was alive, was not at all afraid of what would happen to him. Chan Yo-sang, noticing the smile, smiled widely in response as if it amused him. After that, the man turned around and began to leave, saying that Chan Ilvan irritated him even when he was dead. Suddenly the man stopped abruptly. Something did not allow him to leave here just like that. It seemed that the capital wanted to say something else to his dead comrade. Jang Yo-sang understood that these words could sound like an excuse, but he still insisted that he really knew nothing about the attack of the Mongol horde. According to the captain, he simply did not want to see his subordinates die because of the superiors who were squabbling among themselves for power. However, looking at Songbek, who was riding among the Mongols holding Tazar's head in his hands, the captain realized that he had to save him. Suddenly, Chan Yo-sang fell silent and a sincere smile appeared on his face. The man understood that with his words he had a great influence on the main character and essentially sent him to his death. However, now he wanted to promise something to his fallen comrade. Jang Yo-sang assured that if Commander Song returned alive, he would do for him what he could not do for Jong. Ilvana insisted once again that he would only do this if Songbek survived. Meanwhile, a large-scale battle was taking place in the capital. The gates were tightly closed, so the attackers had to climb the walls, where they were already awaited. The teams loudly demanded that their subordinates not allow the traitors to climb the wall. The archers humbly followed this order and mercilessly killed the enemies with precise shots. The traitors who climbed the stairs had to cover themselves with shields at the same time, so as not to become victims of a fast arrow. Of course, not everyone succeeded in this. In the end, one of the villains managed to climb to the very top of the wall. At that moment, the man was overcome with anger at his opponents, who had already managed to kill many of his comrades. Suddenly, the anger in the soldier's eyes abruptly changed to furious fear from what he saw in front of him. It turned out that right now, the general of the East was looking at the scoundrel, who was already swinging his sword at the same time. The next moment, a sharp weapon cut through the hand of the man who dared to betray his emperor. The villain began to lose his balance with a scream and fall down from a great height. As a result, this battle took the life of another person. It was not the first time for the Eastern general to see something like this, so now he was completely calm and focused on the battle. The old man only breathed heavily after swinging his sword. Despite his advanced age, the general managed to raise his massive weapon above his head without any problems, thereby attracting everyone's attention. Then the old man spoke loudly to his soldiers and asked them not to stop and to continue doing their duty. Everyone who heard these words immediately supported their general with a loud cry, as if promising to carry out this order. This cry was heard far beyond the besieged walls. Even the commanders of the traitors who were watching the progress of the battle from afar could hear it. One of the scoundrels timidly turned to his commander and informed him that they were now suffering heavy losses. The man thought it was time for them to intervene in this battle, and to do so they needed the commander's approval. No answer from the commander of Ambu's group. The man reminded him that he could become the head of the detachment only after the successful completion of the mission, which, given the losses, seemed unrealistic. The subordinate wanted to warn his commander that if things continued like this, someone else would take the place of the leader. But suddenly, Hachok Shim grabbed him tightly by the neck. None of the people standing nearby dared to intervene, even when the group commander lifted his subordinate off the ground with one hand and carried him to the cliff. Choking from suffocation, the man desperately began to try to free his neck from the strong grip, simultaneously asking the commander what he wanted to do with him. In response to this, Hachok Shim asked rudely if the man really thought that since their leader was favorable to him, he could say whatever he wanted. Suddenly, the subordinate began to accuse the commander of the fact that it was precisely because of his recklessness that they had not yet been promoted. He also feared nothing, and declared that with the skills that Hachok possessed, Shim, that could only be a shadow of his relatives. The scoundrel was clearly hurt by these words. It was revealed that he was barely holding back from mercilessly asking his subordinate from the cliff. Suddenly, the man began to smile slyly and say that his subordinate was right, and that no matter how hard he tried, he was only the commander of the Ambu group. The subordinate, seeing this smile, began to get nervous again and assured that he understood everything, so the commander no longer needed to hold him. Despite this, Hachok Shim continued to smile and say that the man didn't know something about him. The next moment, the villain happily declared that he continued to kill people simply because it was fun. These words greatly frightened the subordinate. The man immediately began to ask the commander to calm down, but it was too late. Hachok Shim released his subordinate's neck, after which a long cry was heard. Soon after, the man's lifeless body was already lying on the ground and there was a lot of blood visible around. Hachok Shim did not repent at all of what he had done and believed that it was all the fault of his subordinate's chatty mouth. Suddenly, another subordinate approached the commander and brought him some news. The man quickly handed over Hachok Shim, who received a small letter that contained important information. This letter reported that Tazar and Zhang were dead and the Mongols were retreating, so the group commander Ambu should not count on support. The man was very unhappy with this news and considered his colleagues to be idiots who couldn't even do their job properly. The man then thought about the fact that there were no winners in the Battle of Imsan, which meant that none of them would receive reinforcements. Also, Hachok Shim thought that since this news had reached him, the general of the East would soon find out about everything. At this time, the elderly man actually read the letter with the news that the carrier pigeon brought him and was shocked by what he read. Hachok Shim continued to think that if the old man found out that reinforcements would not come to him, the first thing he would do would be to leave his daughter from the fortress. The Ambu group was very pleased with this prospect because he believed that it would simplify everything. Then the man turned to his subordinates to give them his new order. The soldiers began to listen attentively to the commander. Hachok Shim announced with great pleasure that the time for hunting had come, after which he headed off somewhere, accompanied by his subordinates. At this time, no one outside the fortress walls suspected the approaching danger. Tonbani, having heard her father's request, refused to fulfill it without thinking twice. The girl was very unhappy because she did not understand why she had to leave here alone. She insisted that she would wait here until Songbek returned. The Eastern general had not yet dared to tell his daughter the bad news. Finally, the old man briefly said that Songbek would no longer be able to come. Tonbani was very surprised by what she heard and did not immediately understand what it meant. Suddenly, someone loudly declared that the troops at Imsan had been routed. The general of the East immediately turned to the side and saw a group of traitors who had managed to sneak up unnoticed. The elderly man was shocked and seemed not to even believe that one of his enemies was able to penetrate the wall and get so close to him. At the same time, Hachok Shim seemed very happy to meet his opponent and was ready to decide the outcome of the battle right there. Loud screams of wounded people were heard all around and blood splashed in all directions. Consumed with rage, Songbek swung his spear non-stop, trying to cut down as many enemies as possible. The traitors who laid siege to the capital fell to the ground one after another, no longer able to stand on their feet after the wounds they had received. Now the main character was completely alone, surrounded by villains, but he didn't even think about giving up. Despite all his skills and experience, the guy, fighting simultaneously with a large number of enemies, could not avoid injury. Beck's left hand was bleeding. He was certainly prepared for this. However, the main character understood that he was still far from his goal. Suddenly, one of the traitors loudly declared that the guy was already exhausted, which meant he was just a man. The next moment, several armed opponents rushed at Songbek, intending to finish him off. The main character was not at all happy about this and only hoped that this endless battle would end as soon as possible. Soon the guy realized that he now had to fight an entire army of traitors while already being wounded. At this moment, Songbek began to get nervous because there were too many opponents and he did not know what to do. Suddenly, the main character heard several spears flying past him at once, which quickly headed towards the villains. Soon, every spear that was fired hit its target, causing the group of traitors that were heading towards Songbek to fall to the ground dead. After this, the main character calmly turned back to see who exactly had come with his visitor. Songbek was very surprised to see these people here, because now they should all be in another place. It turned out that the guy's subordinates came to his aid, but they did not want to leave their commander alone. Nam Bugwan, upon seeing the main character, immediately began to scold him for going to a new battlefield alone. Without stopping for a moment, the horseman rushed past the guy in order to deal with the enemies and clear the way for him. Songbek silently watched as his comrades fearlessly entered the battle, and it seemed he still couldn't believe that they were all here now. The guy understood that everyone who was helping him now were essentially traitors who did not submit to the provisional government. The main character was not at all happy that his subordinates, with one hasty decision, had labeled themselves traitors, but he could no longer do anything about it. Suddenly, someone loudly addressed the commander and asked him not to consider them fools. The familiar voice quickly brought the guy to his senses. It turned out that it was one of the commanders who was now extending his hand to Songbek and asking him to leave his subordinates here and move on. Before making a choice, the main character looked around thoughtfully, as if trying to understand whether it was worth it to expose people to such danger. A few moments later, the commander turned to the guy again and asked him not to delay. In the end, the main character decided that he really should have thought about it less. Songbek was sure that in any case, he would not be able to convince his subordinates to leave the battlefield, so the guy accepted their help. After this, the main character, with one deft movement, quickly climbed onto his horse and set off on his journey. When everything was ready, the commander loudly ordered all the soldiers to move towards Changpyeong Fortress. The horsemen immediately obeyed the order and headed towards the gate. After some time, our heroes arrived at the place of the horse, who finally had the opportunity to rest a little before setting off on their journey again. The first thing Songbek did, of course, was meet with the defenders of the fortress, who were led by General Ma. The man was shocked and could not believe that reinforcements had finally arrived. The main character did not hide the latest sad news from the generator, and therefore immediately said that there would be no reinforcements, so they would have to fight only with the forces they had. The general did not immediately believe Songbek's words because he had already heard that no one had won the battle, so at least some troops should have remained for reinforcements. It was hard for the main character to remember what happened on the battlefield, but he decided to talk about it frankly. The next moment, the guy said that their army was almost completely destroyed. This news truly shocked General Ma. Songbek continued to say that the troops of Jongil-gwan were destroyed due to a sudden attack by the Mongols, and the troops that came as reinforcements refused to help the general of the east. The defenders of the fortress, hearing this, immediately began to get nervous because they did not understand what they could do now without reinforcements. General Ma shared the concerns of his subordinates, since Liaodong's support was their only hope for victory. While the man was overcome with despair, Songbek suddenly asked the defenders of the fortress to unite with the Liaodong army. The guy also promised that a detachment of iron horses would be able to free the way for them. It was clear that the squad commanded by the main character never doubted their strength for a moment and was ready to carry out any order. This impressed General Ma greatly, causing a glimmer of hope to appear in his eyes. The man admitted that Songbek's squad was well trained, and every soldier trusted him. At that moment, the man suddenly remembered General Mo Yan, whom he knew well. General Ma mentally turned to his fallen comrade and praised him for raising Songbek well. Suddenly the man was interrupted from his thoughts by the main character, who wanted to ask him something. Right now, Songbek was most interested in whether everything was okay with Dongban Ni. After some time, the conversation ended after the guy suddenly jumped up and ran headlong somewhere. According to General Ma, the main character is unfortunately already late, and now he will not be able to meet the girl. It turned out that the lady had recently gone to Liaodong, and now Songbek was running there with all his might to meet her. The general also asked the guy not to worry, because the general of the East personally went to see his daughter off, so nothing bad should have happened. However, this did not calm the main character down. Before leaving, the young commander turned to his soldiers and said that if any of them wanted to leave, it was better to do it now, because helping him meant being branded a traitor for several generations to come. One of the captains immediately mockingly declared that becoming a traitor was better than living a miserable life. All the soldiers supported the man's words because none of them wanted to work for Chang Maso. Instead, they were all ready to die. Songbek accepted these words and did not try to dissuade anyone, after which he asked if his comrades knew what was most important to them now. One of the soldiers, without thinking twice, briefly replied that the most important thing for them now was to survive. After this, Nam Bugwan looked at his commander with a smile on his face and asked if this answer was correct. The main character did not answer his subordinate, but his glance alone was enough to understand that this answer was correct. All the soldiers immediately froze in silence, and absolute silence reigned around. Of course, none of them wanted to risk their lives, but they had no other choice. Then Songbek ordered everyone to follow him, because now they needed to quickly go to Liaodong. Suddenly, someone from behind turned to the guy and asked if he really didn't want to go with them. General Ma reminds the protagonist that the General of the East was a master of his craft. According to the man, there was no one among the warriors who could harm this man, so he did not understand why Song Bek still went there. Now, remembering these words, the guy admitted that the General of the East was indeed very strong. Nevertheless, the young commander continued on his way without stopping, in order to get to the right place as quickly as possible. For some reason, the main character was now very anxious, as if he felt something bad was approaching. After some time, Song Bek suddenly stopped as if she had decided to change her plans. Breathing heavily from fatigue, the guy stared ahead, trying to understand what happened here. It turned out that on his way, the main character came across several lifeless bodies of soldiers who were clearly killed during a fierce battle. Now the main character had to hurry, but he still stopped to look at the lifeless bodies of the dead soldiers. Song Bek quickly realized that, judging by the wounds, these people were not killed by ordinary soldiers. The guy did not understand who it could be. Suddenly, the main character heard a familiar voice nearby, which, with its last strength, addressed the young gentleman by name. Turning in the right direction, Song Bek, he saw who exactly was addressing him. This shocked him greatly. It turned out that it was Tanbani's nanny. The woman was seriously injured and could not even get to her feet. The nanny, despite her position, was very happy to see the main character and did not expect at all that he had grown so much. According to the woman, she was very worried about him because even her master did not know whether he was alive or dead. The nanny thought that Tanbani would be happy when she met Song Bek. While the woman was saying all this, the main character stood silently in front of her without saying anything in response. He was not at all happy that he met the nanny in such circumstances. The guy understood that the woman's wound was very deep, which meant it was already too late to help her. The nanny seemed to read the main character's thoughts, and therefore asked him not to worry about her and to continue on his way. Unexpectedly, the woman asked Song Bek for forgiveness because she was too strict with him. Now the nanny had before her eyes the look of a child who had been betrayed by the whole world. With this look, Song Bek came to the place where he was to rule. The woman believed that it was too cruel a place for a child, but seeing how he grew up even in such a difficult environment, she was happy. Finally, the nanny asked the main character to take care of her mistress. After that, the woman fell silent. Her eyes closed and her breathing stopped. Song Bek, as if not believing in what was oozing out, carefully touched the woman's forehead in order to wake her up. Then the main character said that he didn't blame the nanny for anything because he understood that she did all this for Tanbani. Realizing that nothing could be changed, the guy began to rise to his feet in order to continue on his way. Finally, you can turn to the woman and ask her to wait a little longer. Respond to this, but a smile froze on her face, which indicated that she left this life without regrets. When leaving, the main character promised that he would return for the woman and send her to a better place. After that, Song Bek quickly ran forward in the hope of catching up with the Eastern General and his daughter. At this time, in another part of the forest, loud sounds of battle could be heard, which did not subside. The General of the East fought alone against several soldiers from Ambu's group who blocked his path. The elderly man, despite his age, could still wield a huge sword and deal devastating blows to his opponents. The villains loudly demanded that the old man stop resisting and surrender. For this, they promised to leave him alive. Despite everything, the General of the East refused this deal and once again swung his weapon, intending to kill all opponents. The old man was so strong that just one swing of the huge ball was enough to knock several soldiers off their feet at once. Ambu's group were unable to resist this crushing attack and fell to the ground with a crash, having flown some distance before. One of the villains quickly came to his senses and looked ahead to see how long this battle would last. The General of the East remained completely unharmed after all attempts to attack him, and despite his fatigue was ready to continue the fight. This greatly frightened and impressed the villain. He was the best master in the palaces, but still could not cope with the General of the East, because even an old tiger was still a tiger. Suddenly the man felt someone appear behind him, and then quickly headed towards the general. The elderly man immediately tensed up, realizing that this battle was not over yet and that a much stronger opponent was waiting for him ahead. Ambu's group attacked the old man right during the flight, but fortunately he managed to defend himself in time. The General of the East was not at all delighted with the stubbornness of his opponent, but continued to resist his onslaught. It turned out that this soldier was the leader of the detachment, Hachok. Shimon, with a sly smile on his face, asked the old man to surrender immediately. To this, the general thoughtfully replied that it turned out that there was a wolf hiding among the snakes. After this, the old man suddenly attacked Hachok. Shima responded by stepping back and starting to lose his balance. However, The villain was a very experienced warrior and was therefore able to stay on his feet. At this time, blood was flowing down the arm of the General of the East from a wound that had been received during containment of the onslaught. Tonbani, seeing this, began to worry greatly about her father, but unfortunately now she could not help him in any way. Elderly man, without taking his eyes off his enemy, asked the girl to calm down because, according to him, such a wound did not deserve her worries. Hearing these words, Hachok Shim said with a sly smile that the General of the East was indeed the best of the best. So now the villain wondered if the old man could handle them all alone. Just at that moment, the soldiers from Ambu's detachment, who had just recently been defeated, began to come to their senses. The villains rose to their feet one after another, as if to say that they were still capable of continuing the battle. Soon, all of Hachok's subordinates, the Shimas, took up their weapons and began to approach the General of the East. Looking around, the elderly man saw that the number of enemies was growing, and they had almost surrounded him from all sides. The old man did not expect at all that Hachok Shimu will receive reinforcements. Despite all his experience and all his skills, the old man understood that this battle would be very difficult for him and unlikely to be successful. Meanwhile, a smug Hachok Shim pointed his sword at the general and loudly declared that it was time for them to end this confrontation. The scoundrel also asked that the old man not worry about his daughter, because according to him, his master would certainly value her highly. The next moment, an enraged Song Bek appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Hacheok. Shimu pointed his spear at him along the way. The villain did not expect this attack at all, but he was able to react in time and defend himself with his sword. Be that as it may, this blow was so strong that it was able to throw the man far back, from which he almost lost his balance. The soldiers from the Ambu squad managed to catch their captain. He wished to ask if the man was okay and if he was injured. Due to the shock, Hachok Shim couldn't answer. Very soon the villain came to his senses and remembered that the guy who suddenly attacked him was the adopted son of the general. The man could not believe that he managed to survive on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Song Bek addressed his family in a reserved manner and said that fortunately this time he was not late. All this happened so quickly that for some time, Tonbani could not understand what kind of person had just appeared in front of her. Very soon the girl's face broke into a sincere smile and tears of joy began to flow down her cheeks. She finally managed to meet the main character after a long separation, so Tonbani did not even think about holding back her emotions. The General of the East was also surprised by this sudden appearance of Song Bek, and the first thing he asked was whether he was alive. The guy, hearing the old man with his nose, silently looked at him as if trying to understand what situation they were all in here. Without thinking twice, Song Bek gripped his spear tighter in his hands, asking Tongbani and her father to quickly leave here while he bought them time. The General of the East did not react to these words at all, but they made him think about making a serious decision. At the same time, Tonbani was not at all delighted with what she heard, and asked what the main character meant. She and Song Bek had just met, so the girl didn't want to be separated from them again. The guy also felt very sorry about this, but he believed that there was no other way out. According to this opinion, the general was better able to protect Tonbani than he was. Fearlessly looking his enemies in the face, the protagonist mentally asked for forgiveness from Tonbani and insisted that this was the best way to protect her. Suddenly, the General of the East silently walked forward, thereby showing that he was not going to enter anywhere. Song Bek was very surprised by this. Then the old man asked the boy where he saw a father who abandoned his child in danger. These words impressed the main character, which is why he did not immediately understand when the general briefly asked him to leave with Tonbani. The elderly man also claimed that our heroes were bound to survive. Soon after the bad conversation, the Eastern Gene was back at work, swinging his sword briskly. Song Bek was also still here and had no intention of standing aside and was actively participating in the battle. With their combined efforts, our heroes managed to successfully resist the entire Ambu detachment, which did not abandon its intention to kill them. Chok watched all this from the side. Shimon was clearly not happy that his entire squad could not cope with just 2 warriors. At that moment, the villain began to panic. He did not understand how everything had turned out this way, because they had an ideal chance to deal with the general. Suddenly the man heard a familiar voice behind him, calmly asserting that this matter turned out to be much more complicated than Hachok had expected. Shim began to get even more nervous. The man then quickly turned around and became very scared when he saw Chanmaso standing nearby on a tree. The villain exuded an ominous aura around himself. He was clearly unhappy that his subordinate had still not been able to carry out his order. Meanwhile, the battle in the forest clearing continued. Our heroes managed to defeat quite a few enemies, but they were still far from final victory. One of the captains of the Ambu squad loudly ordered his frightened subordinates to continue attacking, because there were only two of their opponents. Although there were indeed more villains now, none of them possessed the determination that Songbek now possessed. At some point, the main character, thanks to his excellent skills and great experience, was able to rush forward with lightning speed, simultaneously piercing one enemy after another with a spear. The villains were bleeding because they could not defend themselves from Songbek's fury. One of the soldiers from Ambu's squad simply could not believe that he was about to die at the hands of the guy. Before losing consciousness, the man was wondering where the child got such strength from. At the same time, Songbek was in no hurry to rejoice at his success, but was confident that he would be able to withstand all his opponents. The main character believed that he needed to hold out a little longer, and then Tonbani and her father would definitely be denied safety. Suddenly, for some reason, the alarmed general of the East loudly addressed the main character and pointed to what was happening behind the guy. Songbek immediately turned around and prepared for another attack from the villains, because he understood that in this situation, danger could arise from any side. The guy did not expect at all that instead of soldiers from the Ambu detachment, he would see a huge snake behind him, which, baring its sharp teeth, was rapidly approaching him. This became a complete tenderness for the main character, from which he was momentarily dumbfounded. At the same time, he remembered that he had definitely seen this snake before. The next moment, the Eastern general intervened in this situation and managed to cut the snake with one blow and thus save Songbek. The ground with a crash, but even after that it continued to wriggle for some time as if it wanted to attack our heroes. Soon all the convulsions stopped and the head itself began to emit thick smoke and literally evaporate before our eyes. A few moments later, all that remained of the snake's head was a clot of energy, which indicated the magical origin of this predator. Songbek was amazed by what he saw, because he had never encountered anything like this before, which could not be said about the general of the East, who seemed to know how best to resist this attack. The elderly man looked at the discouraged protagonist and briefly asked if he was okay. Suddenly, the old man fell to the ground and began to cough up blood loudly, although there was no reason for this. Songbek did not understand what was happening, which made him very afraid for the general. The guy immediately rushed to help the old man, simultaneously assuming that he had gone too far in saving him, and therefore he should leave immediately. In a weakened voice, the elderly man turned to the boy again and stopped him. The old man asked the main character to take Tonbani and quickly leave here without waiting for him. Songbek immediately began to insist that it was the general who had to leave while he held off the enemies. In response to this, the elderly man gathered all his strength and began to rise to his feet as if saying that he would stay here. The old man also claimed that this was his last request as a father, so Songbek should listen to him. The main character realized that the general of the East was ready to die in this forest just to protect his children. The guy could no longer resist the will of the elderly man, but he also could not simply accept it. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, the voice of a smug scoundrel was heard, who claimed that watching family quarrels was very pleasant. Songbek and the Eastern general immediately turned their attention to the voice they had just heard. They had not expected to see this person here at all. Raising their heads up, our heroes saw Chan Maso hovering in the air, gradually decreasing in altitude. Soon the main villain landed neatly on the ground. Such skills were not typical for ordinary people. It seemed that Chan Maso was in no hurry at all and was confident that he would be able to achieve all his goals. As soon as the scoundrel landed, the soldiers from Ambu's detachment immediately knelt down and bowed before their master, greeting him in one voice at the same time. After this, absolute silence reigned in the forest. He never made any sudden movements, so our heroes were able to examine Chan Maso's aura in detail. The general of the East could not help but acknowledge the incredible power of the scoundrel. The old man believed that his martial art had become an order of magnitude better, so he would not be able to hold out for long in a direct fight with this enemy. At this time, Songbek, instead of assessing the situation sensibly, only became angry and wanted to attack Jang Maso. After a long silence, the old man finally turned to his opponent and said that his vile face had not changed at all since their last meeting. Chang Maso replied that he had been constantly calling the old man in the yard, but he had not come, and so he was forced to come to the general of the East in person. The enemies stared at each other, creating an oppressive atmosphere that signaled the imminent start of the battle. Unexpectedly, the general of the East turned to the main character to remind him of his last request. The elderly man briefly asked the boy to take care of his daughter. Songbek heard this and clenched his teeth in anger, as if he didn't like the fact that the old man was asking him to leave again. The general of the East probably understood that it was hard for the guy to leave him here alone and essentially condemn him to death, but the old man remained adamant. Eventually, Songbek resigned himself and, overcoming his disagreement, agreed to obey the order. Immediately after this, the main character suddenly jumped up and ran in the opposite direction from his enemy. The general of the East was left alone with his enemies, but now nothing could hold him back or distract him. Meanwhile, the main character had already reached Tonbani, which stood nearby. The girl was very surprised by what was happening, because she did not yet know what order her father had given the guy and what consequences it would have. Tonbani tried to find out from the main character what was going on, but Songbek, without stopping, grabbed the girl in his arms and began to quickly carry her away. The guy, without explaining anything, simply asked the girl for forgiveness for what he was doing. Our heroes went further and further. Tonbani screamed loudly because she didn't want to leave her father at all. The general of the East heard for some time the loud voice of his daughter, who demanded that the main character let her go. Despite this, the elderly man did not even look at our heroes, because he did not want their last memory of each other to be exactly like this. The old man was also a little unhappy that Songbek, even in their last conversation, never called him his father. Jang Maso had been silently watching the events all this time, but he wasn't at all worried about Songbek and Tongbani managing to escape. The main villain calmly ordered Hachok Shimu pursued the fugitives and brought them to him. The man immediately obeyed his master's order. Chan Maso insisted that the head of the Ambu detachment carry out this order, because he would not forgive his second mistake. Hearing this, Hachok Shim loudly ordered his subordinates to move out to search for the fugitives. Now the man, more than anyone else, was interested in capturing them. At that very moment, the soldiers of Ambu's detachment began to carry out the order. The villains completely ignored the general of the East and passed by him. In turn, the old man did not delay them, because now he needed strength to fight the main villain. After this, silence reigned in the forest again. The opponents looked at each other intently, as if they were trying to decide who would attack first through an eye duel. Finally, Chang Maso began to take out his unusual weapon, asking along the way if the general really thought he could stop him. The elderly man, preparing to repel the villain's attack, replied that he believed his son. Moreover, the general of the East insisted that Chang Maso's life would end here. The next moment, the old man swung his huge sword, causing a strong wind to rise around him, which testified to his incredible strength. The general of the East, consumed by rage, swung his sword sharply and attacked the main villain. After this, a deafening sound of an explosion echoed throughout the forest, which testified to the incredible strength of the elderly man. Soon turned out that despite this, Chang Maso managed to stop the general's attack without difficulty. As a result, a strong wind arose for several seconds, fluttering the opponent's cloaks. The main villain, of course, noticed how surprised his opponent, Chan Maso, was, insisted that this was not surprising since he was the best in the imperial family. The old man was truly amazed by what had happened, and seemed to not believe that the scoundrel had managed to stop his sword so easily. Suddenly, Chang Maso abruptly pushed the old man's weapon away from himself and then stepped back as if he no longer intended to fight. Despite this, the general of the East remained standing in a combat position and closely watching his enemy, trying to understand what he would do next. Chang Maso noticed that the old man's wounds were too deep and therefore warned that if he continued to exert himself and use his powers, he would go crazy due to the backlash. The general of the East, trying not to show his pain, asked in surprise if the emperor's killer was worried about his sanity. However, the elderly man mentally admitted that the scoundrel was right, but now he had to hold out at least until Songbek and Dongbani ran away. Suddenly, the old man suddenly jumped up and ran towards his opponent, asking him not to worry, because he would be in his right mind until he killed him. The self-confident Chang Maso only smiled slyly at these threats and said that this situation was becoming more and more interesting. A moment later, the general of the East approached the main villain and used the technique of 12 cutting balls against him, which was a whole series of rapid attacks. Chan Maso knew that the general's techniques were created to protect the emperor and were developed in accordance with the non-aggression agreement between the army and the imperial court. It was a secret document designed to prevent martial artists from opposing the emperor, but it only listed permitted martial arts. Now, the main thing the villain intended to demonstrate to his enemy was that there were other forces in the world. The general of the East immediately noticed that his enemy was preparing some kind of attack, but until the very end he did not know what would happen next. The next moment, Chang Maso swung his unusual sword sharply, which allowed him to release a destructive stream of energy that shot towards the elderly man with lightning speed. Soon everything calmed down, but this attack left behind a deep trench in the ground. The general of the East seemed to be completely unharmed by this attack, but there was something that really struck him. The old man immediately noticed that there was something wrong with his sword. The main villain's attack clearly did not pass without a trace for him. The old man was very surprised and simply could not believe that the sword given to him by His Majesty had cracked. It was a sacred sword that symbolized the power of the imperial family, so ordinary martial arts could not cause it to crack. Meanwhile, Chang Maso continued to smile slyly and say that the Eastern general was truly incredible to be able to stop such an attack. The older man was shocked again as he looked up and turned his attention back to his opponent. The old man saw Chang Maso floating in the air, surrounded by clots of black energy. The old man clearly knew what kind of energy it was and simply could not believe that the scoundrel was able to take possession of this power. Chang Maso began to say that he had always wondered why ordinary people had to give up their dreams just because they were not born into a noble family, even though they were the same people as members of the imperial family. The main villain rose as high as he could despite the fact that he had to become a eunuch. Having reached these heights, the villain thought about something. The next moment, a distraught Chang Maso asked why he could not rule the country if the pathetic imperial family could do so. The general of the East, seeing how the sinister energy had engulfed Chang Maso, grabbed his sword tighter, simultaneously declaring that from now on, he had ceased to be a man. In response to this, the main villain slowly pointed his sword at the elderly man. Then he asked someone to come out, after which several huge snakes immediately crawled out of the clots of energy. Then the smug scoundrel loudly ordered the predators to destroy the remnants of the past. At that very moment, the snakes quickly headed towards the general of the East in order to kill him. Despite the approaching danger, the old man remained standing unshakably in place. The next moment, several huge explosions occurred at once, raising thick clouds of dust around. As soon as the smoke cleared, it became clear that the general of the East had lost this battle. His sword was broken, which meant the old man was left without a weapon. The elderly man himself was now breathing heavily and bleeding. He no longer had the strength to continue this battle. Chang Maso, seeing this, gloated and said that time had flown by very quickly, because recently the emperor's best swordsman now looked so pitiful. It soon became clear that the general of the East was not simply wounded, and was literally deprived of an arm as a result of the villain's latest attack. Fearlessly looking his opponent in the eyes, the old man guessed that he had studied martial arts outside the palace, and most likely, these were demon martial arts. Chang Maso. He replied that the most important thing in martial arts was strength, so it made no difference whether it was the martial art of the imperial family or the demons. The old man couldn't believe that such a pathetic person was receiving a wish in the palace and insisted that breaking the non-aggression agreement would backfire on the main villain. In response to this, Chang Maso only smiled as if he did not take the general's words seriously at all. The scoundrel then thanked the old man for this warning while swinging his sword. Right now, he was determined to end this conversation. Feeling the approach of death, the general of the East silently raised his head up to look at the sky for the last time. The old man thought that if he had known in advance that everything would end up exactly like this, he would have been gentler with Song Baek. After this, the elderly man mentally addressed his children and said that they should have definitely survived. The next moment, Chang Maso delivered a crushing blow that cut off the head of the Eastern general. At this time, in another part of the forest, someone was meticulously collecting medicinal plants and seemed not to even suspect what was happening very close by. The stranger quietly hummed a song to himself while he was busy working. Because of this, he did not hear at all how someone quietly approached him from behind. Suddenly, someone's rough voice turned to the man and asked if he had seen a young guy and girl here. The surprised stranger immediately forgot about his business and turned around to see who exactly was addressing him. The man saw in front of him a group of armed soldiers from the Ambu detachment who were waiting for his answer. The stranger was in no hurry to answer the question and first wanted to know who these soldiers were. One of the villains immediately grabbed his sword and began to rudely demand that the man answer the question that was asked of him. Unexpectedly, Ha Chok Shim stopped his subordinate. After this, the head of the squad calmly walked towards the stranger as if he intended to personally extract information from him. The villain came very close to the man, after which he stopped and looked at him intently. Ha Chok Shim looked at the stranger in silence for a while, as if trying to assess him and decide what to do with him. The stranger was also silent and did not take his eyes off the leader of the squad. He understood what he wanted from him. Soon, Hachok Shim realized that judging by the lack of any reaction, this man hardly knew anything, and even threats could not change this. Suddenly the scoundrel began to good-naturedly ask the stranger to inform them if he saw the boy and girl here, because they were criminals who had committed treason. After this, the head of the detachment turned to his subordinates and ordered them to continue the search, since the fugitives could not have gone far. At that very moment, the soldiers of Ambu's detachment began to carry out the order and follow the commander, while leaving the stranger alone. Hachok Shim, I thought that there was no point in the deaths of innocent people now. Besides, now ordinary people like the stranger were his master's people. As soon as the soldiers left, the man stood up to stretch his legs a little after the exhausting work. It took the stranger some time to relieve the pain in his back, because he was no longer young and could not work without such consequences. Suddenly the man froze and listened to his surroundings to understand whether the soldiers had gone far enough. Having made sure that everything around was now safe, the stranger silently looked to the side as if someone was waiting for him there. The next moment, the man turned to his new acquaintances and said that they could now go out. At that very moment, two people emerged from the bushes, clearly trying not to attract unnecessary attention to themselves. Of course, it was Songbek and Tonbani, who now absolutely did not want to engage in battle and tried to get as far away from their pursuers as possible. Songbek stepped forward and stopped not far from the stranger, then looked at him intently. The unexpected protagonist bowed respectfully to the man and thanked him for saving them. The stranger claimed that he was just sitting quietly and doing nothing. After this, the guy turned to Tonbani and asked her to say goodbye to the man, because they should already continue on their way. The girl didn't answer anything to this and overall looked very depressed. Songbek noticed this and asked what was the matter. Tonbani responded by quietly asking them to return to their father. The main character tried to explain to the girl that they couldn't do this, but she didn't listen and claimed that the guy was strong. Songbek immediately remembered that he had said something similar to his older brother when they ran away from home, leaving their parents behind. Upset, Dongbani admitted that she didn't understand anything about it, but she believed that they would be able to help her father since Songbek had power. The main character did not respond to this and only continued to silently look at the girl. Now, like no one else, he understood his older brother. Songbek was ashamed for calling him a coward and threatening to never forgive him. The main character came to the realization that his brother at that moment could not do anything and was only trying to protect him. Meanwhile, Tonbani continued to beg the boy to return to his father together. She really didn't understand how dangerous it was. Songbek was very sad about this conversation, but he could not explain to the girl that the general could no longer be helped. Unexpectedly, Tonbani declared that she understood the main character, but she would go save her father even alone. After that, she turned around and resolutely headed forward. Songbek immediately rushed after her in order to try to stop the girl. At the very last moment, the main character, for some reason, stopped as if he did not dare to do it. Now the guy understood Tonbani's condition better than anyone else, so he simply couldn't stop her. The main character thought that he needed to take the girl by force and run away from here, but for some reason he was now doubting it. Suddenly Songbek heard the stranger's voice asking if he had doubted because he was afraid that the girl would end up hating him. These words clearly interested the main character, so the man continued saying that hatred was better than regret. Songbek thought about these words seriously. He didn't want to feel any regret for not stopping Dongbani. Suddenly the guy remembered the moments of their time spent together, when their feelings for each other became more obvious. Songbek didn't understand why these memories came to him at that particular moment. Then the guy reminded himself that he had already decided to never let Tonbani go again. After this, the main character again bowed respectfully to the stranger and promised that one day he would repay him for saving them. Immediately after this, the guy suddenly jumped up and ran after Tonbani in order to prevent terrible events. The man, watching the main character, thought that he had a good look, which is why he even wanted to take him as a student. As soon as the stranger caught himself thinking this, he was immediately taken aback, as if he had thought about something that was impossible. The man quickly pushed these thoughts away and decided to return to his business. Picking up a basket of herbs from the ground, the stranger felt that he had grown very old, and even his mind had been washed away. Suddenly he froze in place again and thought about something. Thoughts about Songbek still wouldn't leave him. Looking after the main character again, the stranger had some kind of guess that he still had to check. Meanwhile, Tonbani had already run quite far, but soon stopped and looked around. The girl did not understand where she was now and tried to determine which direction she needed to go to find her father. Unfortunately, there were no landmarks here that would help her, so the girl continued to remain in place, not daring to go anywhere. In the end, Dongbani admitted that she really couldn't do anything in this situation, so she had to return to Songbek. Suddenly, the girl began to persistently drive these thoughts away from herself. Tonbani believed that she could not rely on the protagonist forever, and therefore she had to learn to solve her own problems. Suddenly, the girl heard quiet steps nearby, which gradually approached her. Tonbani immediately turned around and began to stare intently between the trees, assuming that Songbek was approaching her. Soon after, the girl heard the satisfied voice of a man who was very glad that he had finally found her. At that very moment, Tonbani felt uneasy because she realized that she was in great danger. Unfortunately, Hachok Shimu and his subordinates managed to find the defenseless girl before the main character. The man began to calmly approach Tonbani, asking along the way where Songbek had gone and why the lady was wandering alone through the forest. The villain assumed that the guy had abandoned her and run away, so he asked the girl to forget about the main character and go with them. Tonbani was now very scared. She took uncertain steps back while timidly demanding that the villains not come near her. Hachok Shim, of course, was not going to just let the girl go, so he turned to one of his subordinates and said that the lady's body was precious, so she should be treated with respect. The soldiers realized what they had to do, so they headed towards Tonbani to capture her. Along the way, the men asked the girl to simply go with them and not create problems for anyone. One of the villains suddenly warned that if the lady resisted, they would have to take action. The villain's hand had already reached out to Tonbani, who in this situation could no longer do anything to protect herself. Suddenly, the girl, in desperation, loudly shouted Songbek's name in the hope that he would hear her and come to her aid. The scoundrel just laughed at this, because he thought it was useless to call someone who had already escaped. He also insisted that the main character valued only his own life. Insisted to the very end that Songbek would never come to the girl's aid. Suddenly, a lightning-fast blow from a sharp weapon cut off the scoundrel's hand, with which he was reaching out to the lady. At that moment, the soldier screamed loudly in pain, simultaneously spraying blood from a fresh wound. The second soldier was shocked and immediately grabbed his sword, simultaneously trying to understand where the danger was approaching from. The villain did not have time to find his enemy, because a moment later a sharp spear pierced his neck. As expected, the cause of this commotion was Songbek, who still managed to arrive in time to help Dongbani. The girl was surprised and seemed not to believe that the main character was now standing in front of her. Before Tonbani said anything, the protagonist turned to her and briefly asked her for forgiveness. Then the guy extended his hand to her and, with a smile on his face, suggested that they return to their father together. Tonbani was shocked by what she heard and tears appeared in her eyes. She no longer had any hope that she would be able to return to her father. Finally, the girl accepted the main character's offer with great joy. Some time passed. The battle was still going on, as evidenced by the loud sounds that echoed throughout the forest. Ambu's detachment were not at all delighted with Songbek's stubbornness, but they continued to press him. Now the main character was completely surrounded by enemies, but he had no intention of giving up. The guy was very angry that the villain stood in his way, and therefore was ready to remove the obstacle by any means. The next moment, Songbek began to rapidly swing his spear, preparing to use one of his techniques against the enemies. This technique was called Rain of Iron Spears and was very effective against large numbers of opponents. A moment later, all the soldiers surrounding the guy received fatal blows that they were unable to resist. The villains died one after another, the most painful death for daring to oppose the main character. Soon the last of the attackers was killed, but Songbek never let go of his spear for a moment. Looking around, the guy saw the lifeless bodies of the defeated enemies, but this was not the end of this battle. Songbek was breathing heavily from fatigue while staring ahead at another group of opponents, waiting for him. At the same time, the guy thought that no matter how many scoundrels he killed, there seemed to be no fewer of them. Therefore, the main character believed that he needed to kill the leader of the squad in order to destroy the rest. However, before attempting to do this, Songbek first needed to get Dongbani to a safe place. The guy already wanted to ask her to leave him and run away alone, but Songbek fell silent mid-sentence when he saw the girl's face. Tonbani was in despair and tried to explain to the guy what situation they were in, but she couldn't find the right words. In the end, it turned out that our heroes were now standing on the edge of a high cliff, which they had approached without noticing while fighting the villains. To put it simply, they were trapped. Soon turned out that our heroes were now standing on the edge of a high cliff, which they had approached without noticing while fighting the villains. To put it simply, they were trapped. Tonbani stood at the very edge because she had nowhere else to run. It was unclear where it was more dangerous now. Of course, our heroes couldn't just jump off the cliff in the hope that the river would save them from death. Tonbani was scared and very nervous because she didn't know what to do. At the same time, tired Songbek, without taking his eyes off his enemies, asked the girl not to leave him. Hachok Shim was very happy with the situation our heroes found themselves in and assumed that their luck had finally run out. Then the villain loudly ordered his subordinates to kill the main character and seize the lady. Tonbani was in despair from everything that was happening. There was no longer the slightest hope for salvation in her eyes. She could only watch indifferently as Songbek fought with the Ambu soldiers. It seemed to the girl that she did not believe at all that he could win. At some point, Tonbani began to blame herself for everything that was happening. She believed that if it weren't for her stubbornness, she and the main character wouldn't have found themselves in this situation. Now, looking at how Songbek risked his life in order to at least try to save her, the girl already regretted that she ran away back then. Tonbani was completely depressed and believed that if it weren't for her, Songbek would never have been in this situation and would have been safe. Now, the main character was confronted by many enemies, and even the successful elimination of some of them did not give him much of an advantage. With each passing minute, the guy's strength was leaving him faster and faster, so he had to take long breaks between attacks. Despite this, Songbek continued to fight because he understood that he had nowhere else to retreat. Even in such a situation, there was still something that gave the guy strength and made him hold the weapon tightly in his hands. Songbek rushed at the enemies with all his fury while thinking that he had to protect Dongbani at any cost. Now the main character remembered that before he had no strength, because of which he lost his parents, and even his older brother abandoned him for the same reason. At the same time, everyone who helped the guy without asking for anything in return was already dead. Now there was only one person left in his circle, whom he could not lose under any circumstances. Of course, it was about Tonbani, for whom Songbek was ready to continue fighting. Filled with rage, the protagonist once again attacked his opponents without even thinking about whether it made any sense now. After this, the forest was once again filled with the dying cries of the villains, who became yet more victims of Songbek's sharp spear. It turned out that this time the guy managed to kill 2 opponents at once, thanks to a well-chosen moment for the attack. As a result, more lifeless bodies of the villains fell to the ground with a crash in front of Songbek. All this greatly frightened the Ambu soldiers, who stood aside and who had been lucky so far not to come into direct conflict with the main character. At the same time, one of the villains was very angry that they could not defeat Songbek. Hachok Shim clenched his teeth, trying his best not to give in to his emotions and take this situation seriously. Meanwhile, the main character had the opportunity to take a little rest, while the corpses of the defeated enemies drove away the rest of the villains. Now the guy was breathing heavily from extreme fatigue, but he thought that he would be able to hold out for a little longer. Unexpectedly, Songbek saw that one of Ambu's soldiers still dared to head towards him, while the rest of the scoundrels stood still. It turned out that this soldier was Hachok himself, Shim, who decided to take on the job himself. The main character was pleased that the leader of the squad had finally decided to come out to him. The guy immediately gathered all his strength and concentrated as much as possible on the upcoming fight. This played into Songbek's hands, since he had long planned to lure out Hachok. Shima didn't know how he could do this. Now all that was left was a small matter. Now the villain was heading towards the guy himself, so Songbek only had to be ready to repel his attack. Finally, the sword, Hachok Shima, and Songbek's spear hit each other. This was the beginning of their battle. Suddenly, the main character felt a strange feeling, which came as a big surprise to him. The next moment, the guy couldn't stay on his feet and was thrown far back. The attack of the squad leader Ambu failed much more than expected. Despite this surprise, Songbek still managed to remain unharmed, but now he was forced to think through every step in advance. The first thing the guy did was start looking intently at his opponent, trying to understand what could be expected from him. Of course, the main character could not help but notice the enormous power of the villain. He did not understand where Hachok came from. Shim received this power. Suddenly, the leader of the Ambu squad began to confidently claim that he understood something about the technique that Songbek used. According to the villain, the guy's technique was defective. This statement made the main character very angry. Despite this, Hachok Shim continued to say that at first he thought it was a cancel technique, but now he realized that Songbek mixed other martial arts into it. The villain kept trying to figure out what the guy's true strength was, but after one blow he was convinced that Songbek did not have enough internal energy for this technique. Head of the Ambu squad, I thought that it wouldn't work against a real master, so I decided to show the main character what real martial arts look like. Suddenly, the man with a wide smile on his face suddenly jumped up and headed towards his opponent, mocking him along the way and asking him to try to stop him. Songbek had no choice but to accept this challenge and prove to the scoundrel that he was wrong. The main character gathered his strength and concentrated completely on just one enemy. The next moment, a huge explosion thundered, which marked the beginning of the decisive battle. Immediately after this, there followed a series of loud bangs that echoed throughout the forest. Ha Chok-shim, smiling slyly, did not stop attacking the main character for a second, while saying that he was too slow. The man, pleased with himself, wondered where all of Songbek's confidence had gone. He also demanded that the boy respond to his blows properly. Now it was very difficult for the main character to resist Ha Chok-shimu not only because of fatigue, but also because of a lack of fighting skills. Nevertheless, the guy managed to pick the right moment and use the multiple spear strike technique against his opponent. At the same moment, Ha Chok-shimu was suddenly met with several quick attacks, each of which could seriously injure him. Despite this, the villain continued to smile slyly and pretend that he was impressed by the fact that Songbek could even imitate an aura around his weapon. However, this was only an imitation. Now the head of the ambush squad was determined to demonstrate to the protagonist what real internal energy looked like. The next moment, the villain swung his sword sharply, which was enough to create a destructive flow of energy. This attack quickly headed towards the main character, who now needed to do something urgently. Unfortunately, the guy had never encountered anything like this before, so now he simply didn't know how to defend himself from this attack. Songbek had to endure this blow, but he understood that at this rate, he would simply say goodbye to life. Tonbani, who was watching everything that was happening from the side, although she did not understand martial arts, understood that the main character was now losing. The girl sadly admitted that even Songbek couldn't match Hachiok's skill. Shima. Because of this, she began to believe that her existence was a real burden for the guy, which only got in his way. Tonbani kept thinking that if she disappeared, Songbek would be able to escape and avoid his unenviable fate. All this time, the girl held in her hands the very same medallion that the main character had once given her in memory of himself. Suddenly, Songbek fell to his knees, exhausted because he could no longer resist Hachiok's skill. Shima. The guy was breathing heavily from fatigue and seemed about to accept his defeat. The protagonist realized that No Hagwon was right, and now he really was not able to resist a man who seriously studied martial arts. Along with this, Ha Chok-shim had already pointed his sword at the guy as if he was going to deal with him right now and thereby end this battle. Suddenly, the smug villain declared that if he killed the main character now, it would be too boring. Songbek fearlessly looked his opponent straight in the eye while thinking that he didn't know how to defeat him, but he had to do everything possible to make Dongbani escape. Suddenly, the main character heard behind him the weak voice of a girl who was addressing him. Songbek immediately turned around to find out what was going on. The guy didn't expect to see what he saw. Now Tonbani looked at him with tears in her eyes and smilingly said that the main character definitely had to survive. At that very moment, the guy was overcome with horror. He understood what Tonbani was going to do, but until the very end, he hoped that he was wrong. Don't waste time and don't pay attention to your opponent. The main character suddenly jumped up and ran to the girl who was standing at the very edge of the cliff. Songbek hadn't even managed to run when he saw that Tonbani had taken a step into the abyss. At that moment, there was absolute silence. Tonbani was in free flight, but despite everything, her face was calm and serene. The main character was just a little short of stopping the girl, and now he could only watch as she quickly fell down. Just a few seconds later, Tonbani fell into the river. The dark water completely swallowed her up and hid her from prying eyes. Soon the water became calm again, but no matter how hard Songbek tried, he could not see Tonbani. The main character's whole body was shaking with excitement. He simply couldn't believe what had just happened. In just a few seconds, the guy's world turned upside down and his meaning in life disappeared without a trace. Now in the main character's head, there was only the thought that no matter how hard he tried, he could not protect Tonbani. The last image of the girl was firmly entrenched in Songbek's mind, which made him feel even more pained. Eventually, no longer able to contain his emotions, the protagonist became filled with rage and loudly shouted the name of his beloved. All this time, Ha Chok-shim stood behind and silently watched the boy's suffering. Surprisingly, the scoundrel was not at all delighted with what happened. He thought that his affairs were going badly because now he had to somehow report everything to the master. Meanwhile, Songbek silently took hold of his spear and began to rise to his feet. This meant that the battle was not yet over. The next moment, the guy, mad with rage, rushed at his opponent, simultaneously letting out a frantic cry. Ha Chok-shim did not expect at all that Songbek would decide to resume the fight even after what happened. It seemed that the scoundrel had no time for this now. The ambush squad was also very angry and blamed the main character for his failure, so he intended to immediately teach him a lesson. "Bek right now! The villain's sword was getting closer and closer to the guy. The main character needed to quickly defend himself from this attack, and for this he decided to use his spear. As a result, the villain's blow landed precisely on the spear, which Songbek, thanks to his dexterity, was able to defend himself with like a shield. The main character remained completely unharmed, which surprised Hachok. Shima made him think. Knew well that the block was a basic technique of the 6 spear combinations. The man did not understand what kind of trick this was and why his opponent suddenly decided to use basic martial arts against him. I haven't had time to think it all through yet. Hachok Shim saw that the main character suddenly threw his weapon out of his hands and thus was able to stop the onslaught of the sharp sword. The villain was very taken aback by what had happened. He did not understand why his opponent had so suddenly decided to throw away his own weapon. The man quickly realized that there was some hidden agenda behind this, so he decided to immediately attack the main character in order to stop him. The next moment, Hachok Shim received a strong kick to the face, which took him completely by surprise. The blow delivered by Songbek was so powerful that it threw the villain back several meters. Having come to his senses after what happened, Hachok Shim grabbed his bleeding nose, while getting very angry at the main character and calling him a scoundrel. However, this was not the end. Squad leader Ambu was once again discouraged when he saw what Songbek was doing now. It turned out that the main character took advantage of the moment and began to quickly run away, no longer engaging in battle with any of the enemies. At the same time, Songbek was only thinking about how he could still save Dongbani. Now the guy did not have time to be distracted by the battle with the villains, but he was sure that it was not too late, and he would definitely have time to accomplish what he had planned. Meanwhile, the soldiers from Ambu's detachment were confused by what was happening and did not understand what they should do. Seeing this, Hachok was angry. Shim began to shout loudly at his subordinates and demand that they immediately begin to pursue the guy. The soldiers immediately began to carry out the order. Each of them considered Songbek a real psycho and were very angry with him because he was causing them problems. Soon, every villain the main character ran past tried to force a fight on him, but the guy completely ignored it and continued to run away. Now the main character had a completely different goal, so he could not allow himself to be distracted by meaningless battles. Now there was a determination in Songbek's eyes that anyone could envy. The guy continued to run forward with all his might, thinking along the way that he would definitely save Tonbani. These thoughts seemed to give the main character even more strength, which helped him move on. Hachok Shim was very unhappy that the guy eventually managed to get away from him again. Therefore, without wasting time, the man ordered all his subordinates to immediately set out in pursuit. Some time passed. Fresh tracks on the ground indicated that Songbek had recently come running to this part of the forest. That same stranger was still wandering through this forest in search of the necessary plants. His attention was immediately drawn to the tracks on the ground. The man quickly assumed that these tracks belonged to the main character, but he did not understand why there were only his tracks here. Suddenly, the stranger heard the loud voices of soldiers, which sounded somewhere nearby. All this alarmed the man. Moreover, the voices became louder, which indicated that the soldiers were quickly approaching. As expected, Hachok Shim and his subordinates continued to pursue Songbek, following his tracks. The Ambu squad was now very angry that not only did he fail to catch Tonbani, but he also lost Songbek. Gritting his teeth tightly, the scoundrel decided to resort to desperate measures in order to achieve his goal. The man turned to his subordinates and threatened that if they could not kill Songbek, he would personally kill them all. These words clearly influenced the soldiers, causing them to run even faster, hoping that they would soon be able to catch up with the main character. The villains were so absorbed in chasing the main character that they did not notice the stranger who was closely watching them. The man immediately realized that Songbek had serious problems. It seemed that he was now deciding whether he should interfere and help the guy. Meanwhile, the main character, without stopping for a moment, runs forward in order to accomplish what he had planned. After everything that happened to him, Songbek was completely exhausted, but for the sake of his goal, he continued to move forward. At the same time, the guy thought that he needed to run even faster, because the enemies could catch up with him very soon. Unexpectedly, Songbek saw that the forest landscape around him suddenly changed into a spacious riverbank. He finally managed to reach the very river that Tonbani fell from the cliff into. Just at that moment, the main character heard the loud voice of one of the villains, who was informing his comrades that the guy was here. Songbek did not expect at all that despite all the efforts he had made, they would catch up with him so quickly. Now the guy had to run even faster. At the same time, one of Ambu's soldiers had already taken out throwing knives in order to leave the fugitive behind. Without a moment's hesitation, the villain threw knives at the protagonist in the hope that he would soon be able to carry out the commander's order. Baek's leg directly. At that very moment, the main character's body was pierced by a sharp pain, from which he was unable to stand on his feet and fell to the ground with a crash. Ambu soldiers were very happy, because they had finally managed to stop Song Baek, and already perceived this as their final victory. For several seconds, the main character lay on the ground, not moving at all, while blood slowly oozed from the newly formed wound. The guy didn't immediately realize that his leg was injured, but soon, he completely stopped feeling it. Song Baek couldn't believe that his end would be like this. Suddenly, the main character cast aside all bad thoughts and gathered his strength again. Overcoming the pain, the guy began to rise to his feet, thinking along the way that this was not the end. Song Baek believed that he had to keep going, even if the villains eventually cut off his legs. Just at that moment, two Ambu soldiers mercilessly attacked the protagonist in order to stop him. Because of this, the guy fell to the ground again. It seemed that after this, he would not be able to get up again. The villains were surprised that even with a wounded leg, Song Baek still tried to escape from them. One of the soldiers had already suggested that perhaps they should cut off the guy's legs so that he wouldn't cause them any more problems. The second villain was about to say that, with such wounds, Song Baek would definitely not be able to move anymore, but he changed his mind when he saw what his opponent was doing now. It turned out that despite everything, the main character continued to head towards the river. He could no longer run or walk, so he simply crawled, leaving a bloody trail on the ground. At the same time, Song Baek couldn't stop thinking about Dongbani. He mentally asked the girl to wait for him a little longer. The river was already very close, but now this distance was comparable to a whole marathon for the guy. All Song Baek could hear around him was the sound of water, which had just recently caressed his beloved without a trace. The main character had very little time left to touch this water, but he suddenly stopped. The guy really wanted to save Tonbani, but he understood that he no longer had the strength to do so. Suddenly, the main character heard the calm voice of that same stranger nearby, who asked if the guy wanted to live. Song Baek raised his head in confusion, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually heard that voice. It turned out that the man was now standing right in front of the main character, not humbly waiting for his answer. Suddenly, the main character heard a familiar voice asking if the guy wanted to live. Song Baek raised his head in confusion. It turned out that right in front of the main character stood that same stranger, Song Baek, who immediately recognized him. The man was still waiting for an answer, so he repeated his question. The guy answered in a weak voice that he wanted to live. According to the main character, he simply had to live in order to achieve his goal. As soon as Song Baek said this, the last of his strength immediately left him, causing him to lose consciousness. Noticing this, the stranger looked intently at the guy as if he was trying to make some kind of decision. Meanwhile, Ambu's soldiers watched everything from the side and could not understand where this man had come from. Soon, one of the villains remembered that this was the same commoner whom their commander saved, so they decided not to kill him but simply to scare him. The soldiers immediately turned to the stranger who had already placed himself on Song Baek's shoulder. Showing their swords, they demanded that the man throw the boy's body on the ground and leave here on good terms. The man didn't react to this in any way and only thought that it really irritated him when officials got in his way. Suddenly, the stranger heard a familiar voice loudly asking if the soldiers had managed to catch up with the main character. It turned out that Ha-chok had already managed to run to the scene, Shim along with the rest of the soldiers. The man was still very angry and loudly asked where Song Baek was. He intended to personally deal with him. The villain was very surprised when he saw the same commoner who was now holding the main character in his arms. At that moment, there was absolute silence all around, broken only occasionally by the sound of water. The stranger found himself completely surrounded by Ambu soldiers, who were not going to leave without Song Baek. Ha-chok Shim, already grabbing the hilt of his sword, demanded that the man abandon the guy and leave here. The scoundrel promised that in this case, the stranger would remain alive. Despite the danger all around, the man was absolutely calm and even asked if he could just leave with the main character. The leader of the squad did not appreciate this joke, so he took out his sword and repeated again so that the man would leave the guy and go away. The stranger heard this and sighed heavily, twirling his sickle in his hands, and said that the world, both before and now, had not changed at all. Ha-chok Shim was taken aback by what she saw and did not understand what the man was going to do. The scoundrel immediately began asking what the stranger was doing and whether he was going to fight them all with a sickle. The leader of the squad thought that it was just funny, but the mysterious stranger now looked absolutely serious. Suddenly it became very dark around, like at night, but there were no stars or moon in the sky. This discouraged all the Ambu soldiers. Even Ha-chok Shim didn't understand what happened and why everything around him suddenly became dark. A moment later, everyone present was able to see a frightening blood-red moon that suddenly appeared behind the stranger. Hachok Shim was very frightened by this sight, and the mysterious stranger himself claimed that he did not care who the soldiers were. Now the only thing that mattered to the man was that these scoundrels were standing in his way. The next moment, the stranger swung his sickle sharply, creating a destructive stream of energy. This energy quickly rushed towards the Ambu soldiers, who stood meekly in place due to shock. On their pity, the energies easily cut down centuries-old trees, turning them into small logs. Hachok Shim simply couldn't believe what was happening. He had never seen such destructive power before. The villain was not destined to learn all the details, because the stranger's merciless attack had already overtaken him. The next moment, the man literally fell apart, as if he had been chopped with a sharp sword. Man calmly watched all this, not at all surprised by such a result. In the end, all the Ambu soldiers who were intent on killing the main character were mercilessly killed. After that, the man silently looked at Song Baek to check what condition he was in now. The guy was still unconscious and therefore could not see what had just happened to his pursuers. The man was no longer sure that saving the main character was the right decision. However, he believed that perhaps Song Baek could become a new wind in this world. Meanwhile, down the river, someone had been fishing for a long time. The man sitting on the shore was completely immersed in this process and did not even suspect what had happened nearby. However, the elderly man could not help but notice that it suddenly became dark around him and then dawned again. This unusual phenomenon surprised him very much. The old man had lived in these places for quite a few years, but this was the first time he had seen anything like this. Then he remembered with annoyance that he had recently dreamed that he had caught a large carp, but today he had not been able to catch even a small fish. Just at that moment, something caught on the hook of the elderly man, which could be considered a great success. The old man immediately noticed this and quickly forgot about his sad thoughts. Without wasting any time, he got down to business and began trying to get his catch out of the water. Surprisingly, the elderly man had to put in a lot of effort to do this, but even that did not guarantee success. Suddenly, the old man felt that something unusual had caught on his hook, so he wanted to get it out of the water even more. In order not to lose in this unspoken competition, the elderly man grabbed his fishing rod more tightly and planted his feet on the ground solo. For a long time, the old man tried to pull his catch out onto the shore, and finally he succeeded, but it took a lot of his strength. The fisherman already thought that this was the biggest fish in his life, so after resting a bit, he decided to take a closer look at his catch. Finally, lifting his hat and looking in front of him, the elderly man was suddenly taken aback because he had not expected to see anything like this. It turned out that Tonbani was lying in front of the old man. She was unconscious and clearly needed help. Some time passed and the fisherman returned to his small house, which was located near the river. For today, the old fishing rod had done its job, so it stood aside waiting for the next day of fishing. Meanwhile, the old man carefully cut vegetables and diligently prepared dinner, because today he had the first guest in his house in many years. The old man still did not abandon Tonbani in trouble and brought her home to help. Only now did the girl begin to open her eyes and come to her senses. Suddenly, she jumped up from her seat and began to look around. The girl did not understand where she was, which made her feel uneasy. Then Tonbani heard the voice of an unfamiliar old man who asked if she had finally woken up. Right now, in front of the girl stood a menacing-looking elderly man holding a tray of food in his hands. Tonbani immediately reacted and, embarrassed, covered herself with a blanket because she considered that her appearance was inappropriate. The old man, seeing this reaction, was dumbfounded on the spot and realized that he had made a mistake. He completely forgot that propriety required his guest to be dressed differently. In order not to embarrass Tonbani any further, the elderly man quickly told her that he had found her by accident and that now she needed to eat. After that, he turned away, continuing to think that when you live alone, you don't think about your appearance at all. Suddenly, the old man was stunned again because he remembered that he still needed to learn a lot from this girl. The first thing he asked was her name because, judging by her clothes, she was not a commoner. Hearing this question, Tonbani for some reason began to get very nervous and her voice began to tremble. The elderly man did not understand what was happening to the girl. Then in Tonbani's head, vague images of people's faces began to appear, faces that she could not remember at all. The maids who had surrounded her all her life were now just vague memories for the girl, which only brought headaches. The girl even forgot the face of her beloved, for whom she had recently been ready to say goodbye to life. Tonbani was shocked that she found herself in such a situation, and now she didn't even know what to do. The girl quickly answered the old man's question with horror, saying that she did not know her name. The elderly man was very surprised by what he heard, as if he did not believe that such a thing could actually happen. The frightened girl continued to say that she did not remember anything at all. The elderly man was very surprised by what he heard from the girl and began to ask if she really didn't remember anything at all. Shocked, Tonbani confirmed this in a weak voice. The girl simply didn't know what to do now. The old man also thought that this was a big problem because he had only fished the girl out of the river and knew nothing more about her. Suddenly, the elderly man remembered something. He thought that it could somehow help his guest. Without explaining anything, the old man quickly headed to another part of the room while Tonbani watched this with confusion. Soon the elderly man returned and handed the girl the same half of the medallion that Songbek had left for her before he left. The old man said that this medallion was on the girl's neck when he found her, but while he was treating her, the medallion had to be removed. The old man hoped that this medallion would help the girl remember something, but it only caused Tonbani to tremble violently and uncontrollably. The old man saw this and became very scared, jumped to his feet and began asking what had happened. Tonbani, as before, answered only that she knew nothing. At the same time, she tightly clutched the medallion in her hand, not even thinking of letting go of it. The girl didn't remember anything about this thing, so her condition turned out to be even more incomprehensible. Besides, tears were now flowing down Tonbani's cheeks, and they didn't even think of stopping. The girl simply could not explain why she was crying, and she felt so sad in her soul. At the same time, the lights were on in another house. Despite the fact that it was already night, the owner of the house had no intention of going to bed. This house was Xiangsu and was the place where the real sage lived. The owner of the house thoughtfully poured tea for his guest, after which they were finally able to begin their conversation. An elderly man with a long gray beard noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he could not even remember when it was last. That same stranger began to remember that their last meeting was about 10 years ago. The old man then noted that his friend had been gone for a long time, so he believed that he would only be able to see him in heaven. The elderly man also noted that his friend had not changed at all during this time and suggested that martial arts were the reason for this. The stranger did not go into details and just silently placed his cup on the table. After this, the man praised the old man for his medical skills because he was able to save a practically dead man. He also asked how old the old man was. The elderly man replied that he stopped counting his years when he saw his great-grandson. Now he was just waiting for death, but his business would not let him go. Suddenly, the stranger said that he too stopped counting his years after he turned 100. The old man seemed not at all surprised by what he heard, as if such an age was quite acceptable for him. Then he began to ask his old friend about the guy he had brought here. Of course, they were talking about Songbek, who was still unconscious. The old man asked if his friend really wanted to take the main character as a student. Before answering the question, the stranger slowly picked up the cup of tea again. Then he briefly replied that he and this guy were similar. This answer left the old man puzzled. Then the man said that he had once been looking for his brother Cho, Rihanna with which he was taught in childhood. Then he did not have the strength to do it, so he had to entrust it to others. The stranger then suggested that the situation in which Songbek found himself was similar. That is why now the man wanted to help the main character, but before that he needed to do something with the tea, which had already cooled down. Just at this time, Songbek had already opened his eyes and was beginning to come to his senses after a long sleep. Along the way, the man continued to tell his interlocutor that he was intentionally teaching the guy everything he knew, for example, how to warm up tea in your hands without fire. The old man silently observed what was happening, thinking about everything he had heard. He looked intently at the man and thought that he was his best student. However, the elderly man did not understand what the real reason was that his interlocutor wanted to help the guy he was seeing for the first time. Just at that moment, the door began to open, indicating that Songbek was finally able to stand up on his feet. This immediately attracted the attention of old acquaintances, who immediately stopped their conversation and looked at the main character. First thing Songbek did when he saw the strangers was quietly ask where he was now. Now the guy was suffering incredible pain. All his wounds were treated and bandaged, but they were still far from fully healed. The elderly man was glad that the main character finally woke up and was even able to get back on his feet so quickly. He then informed the guy that he was now in Songsu. According to the old man, his friend brought the main character here and he cured him. Hearing this, Songbek immediately turned his attention to the stranger who was sitting next to the old man. The boy recognized this man. It was the same herbalist who had once helped him when he and Tonbani were being pursued by soldiers. The main character also remembered how this man suddenly appeared in front of him before he finally lost consciousness from the wounds he received. Suddenly, the guy began to be overcome by immeasurable sadness and despair because he still had not managed to find and save Tonbani. At that moment, Songbek felt an incredible pain that he had never felt before. It instantly spread throughout the boy's wounded body. Because of this, the main character was unable to stand on his feet and fell to the floor, desperately trying not to make loud screams. The guy didn't understand what was happening to him. Now he had the feeling that his body was literally falling apart. At the same time, the old man, seeing this, remained calm, because he immediately understood that the medicine he gave to Song Baek worked as it should. The medicine that was now saving the main character's life was very effective, but it caused severe pain throughout the body and could even lead to loss of consciousness. That is why the elderly man usually did not use this medicine even for serious injuries. But this case was special. The next moment, the old man forgot about everything in the world because of what he saw. It turned out that the main character managed to withstand this incredible pain, which greatly surprised the elderly man. However, the old man knew that the more intense the boy's movements, the more intense the pain would become, so he decided to stop Song Baek before it got worse. Surprisingly, the old man's student was of the same opinion, so without wasting time, he quickly headed towards the main character. At this time, Song Baek humbly endured all the pain he could feel and thought that he needed to leave already. The protagonist believed that even if Tonbani was really already dead, he should have personally seen her corpse. Suddenly, the guy heard the voice of his savior behind him, asking if he was really going to go look for that girl. Song Baek stopped and looked at the man, hoping that he had at least some important information for him. The man began to claim that most likely everything was fine with the girl, but now these parts were full of officials and their people, so the guy would simply die without the proper skills. It seemed that these words influenced the main character and made him think. Song Baek remembers the words of his beloved who before forgiving him said that he should have continued to live. All this forced the guy to quickly make the right decision, which he considered the most appropriate. The next moment, Song Baek briefly stated that that girl was his life. These words clearly surprised the man, although he tried not to show it. The main character continued to say that he would never die until he found Tonbani, so he intended to set out to search immediately. After that, Song Baek really started to leave, not thinking at all about the fact that he was now seriously wounded and completely unarmed. Suddenly, the boy again heard the voice of his savior behind him, who claimed that he would teach him everything he knew. The man was even ready to tell the main character about a way not to die if he wished it. The main character was clearly interested in these words, so he looked at the stranger in surprise, hoping that he would tell him everything in detail. However, the stranger only asked with a smile that the main character take up his studies. The man confidently claimed that there was nothing more terrible than living, so Song Baek should have taken this more seriously. Some time passed. From early morning, someone was already driving along deserted roads because business could not tolerate delay. The old man who was driving the cart hummed a song to amuse himself. Although it was not a close one, the old man was in no hurry and enjoyed the surrounding landscapes. Along with him in the carriage rode Tonbani, who sat silently behind. At some point, the old man forgot the words to the song, which upset him greatly. Unexpectedly, the girl sang the verse that ended the song. Hearing this, the elderly man was very surprised that the girl knew this song. Tonbani explained that she just suddenly remembered it. She also thought that she really liked this song since she was able to remember it. The old man was glad that the girl had at least some memories left and hoped that when they got to the designated place, she would remember something else. Since the girl did not remember her name, the man called her Siren and asked her not to worry. Shortly before the trip, an elderly man told the girl that from that day on she would be called Chal Siren. The girl was surprised that the old man told her about it so unexpectedly, but he believed that the girl should not constantly go without me. He also said that his name was Chal. Ugyong therefore gave the girl his last name, and her name literally meant beautiful as the sky. Tonbani repeated her new name once again so as not to forget it. In addition, the elderly man already had an idea of how the girl could regain her memories. He thought that perhaps the demonic cult knew how to do this. From this, it became clear that now our heroes were heading specifically to demonic cultures. Tonbani sat silently the whole way and thought about what Chal told her. Ugyon. What worried her most was that she needed to turn to a demonic cult for help. She vaguely remembered what kind of organization it was, but some facts were still well known to her. This organization rejected general laws, adhering to its own and lived independently outside the central lands, but for its cruelty it was called a demonic cult. Tonbani still couldn't believe that the old man who saved her life was somehow connected to this cult. Soon Cholugyong informed the girl that they were almost there. Now our hero had to drive through a cave at the entrance to which there was a warning sign. This cave just led to the right place, so Chol Ugyong, without stopping for a moment, directed his horse forward. After some time, our heroes finally left the dark cave. Surprisingly, the landscape surrounding them had not changed at all. Everything looked calm and peaceful. The old man told the girl that they had just entered the territory of a demonic cult, which consisted of 100,000 mountains. Tonbani looked ahead and was amazed by the incredible landscape, which she had never seen anywhere before. In the distance, one could indeed see many mountains, among which a demonic cult was hiding. A little while later, our heroes reached a city that, at first glance, was no different from other cities in the empire. The streets of the city were quite lively. Merchants actively invited customers and offered them their goods. No one even paid attention to the newly arrived guests of the city, because everyone was busy with their own affairs. Tonbani looked around with apprehension but saw only peaceful life around her, which surprised her. Unexpectedly, Chol Ugyong asked directly if the girl was surprised that the people in the demonic cult were so peaceful. This question discouraged Tonbani. The girl immediately began to claim that she had not thought anything bad at all. This was very funny for the old man. He assured that the girl's reaction was normal because all the people of the Middle Lands had such prejudices. The elderly man then insisted that ordinary people lived in this place just like in other cities. According to the old man, after the Great War, the people of the Middle Lands treated them like demons, although there was no objective reason for this. The people in these parts lived their lives, rejoicing and being sad, just like the people of the Central Plains. Now Chol Ugyon felt very sorry that in the end people from different parts of the country hated each other. These words impressed Tonbani greatly and made her think, but her prejudices could not simply disappear. After some time, our heroes left the city because they needed to get to a completely different place. During the trip, the girl was silent the whole time and nervously lost her hands. She felt that she should be grateful to Chol. Ugyonu already saved her, but she still couldn't stop being wary of people from the demonic cult. Suddenly, the older man turned to the girl again and asked if she was still worried about the prejudices about the cult. Tonbani immediately began to apologize for this, but Chol Ugyong began to assure that this was normal, because here indeed, not all the people were ideal. The old man complained that here, as in the Central Lands, there were bad people, because of whom their reputation had fallen greatly. The elderly man also said that the girl needed to come to her senses as quickly as possible. This was necessary because now our heroes were heading to a very sinister place where they had to be on guard at all times. After some time, the horse stopped and Chol Ugyong went to talk to the guards. At this time, Tonbani was still in the carriage and looked around intently, surprised that she really found herself in the territory of a demonic cult. The girl was even surprised by the fact that the entrance to the cult territory was incredibly huge. However, besides this, Tonbani still had many questions that needed answers. For example, the girl did not understand why the man who was standing next to Chol Ugyona was shaking so much when he talked to him. It turned out that the reason for this was a sign that an elderly man gave the guard in order to pass further. Having not received any answer for a long time, the old man finally asked what the matter was and whether this really wasn't enough to pass. The guard, who was very agitated about something, immediately replied that everything was fine. The next moment, the man suddenly fell to his knees in front of Chol Ugon and loudly greeted the deputy head. The other guards were very surprised and did not immediately understand what had happened to their comrade. They finally realized who this inconspicuous old man really was, and so they followed the example of the first guard. Tonbani was very impressed by what she saw, because she didn't even guess who her savior really was. It seemed she just couldn't believe that Chol Ugyong was the deputy head of the demonic cult. After that, Chol Ugyong turned to the girl and said that she should follow him. Tonbani felt uneasy about what she had just learned, so for a while she didn't dare get out of the carriage. Then Chol Ugyong smiled kindly at the girl, as if to show that she had nothing to fear. Soon news of the arrival of the deputy head of the cult spread throughout the palace, causing unprecedented commotion. Many people did not believe that the great demon had finally returned, and so they wanted to see for themselves. However, among all the cult members, there was one who took Chol's return absolutely calmly, Ujiona. But Hagwan was of course surprised that the deputy head finally showed up after a long absence, but he kept his emotions under control. Soon, all the members of the demonic cult were lined up in the square to loudly greet Chol. "Welcome back, Ujiona." The cult leader was also very happy to see his old friend and therefore hugged him tightly in front of everyone. Chol Ugyong seemed unhappy that the man was doing this in front of people, but he insisted that there was nothing wrong with it. The man asked with a smile on his face whether he couldn't hug a friend he hadn't seen for 30 years. Then the elderly man asked if his old friend had lived well here. Yun Jung-han briefly replied that he was simply doing the boring work of a cult leader and nothing more. Then the man asked who the girl was, who was now standing behind Chol Ugyona. The cult leader immediately noticed that the beauty of this girl could not be hidden even by fabric. The old man kindly approached Tonbani and asked her to greet the leader of the demonic cult. The girl immediately took off her hat and showed everyone her face. Yoon Jung-han was struck by the girl's appearance alone, and for some time he literally could not tear his gaze away from her. The embarrassed girl finally said the name that Chol had given her. Ugyong was simultaneously developing her hair this evening, and a modest smile adorned her face. At that very moment, absolute silence reigned in the square in front of the main palace of the cult. Everyone was amazed by the incredible beauty of this girl, and therefore did not dare to look back at her even for a moment. Many saw such a beauty for the first time, and at that moment even forgot about their lovers. Among all the members of the cult, No Hagwon stood out and was also present at this meeting. The guy didn't admire the girl's beauty because now he was worried about the question of why she was here. Meanwhile, events important to this story were unfolding in another part of the empire. For some time, the small, inconspicuous house became the protagonist's own home where no one bothered him. Song Baek was still completely wrapped in bandages, but he was already feeling much better. The boy no longer felt terrible pain and could move independently without any problems. All this prompted the main character to think that he had almost recovered, and therefore would soon be able to start working. Song Baek already had a lot of things planned, one of which was located very close to him. Now the guy was looking at the small book that same stranger had given him. While handing over the book, the man claimed that the main character still had a month left before he would fully recover, but until then he had to read this book. This book described the martial art of Beichon, which was based on the body. Its study required harmony of spirit, body, and energy, so Song Baek had to pay a lot of attention to this. Now the guy looked at the book without enthusiasm because he did not understand how a martial art could exist that could only be mastered in theory. The main character believed that he didn't have time and he simply couldn't wait until he was fully recovered. Song Baek needed to master the necessary skills as soon as possible because his target couldn't wait. The guy wanted to become stronger, so he decided to repeat several techniques from the book. Suddenly, the main character heard a familiar voice next to him, which asked with displeasure what he was doing. The guy immediately stopped. Looking to the side and seeing people approaching him, Song Baek, I realized that he was caught. The little girl looked at the protagonist with displeasure and reminded him that he was forbidden to train until his body recovered.